Chapter 95 The Army is Coming. Chapter 95 The Army is Coming. Liu Zhizhen had followed Zhu Hongyi to Lu County. He also wanted to see what kind of person the governor of Lu County was to be treated by a peerless genius like Zhu Hongyi as an opportunity to comprehend the great Tao. He even thought that this could help the sect master comprehend the Tao. Did such a person really exist in the world? In the hearts of the disciples of Daoyi Palace, the sect master, Zhong Shuming, was an immortal-like existence. He was aloof from the world and was untainted by worldly affairs. He was already standing before Heaven's Gate and was only a step away from becoming an immortal. Could it be that the governor of Lu County was an immortal? Uncle Master Zhu, aren't we going to visit Governor Kui? Liu Zhizhen looked at Zhu Hongyi in confusion. Why did he bring him to an inn? You and I have traveled a long way. How can we go and pay our respects directly? Zhu Hongyi shook his head gently and smiled. Moreover, even if you and I are neat and tidy, we can't go over directly. It's very likely that this Governor Kui is an expert who has deeply understood the principles of the Great Tao. If we want to pay our respects to him, we have to be respectful enough. Let's stay in this inn first, burn incense, take a bath, and fast for 3 days before paying our respects. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. Her. Liu Zhizhen was stunned. Such etiquette was like preparing to welcome an immortal god. Was the governor of Lu County really so powerful? The next morning, in the inner hall of the governor office, Kui Heng was looking at the map of the 13 counties of Fengju. He was thinking about what order he should implement the decrees in to maximize the effect of collecting emotions after taking over as state overseer. At the same time, he also noticed that Yunshu County, which was to the north of Fengju, bordered the grassland outside the Great Jin. This could be said to be Fengzhou's first line of defense against the barbarians' invasion. If he took over as the state overseer of Fengju, he would definitely have to consider how to deal with the barbarians in the grasslands. Of course, it depended on the collection of the 7 emotions. Lord. At this moment, Xu Feng'en's voice came from outside. A few days ago, he had returned to the Yuhua Sword Pavilion to help Wuxia carry out the government decree. He had just returned yesterday. Come in. Kui Heng put away the map and smiled. Minister Xu, why are you here so early? Lord, I saw Zhu Hongyi just now, Xu Feng'en said solemnly. I heard from Wuxia that he sent a letter saying that he wanted to visit you. So he's already here. Kui Heng nodded lightly. Why didn't I see him come over? I asked around and found out that he bought some incense and even bought kitchenware to personally cook vegetarian dishes. Xu Feng'en sighed and said, it seems that he wants to burn incense and abstain from eating before coming to visit you. Oh, that's interesting. Kui Heng was a little surprised when he heard this. No matter what Zhu Hongyi thought, this etiquette was definitely done to the extreme. He chuckled and said, he doesn't sound like a Daoist practitioner. He seems more like a scholar. Lord, you have a sharp eye. Actually, this Zhu Hongyi was really a scholar. Xu Feng'en explained, he came from the Zhu family of Yiping County in Yongju. Although he is not from the 16 families of the world, he is still from a local famous family. However, although Zhu Hongyi's father was the head of the Zhu family, his biological mother was only a concubine. It was said that she was a courtesan from a brothel. After she married into the Zhu family, she did not have a good life. Not long after she gave birth to him, she died of depression, but she could not even be buried in her ancestral grave. Therefore, Zhu Hongyi studied hard since he was young and wanted to use this opportunity to clear his mother's name. Later on, he came into contact with martial arts by chance and advanced by leaps and bounds. He had an intense conflict with his father and almost fought with him. Fortunately, the Daoyi Palace's sect master passed by and took him in as a disciple. This prevented the tragedy of father and son killing each other. This is a legendary figure. Kui Heng sighed with emotion and nodded. Since he has done his part, let's not neglect him. As he spoke, he took out the paper with Zhu Hongyi's name on it. Then, with a gentle shake, the paper instantly combusted and turned into a talisman with complicated runes written on it. When he comes to visit, you can give him this talisman. Kui Heng handed the talisman to Xu Feng'en. This talisman can increase his spiritual perception. It can help him comprehend the Dharma and logos of heaven and earth faster and increase his speed of entering the deity realm. Yes, my lord. Xu Feng'an took the talisman and immediately felt that his perception had been strengthened. The Dharma and logos that he could only vaguely sense in the past instantly became extremely clear. This even made him feel like he was starting to touch the threshold of the deity realm. Of course, he also knew that this was just an illusion. He had not grasped the cultivation technique to break through to the deity realm. Even if he had this talisman in his hand, it was useless. However, to those who had grasped the method to break through to the deity realm, this talisman was a priceless treasure. It could be said to be a direct ride to the deity realm. Is the Lord really just a human immortal from the upper world? Xu Feng'an's heart was in turmoil. The various methods Kui Heng had displayed were far more powerful than he had imagined. By the way, this is for you. Kui Heng took out another booklet. This is. Xu Feng'an took the booklet in confusion. He only flipped through it twice before his body trembled violently. He knelt on the ground and said extremely respectfully and gratefully, "Thank you for your kindness." This booklet was none other than the deity realm martial technique that Kui Heng had compiled according to the current martial techniques of the Yuhua Sword Pavilion after learning that Xu Feng'an was far away from reaching the deity realm. It perfectly matched what Xu Feng'an had learned. Since even Zhu Hongyi had obtained a talisman that could assist with his cultivation, he naturally wouldn't treat Xu Feng'an badly. Moreover, Xu Feng'an even got the Yuhua Sword Pavilion to cooperate with the implementation of the government decree. Kui Heng would not mistreat anyone who worked hard by his side. Go on. Kui Heng smiled. Study hard. Thank you, immortal. Xu Feng'an thanked him again and left happily. After a while, Captain Chen Tong came again. My lord, there's news from the various counties that foot soldiers suspected to be from the Wang clan of Langya are marching here. They should be coming for us. Chen Tong explained the situation briefly. They're finally here. Kui Heng clapped his hands and smiled. It wasn't in vain that I waited so long. Go to the dungeon and bring Wang Jinsheng and Wang Qingchuan out. Hang them on the flagpole of the city gate. Hang them on the flagpole of the city gate tower? Chen Tong's eyes widened when he heard that. This was killing the heart. When the people from the Wang clan of Langya arrived, they would probably faint from anger on the spot. However, to do such a thing to the top preeminent families in the world, an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. He could not wait. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about such a thing. In the death row dungeon of Lu County City, Wang Jinsheng and Wang Qingchuan were still alive. They were very dispirited and looked like they were about to die. Actually, it just looked like that. Both of them had martial cultivation and their physiques were extremely strong. Even if they were locked up in this dungeon that did not see the sun, their bodies were still very healthy. The main reason was that the mental damage caused by the public trial had almost crushed their personalities. If it were someone with a more unyielding temperament or someone who was completely in despair, they would probably have already committed suicide. For example, Sun Yangsha. After discovering that Wang Jinsheng and Wang Qingchuan had been captured, he directly slammed his head into the wall of the dungeon and died. However, neither Wang Jinsheng nor Wang Qingchuan had the courage to do so. Perhaps it was because they still held a glimmer of hope in their hearts that the Wang family from Langya could come over and save them. In the corner of the dungeon where Wang Jinsheng was, the air was filled with a pungent smell. He looked at Wang Qingchuan beside him and asked in a low voice, "Uncle, do you think someone will come to save us?" "Yes, definitely." Wang Qingchuan's mental state had already recovered a lot. Although he was still unable to use his martial techniques, he could already communicate normally. You and I being imprisoned here is equivalent to slapping the face of the Langya Wang clan. Even if it's just for the sake of face, they will definitely save us. But, will it succeed? Wang Jinsheng asked uncertainly. Wang Qingchuan fell silent when he heard this. He said with a bitter expression, "It should be possible. Even if Kui Heng is extremely powerful and has unimaginable methods, he wouldn't dare to completely fall out with our Wang family." That's right. No matter how powerful he is, he definitely won't choose to fight our Wang family head-on. Wang Jinsheng seemed to have found confidence from this and actually smiled. Since he hasn't killed us yet, he should be afraid of our Wang family. Although the two of them had seen Kui Heng's strange methods, they did not know that Huisha had slaughtered thousands of elite soldiers. Sun Pancha had already committed suicide before telling them the situation. Clang. Suddenly, there was the sound of chains colliding against the cell door. Wang Jinsheng immediately shivered and locked himself up. He looked outside with a face full of fear and saw a few prison guards undoing the chains. "Officers, are we going to the public trial again?" Wang Qingchuan's face was also a little pale. He knew too well how it felt to be tried in public. It was simply a double torture of the body and mind. It was worse than death. Although Wang Qingchuan had never personally bullied the citizens of Lu County, he was Wang Jinsheng's backer. When Wang Jinsheng was publicly interrogated, he would also be dragged along. It's not a public trial anymore. The prison guards left without saying anything else. Wang Jinsheng and Wang Qingchuan looked at each other in surprise. Could it be that they were saved? "Gentlemen, long time no see." Chen Tong walked in slowly and chuckled. "Follow me. There's no need for you two to return here anymore." This made the two of them even happier. They were so excited that their bodies were trembling. They could finally leave this damned place. They were finally saved. Their long-term ideological education even made them subconsciously not think about other possibilities and wholeheartedly think that they were saved. However, when Wang Jinsheng and Wang Qingchuan followed Chen Tong to the city gate of Lu County, they were stunned. What do you want to do?" No, you can't do this," Wang Qingchuan and Wang Jinsheng exclaimed, but they had no room to resist at this moment. They could only watch helplessly as the soldier clasped his hands behind his back and tied them to the rope used to raise the flag. "Rise," Chen Tong sneered. The soldiers immediately turned the winch. The rope that bound Wang Qingchuan and Wang Jinsheng quickly rose and hung the two at the top of the flagpole. Now, the two of them were hanging in the air with their hands tied. It became the most beautiful scenery on the city wall of Lu County. "Ah!" Wang Jinsheng kept roaring. Such humiliation made him almost go crazy. "Just you wait. When my father comes, all of you will die." Chapter 96 Sand fills the sky, Earth collapses. 1. Chapter 96 Sand fills the sky, Earth collapses. 1. Although Zhu Hongyi did not go to see Kui Heng directly after arriving in Lu County, he still got Liu Zhizhen to send the news that the Wang family of Langya and the Xie family of Pingshan had joined forces to attack Lu County. 3 days later, at dawn, after Zhu Hongyi finished burning incense and fasting, he brought Liu Zhizhen to the governor's office and presented his visitation card. Then, Xu Feng'an walked out. "Please come in." Xu Feng'an smiled and said, "Lord Governor is already waiting inside." After entering the government office, he took out the talisman and handed it to Zhu Hongyi. "This is." Zhu Hongyi was a little puzzled and did not take it directly. "My lord wants you to have this. We can't just let you burn incense and abstain from eating. We also have to express our respect for our guests." Xu Feng'an smiled and said, "Take it. This is a precious treasure." "Treasure?" Zhu Hongyi was a little puzzled. What kind of treasure would a talisman be? This is. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. As soon as he held the talisman in his hand, his heart was in turmoil. Zhu Hongyi felt that his soul perception seemed to have been strengthened thousands of times in an instant. The Dharma and logos of heaven and earth, which were usually blurry, had actually become clearly visible, allowing him to observe and comprehend them. The essence of breaking through to the deity realm from the inner world realm was to observe and comprehend the laws and principles of the outside world and adjust his inner world accordingly. When it was adjusted to the extent of fusing with the outside world, he would be able to mobilize the heaven-earth origin chi to transform his body, open the divine treasures in his body, and break through to the deity realm. The most difficult part was to comprehend the dharmic powers of the outside world. With this talisman in hand, it was equivalent to directly adjusting his inner world according to their answer. The difficulty of breaking through to the deity realm was reduced to 0. Unbelievable, too unbelievable. There's actually such a precious treasure in this world. Zhu Hongyi was extremely shocked in his heart, and he thought to himself, this Lord Kui is definitely an immortal. There's no mistake. Before he saw Kui Heng, he was already stunned by the effect of this talisman. He was certain that Kui Heng was a hidden immortal god, an extraordinary existence. After arriving at the governor's office, Zhu Hongyi and Liu Zhizhen finally met Kui Heng. Their first reaction was that he was so young. He looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. Had he attained the Tao at a very young age, or had he returned to his youth after cultivating to a high level? No matter what the reason was, it shocked the two of them. Greetings, Lord Kui. Zhu Hongyi bowed very respectfully. Greetings, Lord Kui. Liu Zhizhen also bowed respectfully. Although Liu Zhizhen still didn't know how powerful Kui Heng was, in the past 3 days, he had heard a lot of news about Kui Heng in Lu County. Even if he had to strip away everything else, just the fact that Kui Heng had confiscated the businesses of the aristocratic families and sects and distributed them to the commoners was enough to make people admire him. Please come in. Kui Heng looked at the two of them and nodded slightly. He smiled and said, have a seat. Thank you, Lord Governor. The two of them spoke in unison and sat down. Daoist Zhu, I have to thank you for bringing news of the Wang family of Langya and the Xie family of Pingshan. Kui Heng smiled and said politely before asking, may I know why you're here? Since you've asked, I'll be frank. Zhu Hongyi's attitude was very humble. He stood up and bowed as he asked, may I ask if you really have the ability to summon the wind and rain? When Liu Zhizhen saw Zhu Hongyi stand up, he naturally did not dare to sit down anymore. He hurriedly stood up and positioned himself behind Zhu Hongyi. Kui Heng looked at the two of them and nodded with a smile. Yes. There was nothing to hide. Since he wanted to obtain the support of the Daoi Palace and rightfully become the state overseer, he naturally had to show something more practical. Zhu Hongyi could not help but be stunned. Initially, he thought that Kui Heng would hide it. He did not expect him to admit it so easily. This seemed to be a little different from the image of a legendary hermit expert. Wasn't it said that experts always like to hide their strength? Even if they revealed their strength once, they would try to conceal it afterwards in all ways possible. Or could it be that Lord Kui's realm had already reached a certain level and he no longer cared about this? What a carefree immortal. Zhu Hongyi couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. Then, he took a deep breath and asked, may I ask if you're also the one who caused the meteors incident in Shilling County? It's just some minor techniques. Kui Heng nodded lightly and smiled. As expected, Zhu Hongyi's eyes lit up when he heard this. He seemed to have become extremely excited as he said with a trembling voice, I wonder if you've already become an immortal? At this moment, Kui Heng realized that Zhu Hongyi's body was emitting a yellow light that only he could see. The yellow light that symbolized desire. The desire to seek the Tao. And it was extremely strong. After Kui Heng collected it, the yellow light around the golden core increased by 50%. My lord, there's military intelligence. At this moment, Chen Tong rushed over. He looked at Zhu Hongyi and Liu Zhizhen and came to Kui Heng's side. He lowered his voice and said, Lord, the alliance army of the Wang family and the Xie family of Pingshan are already 5 kilometers away from the city. I wonder how we should deal with them. How many people are there? Kui Heng asked. No less than 30,000. Chen Tong's expression was very serious as he said in a low voice, although these two allied forces only had around 2,000 elite soldiers at the beginning, many merchants, sects, and families heard the news and joined them along the way. They even prepared their own troops and rations to attack Lu County with them. Chapter 97 Sand fills the sky, Earth collapses. 2. Chapter 97 Sand fills the sky, Earth collapses. 2. Oh. Kui Heng raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. This is a rebellion by the rural regiments. They can actually gather 30,000 people. Looks like Wuxia hasn't killed enough. Rural regiments. Chen Tong was stunned for a moment before he understood what this meant. He immediately nodded and said, that's right. These people are basically from the places where Deputy Governor Chen has implemented the government decree. Moreover, these rural regiments are trying their best to counterattack. In order to recruit soldiers, they have almost exhausted all their remaining wealth. The 30,000-strong army was even almost fully armored. With such an army and the elite soldiers of the Wang and Xie families charging forward, I'm afraid they're even better than the 100,000-strong army of King Yang back then. Lord, should we organize troops to defend the city? Lord, I can go out of the city to dissuade the Wang and Xie family alliance for you. Zhu Hongyi suddenly said, the Wang and Xie families wouldn't dare to not give Daoyi Palace face. They won't be persuaded to retreat. Kui Heng shook his head and said with a smile, instead of saying that the Wang and Xie families have recruited 30,000 soldiers, it's more like they're being carried along by these 30,000 soldiers. It's no longer up to them whether or not to fight Lu County City. Moreover, regardless of whether it's the people from the Wang and Xie families or those rebels, since they've already gathered together, we can get rid of them in one fell swoop. There's no need to dissuade them. Get rid of them? Chen Tong looked at Kui Heng in shock. He did not know that the storm at Giant River County and the meteors that fell onto King Yang's army at Shilling County were all summoned by Kui Heng. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. Although Chen Tong had seen Kui Heng raise Hui Shi to the Xiantian realm in one go, giving him the strength of a Buddha and forcefully defeating thousands of elite soldiers, in his understanding, there was still a huge gap between thousands of elite soldiers and an army of 30,000. Zhu Hongyi thought of the question he had just asked and was instantly excited. Lord, you want to? Liu Zhizhen also became excited. Did he have a chance to see an immortal attack? Wait a moment. Kui Heng smiled and did not say anything. Instead, he came to the table and picked up a brush. This confused the three people present. Kui Heng quickly drew a straight black line on a piece of paper and handed it to Chen Tong. Go to the city gate. When the Wang and Xie Alliance army is 5 miles away, just burn this piece of paper. Ah! Chen Tong held the piece of paper with only a black line on it and was confused. However, he believed that Kui Heng would not joke about such an important matter, so he bowed and said, Yes, Lord. The two of you should follow Chen Tong to the top of the city gate. Kui Heng said to Zhu Hongyi and Liu Zhizhen, at that time, you will naturally know the answer to the question you asked. Yes, Lord, they said in unison. They also wanted to see what that piece of paper could do and what kind of immortal methods it was. After all, this was Kui Heng's answer to whether he had become an immortal. Has Kui Heng become an immortal? To him, he was of course not an immortal. Not only was he not an immortal, he was extremely far away from becoming one. Above the Golden Core realm, there were the nascent Soul realm, Soul Formation realm, Return to Void, Tao Integration realm, Tribulation Transcendence realm, and Mahayana realm. Only after reaching Mahayana could one be considered an immortal. However, according to the 21 realms of this world, his strength and realm had long surpassed the so-called human immortal, earth immortal, and even heaven immortal realm. Therefore, instead of giving an ambiguous answer, it was better to show some tricks and let Zhu Hongyi judge for himself. The piece of paper with only one line was actually the same as the one he had written Zhu Hongyi on earlier. They were all talismans. Recently, Kui Heng's research on the transformation of the Golden Core power into runes had improved quite a bit compared to when he imprinted it on Hui Shi. He could already write runes with ordinary ink and paper. However, it still required one to apply dharmic powers into the runes. If there comes a day when I don't need to use dharmic powers and can unleash great power with a wave of my brush, I should be able to truly touch the use of laws. Kui Heng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He, who was only at the grand completion Golden Core realm, was far from that level. On the city gate tower, Wang Jinsheng, who had been hung on the flagpole for 3 days and 3 nights, was already in a daze. Suddenly, his ears twitched and he opened his eyes to look into the distance. His turbid gaze instantly lit up. Ha 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 ha. They're here, they're here. Wang Jinsheng shouted excitedly. He stared into the distance and laughed. Uncle, look, they're here. My father must have brought people over. That's right, it's him, it's second brother. The group at the front are his soldiers. Wang Qingchuan also laughed. He focused his gaze and immediately laughed. Not only is your father here, your uncle is also here. There are also Xie Beixing's soldiers. Haha. That's great, that's great. Wang Jinsheng cried tears of joy. He mustered all his strength and shouted into the distance, "Father, father, come and save me, come and save me." The past few days of experience had caused him to be on the verge of a mental breakdown. If not for the little bit of hope in his heart, he would have gone crazy long ago. Now that he saw the arrival of the Wang and Xie families' allied forces, all the anger and humiliation in his heart erupted. After my father breaks through the city, I'll definitely kill Kui Heng with my own hands. I'll skin him alive and pull out his tendons. No, I'll grant him death by 1,000 cut. An incomparably ruthless thought surged in Wang Jinsheng's heart. By the way, I still have to massacre the city. I have to massacre the entire city, kill everyone here, kill everyone. Bang, bang, bang. As Wang Xie's army approached Lu County, the ground in the city trembled visibly. Many ordinary citizens could hear dense footsteps coming from afar. Many people could not help but panic. However, Kui Heng had already made arrangements for this. Liu Litao had already prepared countermeasures 3 days ago. He quickly brought people out to maintain order and arranged for the people to hide in an orderly manner. Although it was impossible for the Wang and Xie allied forces to attack the city and leading the commoners to hide was actually unnecessary, this was still something that had to be done. It could make the commoners feel more at ease and not cause unnecessary chaos in their panic. Inside the city gate tower, Chen Tong, Xu Feng'an, Zhu Hongyi, and Liu Zhizhen looked at the tens of thousands of soldiers coming from afar. They could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. In front of a real military formation, martial arts experts could only protect themselves at most. It was impossible for them to fight head-on. "Lieutenant Chen, should we burn that?" Zhu Hongyi pointed at the piece of paper on the table and asked Chen Tong. "Yes, the distance is about right." Chen Tong nodded. He picked up the white paper with only one straight line and placed it on the candle flame at the side. Whoosh, whoosh. The white paper was ignited and instantly turned to ashes. However, the black line on it seemed to be unafraid of the flames at all. It actually floated above the candlelight. Then, the black line suddenly turned golden and emitted a bright and dazzling light. It flew out of the city gate tower like a meteor and rushed straight in the direction of the Wang and Xie allied forces. At the same time, on the flagpole of the city gate building, Wang Jinsheng, who was fantasizing about how he would torture Kui Heng and the people in the city, suddenly had a change in expression. He felt a sense of panic for no reason, as if a disaster was about to befall. "What's going on? My father and uncle have already led their troops here. They can destroy the city with a flick of their fingers. What disaster can there be?" Wang Jinsheng frowned and shook his head. "It must be because I've been tortured too much these days. After the city is destroyed, I must." But at this moment, the thoughts in his mind stopped. At this moment, the sudden scene in the distance turned his mind into chaos. Only one thought remained. How is this possible? Rumble. A deafening bang came from afar, and countless sand and stones were blasted into the sky. The ground trembled violently, and the entire city wall of Lu County was on the verge of collapse. Chen Tong, Zhu Hongyi, and the others on the city gate tower were also shocked. The guards on the city wall looked ahead in fear. The ground under the feet of the tens of thousands of Wang and Xie allied soldiers was actually, without any warning, it collapsed. Chapter 98 Immortal God's Power, A Stroke That Moves Mountains and Rivers, 1. Chapter 98 Immortal God's Power, A Stroke That Moves Mountains and Rivers, 1. Xie Beixing was very confident in his attack on Lu County. 500 tendon transformation elite soldiers, 500 qi condensation elite soldiers, 1,500 elite soldiers who had been trained well, and nearly 30,000 soldiers recruited by various merchants, sects, and families. When gathered, they were enough to sweep through the world. Leading such a force to attack a small Lu County city should have been very easy. It should not be difficult. After all, the difficulty in attacking a city was nothing more than the fact that the thick city walls were indestructible. However, as long as two top-notch inner-world experts worked together, there was a chance of directly jumping over the 50 to 60 feet tall city wall and charging in, opening the city gate in an extremely short period of time. Even if they encountered top inner world experts guarding the city, they could cooperate and retreat safely before waiting for an opportunity to enter the city again. Even if there were more peak experts guarding the city, they could still rely on the advantage of their numbers to attack the city gate and divert the attention of the peak experts guarding the city to create opportunities. Therefore, Xie Beixing was very confident. Before he recruited these merchants, sects, and families, he had even thought of conquering Lu County in a single day. They did not think that this battle would be a bitter one at all. On the way, he was already planning how to massacre the city. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. Not slaughtering the city was not enough to boost their prestige, wash away their humiliation, and warn the world. This was something that had to be done. On the other hand, Wang Qinghe was much more cautious. He still felt that this Lu County was a bait and a trap. There must be other forces waiting for an opportunity to attack. If he was not careful, he might be plotted against. Xie Beixing sensed Wang Qinghe's mentality and laughed loudly. Brother-in-law, what are you worried about? We have an army of 30,000 and thousands of elite soldiers as the vanguard. Even if the Lotus Flower Monastery and the others really want to secretly plot against us, they have to consider their own abilities. Yes, I know. Wang Qinghe nodded. He felt a little lucky and smiled. That's right. Even if there's a trap, it shouldn't be able to stop our current strength. This was an army of 30,000, and all of them were well equipped. They were a force that could not be underestimated in the entire world. How could a mere Lu County city resist them? Even the Lotus Flower Monastery's help was useless. However, if the Lotus Flower Monastery was really behind this, he would definitely kill his way over after this matter was over. Let's see how tough their Buddha's neck was. They actually dared to scheme against the Langya Wang clan. Ha ha ha, it's good that brother-in-law is confident. Only then can we fight to our heart's content. Xie Beixing laughed loudly. Then, he raised his arms and shouted, Everyone, Lu County is in front. The governor of Lu County who caused your families to be destroyed is over there. Break through the city with me and cut him into pieces. The more than 20,000 soldiers behind him were instantly filled with fighting spirit. Their eyes were bright red as they stared ahead angrily and roared as well. Defeat Lu County. Cut him into pieces. Defeat Lu County. Cut him into pieces. Defeat Lu County. Cut him into pieces. This voice was like a huge wave that surged into the sky, causing the ground to tremble and the white clouds in the sky to dissipate. Hearing this shout, Wang Qinghe felt much more at ease. The most difficult thing to make the army of this era form a powerful combat force was not the quality of the equipment. Instead, it was how to let the soldiers understand why they were fighting and why they had to risk their lives to defeat the other party. Now, the soldiers behind me all know why they're fighting. Kui Heng has stripped them of their farmland and given it to the people. All of them want to tear Kui Heng into pieces and take back what belongs to them. The corners of Wang Qinghe's mouth curled up slightly as he chuckled. We'll definitely win this battle. Boom. Suddenly, Wang Qinghe heard a violent tremor that seemed to come from beneath his feet. What's that sound? Could it be that the soldiers' battle intent was too high and their shouts were too loud, causing something to collapse? A trace of doubt appeared in Wang Qinghe's heart, but his expression suddenly changed. The top experts of the inner world realm could already sense the changes in the laws of the world. They might not be able to sense the subtle changes, but they would immediately sense some of the larger changes. Not good. Run. Wang Qinghe shouted in panic. He gestured for the 500 elite soldiers behind him to escape first. At the same time, he also used his swiftness technique and jumped up from the horse's back, fleeing into the distance. However, the swiftness technique was only a movement technique after all. It did not grant flight. Although Wang Qinghe had jumped out for hundreds of feet, he still landed in the end. It was impossible for him to stay in the air forever. The moment he landed, rumble. A deafening bang sounded, and the ground collapsed. Wang Qinghe suddenly felt that the ground under his feet had become a thin layer of paper. It was impossible to withstand his weight at all, and his entire body quickly fell down. What is this? How is this possible? He looked around in disbelief. The ground that they could see was collapsing. The earth was cracking inch by inch, and huge pits appeared. Everyone was falling down. What's going on? The ground has collapsed. Save me, someone save me, I'll die if I fall. What's going on? Why did the ground collapse? Why? The soldiers screamed in panic and no longer had the high fighting spirit from before. The tens of thousands of soldiers fell into the ground like dumplings into soup. Chapter 99 Immortal God's Power, a Stroke That Moves Mountains and Rivers, 2. Chapter 99 Immortal God's Power, a Stroke That Moves Mountains and Rivers, 2. No matter how they tried to escape, it was useless. Faced with this situation, Xie Beixing was also horrified. His mouth was wide open, and he was speechless. He no longer had the confidence from before. Like Wang Qinghe, he used his swiftness technique to escape. However, when he landed, Xie Beixing also fell into a huge pit. He fell in directly without even a chance to escape. Wang Qinghe was still trying his best to escape. Although he had already fallen into the ground, he was still a top expert who had reached the inner world realm. He could already mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Relying on the connection between the inner world and the outer world, Wang Qinghe instantly mobilized a large amount of vital energy and gathered it under his legs. He stepped off his left foot and actually borrowed strength out of thin air to jump up higher. He came above ground again and saw his surroundings. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. The original ground had become a huge pitch-black pit, as if it led to a bottomless abyss. At this moment, the ground within a radius of several kilometers was like a trap that had long been dug. It was waiting for them to step on it before it collapsed. There was only shock and despair in Wang Qinghe's eyes. He was terrified to the extreme. My initial guess was right. There was indeed a trap in Lu County. It was a real trap. But how could such a trap exist in this world? Who could dig such a huge hole in one go and hide it perfectly? If it wasn't, what kind of power could cause the ground within a radius of several kilometers to collapse in an instant? Was it an immortal? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Qinghe's mind. At the same time, he felt deep regret. He should have insisted on his original plan and not come to Lu County. Otherwise, how could there be such a thing? He was finished. Under such emotions, he did not even have the mood to continue using his left foot to step on his right foot to borrow strength. He let himself fall again. In fact, this area had already collapsed into a deep pit. Even if he borrowed strength from the air dozens of times, it was impossible for him to successfully escape. The entire process of the ground collapsing seemed long, but it was actually very fast. At the city gate tower of Lu County, after Zhu Hongyi, Xu Feng'an, Chen Tong, and the others saw the light fly out, in just 2 to 3 breaths, the Wang and Xie allied forces had already sunk into the ground. The entire army was wiped out on the spot. All of them were unable to react at all. They all looked over in a daze, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. They even suspected that they were dreaming. As soon as the tens of thousands of troops arrived, the ground collapsed and everyone fell in. Even myths couldn't be told like that. This was too ridiculous. After a long while, Zhu Hongyi was the first to recover. His gaze was fixed on the huge pit in the distance. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Everyone, I want to go over and take a look at the situation there." As soon as he said this, the others recovered from their extreme shock and nodded. Yes, let's go take a look. It was too shocking just now. I didn't even see it clearly. I should go over and take a look. What a powerful immortal technique. Lord Governor is indeed an immortal. Everyone was amazed and quickly walked out of the city gate. It was just a straight line drawn on the paper, but it actually had such a great divine power. It was simply unbelievable and completely exceeded everyone's imagination. Wang Jinsheng, who was hanging on the flagpole, was completely stunned. He stared straight ahead, his eyes bulging as he muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Why did the ground collapse? This is impossible." As the flagpole was very high and was on the city wall, Wang Jinsheng was still hanging from the top. He could see the exact situation of the ground collapsing in the distance. On the ground that was originally flat, a long pitch-black chasm had appeared. It was like a straight line that had been drawn on paper and landed at the feet of Wang Xie's allied forces. It was like a divine miracle. On the other side, Wang Qingquan's mouth was wide open as he looked at the straight line that had split open in the distance. His entire body was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear. This. A few words came out of his throat, as if he wanted to speak. However, the huge visual impact caused his mind, which had just recovered a little, to suffer another heavy blow. He could not even speak properly. Then, he blinked again, as if he wanted to imprint the terrifying scene in the distance deeply in his heart. Wang Qingquan widened his eyes and suddenly let out a scream. His eyes turned white and his head drooped down. His life force quickly dissipated. He was actually scared to death. In the inner hall of the governor office, Kui Heng slowly raised his head and looked outside. Streaks of green and grey light flew over from afar. The light of fear and sorrow began to grow rapidly. The red and white lights would probably have to wait until the people in the city knew the results of the battle. After Xu Feng'an, Chen Tong, Zhu Hongyi, and the others left the city, they quickly arrived at the place where the ground had collapsed. At first, they did not dare to get too close. After all, the scene of the ground collapsing and the army falling like grapes was still fresh in their minds. These people tiptoed carefully on the ground, constantly prepared to retreat. Finally, they mustered their courage and arrived at the edge of the huge pit. Chapter 100 Immortal God's Power, a Stroke That Moves Mountains and Rivers, 3. Chapter 100 Immortal God's Power, a Stroke That Moves Mountains and Rivers, 3. They all looked down. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All of them gasped, causing the surrounding air to become much warmer. With the eyesight of Xu Feng'an and Zhu Hongyi, they could clearly estimate how deeply the ground had collapsed. 1,000 feet. If a small mountain was thrown in, the peak might not even reach the ground level. In other words, the terrain within a few kilometers had been changed, and an incomparably huge ravine had appeared out of thin air. What kind of great divine power is this? This must be the work of an immortal. Zhu Hongyi lay on the ground and looked down. He mocked himself. I was too stupid. I actually asked such a mighty figure if he had become an immortal. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. Not only had he become an immortal, such a great divine power was probably enough to make even immortals respect him. Xu Feng'an also felt his scalp tingle as he muttered, "Immortal Venerable, it's really immortal venerable." As the brush landed, the scene of instantly changing the terrain was deeply imprinted in his mind. Although he had heard about Kui Heng summoning the wind and rain to defeat an army, the scene of the ground cracking and forming a deep ravine was much more impactful than summoning some wind and rain. This even made him wonder if Kui Heng was the immortal god who saved his life back then. The immortal god who walked out of the heaven gate, high and mighty, and had 9 divine dragons pulling his carriage. As for Chen Tong, Liu Zhizhen, and Chen Ying, who had come to join in the fun at the last minute, they couldn't help but gulp when they saw the scene here. The 3 of them opened their mouths and tried to say something, but they realized that they didn't know what to say at all. They were shocked and speechless. After a long while, the 3 of them could only say 2 words. Too formidable. However, there was another direct question placed in front of everyone. What about the soldiers who had fallen into the ground? They were definitely dead, but they couldn't just leave the corpses inside. After they started rotting, it was easy for diseases to spread. And what about this huge crater? If it stayed here all the way, it would greatly affect the traffic in and out of Lu County. Let's return to the city first and ask the Lord for instructions, Chen Tong suggested, and everyone nodded. Crack, crack. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard the sound of stones falling under their feet. Their expressions changed and they wanted to retreat. But just as they moved, they saw 4 hands crawling out from the edge of the pit not far away. It was none other than Wang Qinghe and Xie Beixing. They were top-notch inner world experts after all. They didn't die from the fall and even climbed up from below. Wang Qinghe and Xie Beixing flipped over and panted heavily. They felt as if they had just survived a calamity. However, before they could steady themselves, they saw the group of people not far away and their souls almost left their body. Xu Feng'an and Zhu Hongyi immediately looked at each other and nodded. Catch them. In the governor's office. Lord, the bandit leaders Wang Qinghe and Xie Beixing have been captured by Sir Shu and Daoist Zhu. Chen Tong, as the captain, came to report the results of the battle to Kui Heng. How should we deal with these two? Haha, these two actually survived the fall. I don't know if they're lucky or unlucky. Kui Heng laughed and waved his hand. Hang these two on the flagpole too. Yes, my lord. Chen Tong held back his laughter. If those two had known that this would be the outcome, they would probably wish that they were dead. By the way, there's one more thing I have to ask you. What should we do about the chasm outside? Chapter 101 I wish to serve as the state overseer of Fengju and keep everyone safe. Chapter 101 I wish to serve as the state overseer of Fengju and keep everyone safe. It's not difficult. Kui Heng chuckled. He casually took out a piece of white paper from the table and shook it gently. Then, he injected a stream of dharmic powers into it and handed it to Chen Tong. Lord, this is? Chen Tong took the paper, puzzled. I've decided on two plans. The first one is that we can lower some earth in and fill the pit, returning it to the original state. The second one is to connect and direct the river over. The chasm will become a lake. Kui Heng smiled and said, give this piece of paper to Daoist Zhu and organize the people with Lord Liu to discuss how to deal with it. After deciding, let Daoist Zhu write his decision on the paper and burn it. This, Chen Tong's hands that were holding the white paper trembled when he heard this. He hurriedly bowed and said, yes, I will follow your orders. Then, he carefully put away the white paper and left. However, at this moment, he already understood that what he was holding was not a piece of white paper. It was a genuine immortal treasure. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. It contained the incredible power of an immortal god. After Chen Tong left, Kui Heng followed him out of the inner hall. However, he concealed the gazes of the others on him and achieved the effect of invisibility. He was also going to the pit. Not to supervise. It was because the piece of paper he had just given Chen Tong was an experiment. He sealed two different dharmic power runes on the white paper and set up a word guide that could activate the effects of the runes in advance. As long as one wrote the corresponding words on it and burned them, it could activate the effects of the dharmic power runes. However, an experiment was just an experiment. This was a method that Kui Heng had just thought of. He had never rehearsed it before, so there was a possibility of failure. If he failed in front of so many citizens and subordinates, it would be difficult to handle. Therefore, he decided to go over personally to supervise. It would naturally be best if this experiment succeeded. This meant that he had achieved a closer understanding of the transformation of golden core power into runes. He could even look forward to creating his own spells. If he failed, he could also use his dharmic powers on the spot to achieve the corresponding effect and create the illusion that he had succeeded. As for organizing the people to discuss this, it was killing two birds with one stone. Not only could he obtain the hearts of the people, but he could also obtain a lot of joy and love. Is that really what the Lord said? Zhu Hongyi, Liu Li Dao, Xu Feng'an, and the others were all dumbfounded. After hearing Chen Tong's description, their faces were filled with strange expressions. Especially after obtaining that piece of white paper. Previously, there was at least a straight line drawn on it. Now, there was only a piece of paper left. This was too exaggerated. Could this be the power of an immortal god? Could a piece of white paper fill such a huge pit? Governor Liu, what do you think? Chen Tong looked at Liu Litao. RN. Since Lord Governor has said so, we'll do as he says. Liu Litao smiled. I'll go back and gather the people with Captain Chen to discuss this. Then let's wait here. Zhu Hongyi and the others nodded. Although they were surprised, they still believed that Kui Heng could do it. After all, such a huge pit was right in front of them. Especially Zhu Hongyi. He was chosen by Kui Heng to write down the decision on the white paper. This meant that he had a chance to personally participate in the execution of a great divine power. Zhu Hongyi's expression did not change, but he was overjoyed in his heart. This is a chance to approach the truth of the great Tao. The citizens of Lu County were still very enthusiastic. After hearing that the bandits had been executed, they were already overjoyed. They were filled with gratitude towards Kui Heng and wished they could be his slaves to repay him. Now that they heard that they were to be summoned to deal with the pit left behind by the bandits, they naturally did not refuse. However, it was impossible to bring all the hundreds of thousands of people in Lu County over. In the end, under the leadership of Liu Li Dao and Chen Tong, 2,000 representatives were chosen and led to the deep pit. Of course, he also allowed the other citizens to climb up the city wall to watch. After the 2,000 representatives arrived at the deep pit, with just a glance, they knelt down on the spot and kowtowed. Immortal. This must be the work of an immortal. Lord Governor is indeed a living immortal who saves the suffering commoners. Chen Tong, Liu Li Dao, and the others did not stop them. In fact, even in their opinion, the methods Kui Heng used were no different from the legendary immortal gods. He might even be stronger. After the shouts gradually stopped, Liu Li Tao and Chen Tong began to lead the people to discuss the two plans that Kui Heng had proposed. The results of the discussion were surprisingly smooth and consistent. 99% of the people agreed with the second plan. They would connect the deep pit with the great river and accumulate water to form a lake. There were two main reasons. First, almost everyone believed that this chasm was left behind by the governor after he used a great divine power. With the blessings of the immortal gods, it was a miraculous immortal trace that could protect the entire Lu County. It was a place where auspicious signs gathered. Secondly, if this deep pit was connected to the great river, there would be a huge river more than 10 kilometers long in the middle. This way, the surrounding land could become fertile land that was especially suitable for farming. This was an irresistible temptation for the commoners. After Chen Tong and Liu Li Tao finished collecting the results of the commoners' discussion, they came to Zhu Hongyi and said with a smile, "Daoist Zhu, you saw the results." "Yes, of course." Zhu Hongyi nodded happily and said, "I'm writing the words on the decree now." "Decree?" Liu Li Tao was stunned when he heard that. Then, he nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. The paper that Lord Governor gave contains the power of a supreme technique. It should indeed be called a decree." At this moment, Kui Heng was watching from the side. He almost laughed out loud. He wanted to ask if the two of you knew that he was here. "Haha, I just felt that it was a coincidence, so I used this word." Zhu Hongyi laughed loudly and raised his hand. "Zhizhen, brush and ink." "Yes, Uncle Master." Liu Zhizhen had already prepared a brush and ink at the side. When he heard this, he immediately handed it to Zhu Hongyi. "Connect the great river and accumulate water to form a lake." Zhu Hongyi's calligraphy was elegant. The line of words were written in one breath. Then, flames appeared in his palm and instantly ignited the decree. Top-notch inner world martial cultivators could control the power of nature. There were also methods to condense flames to strengthen moves. It was not difficult to conjure a fire out of thin air. Whoosh, whoosh. The white paper was instantly burned to ashes and scattered into the air with the wind, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. Zhu Hongyi stared at the ashes with anticipation. Actually, he was also inclined to go use the great river and accumulate water to form a lake. Apart from thinking that the traces of such a great divine power should not be erased, there was also the reason why he felt that the divine power that connected the great river should be greater. After all, the closest distance between the edge of the pit and the great river was more than 10 kilometers. Connecting the two meant opening up a huge river that was more than 10 kilometers long. This was definitely only something an immortal god could do. Boom! After the ashes flew into the sky with the wind, a loud bang suddenly came from the ground. Then, it trembled violently, like an earthquake, causing many commoners to lose their balance. Immediately after, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground in front of them. It started from the edge of the pit and quickly spread towards the great river. Like a bolt of lightning that split open on the ground, It arrived at the edge of the river in the blink of an eye. Rumble. The moment the crack arrived at the river, the ground around it quickly collapsed, instantly forming a huge ravine that was hundreds of feet wide. The torrential river water seemed to have found an outlet all of a sudden. It immediately surged in along the ravine and quickly flowed towards the deep pit that already existed. At the same time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The rain poured down into the ravine, into the great river, and into the deep pit. Crash! The waves roared, causing the ground to tremble. It was as if a new water dragon was being born, announcing its arrival to the world. The Lord is mighty. Immortal venerable is amazing. Liu Litao, Chen Tong, Xu Feng'an, Zhu Hongyi, Liu Zhizhen, and Chen Ying, who had come to join in the fun, all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the surging river. They were kneeling to the might of nature and Kui Heng. As for the 2,000 commoners, they had already prostrated themselves on the ground and were chanting names like Governor Immortal, Lu God, Giant River God, and so on. It was obvious that they really treated Kui Heng as an immortal. The citizens watching from the distant city wall also knelt on the ground. Their worship and love for Kui Heng had reached an extreme, and the joy in their hearts was indescribable. At this moment, Kui Heng was standing beside the newly born river and lake. His eyes were slightly closed as he opened his arms, enjoying the feeling of white and red light constantly surging into his body. The white and red lights, which had already exceeded a foot in height, were enhanced again. They increased by a further 3 inches in one go. At the same time, he understood that after this emotional outburst, the people in Lu County could no longer provide him with any more emotional feedback. Kui Heng's figure swayed slightly, and he instantly flew 100,000 feet into the sky. He looked down at the mountains and rivers below and muttered, "It's time to take down the position of state overseer." The Wang family of Langya and the Xie family of Pingshan had joined forces and led tens of thousands of soldiers to attack Lu County. In the end, they were all wiped out. Chapter 102 Wine and meat rot behind vermilion gates while at the roadside, people freeze to death. 1. Chapter 102 Wine and meat rot behind vermilion gates while at the roadside, people freeze to death. 1. Outside the Lu County Governor's office. Countless citizens knelt by the roadside, not to seek justice, but to persuade Kui Heng to stay. At this moment, more than 10 days had passed since Wang Qinghe and Xie Beixing were hung on the flagpole of the city gate tower. Everyone knew about Kui Heng's letter to the other counties. The citizens of Lu County naturally knew about it as well. Hence, starting from 3 days ago, citizens would gather outside the governor office to petition for Kui Heng to stay as the governor of Lu County. Although when Liu Litao was the county governor in the past, the commoners were also considered to be living and working in peace. But everything was afraid of comparison. After Kui Heng came here, he split up the rich merchants' fields and wiped out the merchants, families, sects, and other forces that bullied the commoners. The standard of living of the commoners had risen by countless levels. RSONV, please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. Any normal person would hope that the place they lived in would always be managed by an official like Kui Heng. In the governor's office. Liu Litao reported helplessly, "Lord, the people can't bear to let you leave. May I ask how we should handle this matter?" Kui Heng was still looking at the map of Fengzhou's 13 counties. He smiled and said, "You're the deputy. You should already have some ideas, right?" Liu Litao fell silent for a moment before nodding. "Lord, you have a sharp eye. I have indeed thought of a solution." Kui Heng nodded lightly and said, "Speak." Liu Litao said in a low voice, "My lord, the people are worried that after you leave, if another governor comes, those who have already been purged will counterattack and ruin their hard-earned lives. As long as the people know that even if you leave Lu County, your eyes will still be on this place, and the previous government decrees will continue to be implemented here, it should be able to reassure the people." "You mean," Kui Heng pondered for a moment and chuckled, "you want me to not let go of my jurisdiction over Lu County even when I sit in the position of Fengzhou State Overseer?" "Lord, this is the will of the people." Liu Litao bowed and asked, "After you become the State Overseer of Fengzhou, Can you imitate the provincial governor system of the Great Jin and set Lu County as the direct jurisdiction of Changfeng Prefecture? Changfeng Prefecture was the capital of Fengju and also the main city of the Fengju Prefecture. If Lu County was under the jurisdiction of the state overseer, there would be no need to establish a new governor. He only needed to keep the deputy governor and captain in charge of political and military affairs. At the same time, he would send an official directly under the state overseer's capital to inspect the entire army regularly and report back to the state capital. This situation was similar to the situation when the country of Jin was established. At that time, that position was even called the state governor. At that time, the world had just been set. In order to divide the power of the local authorities, the imperial court divided the 13 states into 241 counties, which were all independent and equal. The central government would regularly send state governors to inspect the local government affairs and report the results of the inspection to the imperial court to maintain direct jurisdiction over the local government affairs and military affairs. At that time, the territory of a state was only an inspection area. The state governor did not have direct administrative and military authority. He did not even have an official office. He could only visit everywhere and report back to the imperial court regularly. The inspection area was not fixed, and they had to change places every year. The mountains were high and the roads were long. The journey was tiring. The power they held was small, and the benefits were poor. Only the labor was genuine. However, this situation only lasted for a few decades before stopping. As the various counties were independent and the local power was too scattered, they could not resist the uprising of the revolutionary armies that often rebelled, nor could they suppress the various large sects and families. Therefore, the Great Jin Imperial Court could only change the state governors to state overseers and allowed them to set up offices and recruit officials. The Prime Minister also had great military power. In ancient times, the state governors only needed to inspect a state. There was no special case where a state governor sent people to patrol a county. Kui Heng smiled and did not object to this. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It is possible to set up a prefecture-level county, which is called Fu County. Sir Liu, who do you think can be appointed to oversee?" "Of course it's Lord Chen." Liu Litao understood what Kui Heng meant the moment he heard the name of the official position. And Hui Shi was indeed the most suitable. Now, Hui Shi was already in charge of 17 counties. If not for Kui Heng sending him out to deliver a letter at the last minute, he would probably be in charge of 21 counties at the same time. In order to implement Kui Heng's new decree in the various counties, Hui Shi had already offended all the families, sects, and merchants in the county. Many landlords had also written down Hui Shi's name and kept it in their homes, cursing him every day in secret. There was absolutely no room for reconciliation. Actually, if he didn't know that Hui Shi was Kui Heng's sharpest knife, Liu Litao would have persuaded Kui Heng to appoint Hui Shi as the new governor of Lu County. The commoners would definitely not object. After all, Hui Shi had long stood on the opposite side of those who wanted to counterattack. Hui Shi is indeed a good candidate. Kui Heng nodded slightly and said, "Since the matter of Fu County has been decided, and there's also a deputy governor, you have to choose a good successor." Deputy governor? Liu Litao was stunned when he heard that. Wasn't he the deputy governor? However, he quickly reacted and said in surprise, "Lord, are you bringing me to Changfeng Prefecture? After choosing a successor here, I'll bring you over." Kui Heng chuckled and said, "A state overseer also needs someone to help him with government affairs. You've done well recently. Tell Chen Tong to find a successor too." "Thank you, my lord." Liu Litao knelt down on the spot in excitement. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He never dreamed that he would have the chance to become a state official in his life. Chapter 103 The Red Door Stinks with Wine and Meat, There Are Frozen Bones on the Road, 2. Chapter 103 The Red Door Stinks with Wine and Meat, There Are Frozen Bones on the Road, 2. The main subordinates of the state overseer had many responsibilities. The most important one was not to engage in politics and assist the state overseer in managing the state affairs. Their authority and status were extremely high. In terms of territory and authority, They might even surpass the Prime Minister of the country of kings 1,000 years ago. There's no need for that. As for how well you do, it's still up to you. Kui Heng waved his hand and asked with a smile, by the way, where did Huisha send the letter to? My lord, early this morning, Sir Chen sent someone back to report the progress. They said that they had finished sending it to 11 counties, Liu Litao said respectfully. Luoan County and Changfeng Prefecture have to receive it. In that case, he should be going to Luoan County next. Kui Heng thought for a moment and smiled. I remember that this Luoan governor is called Ren Yuenkue. It's said that he has already obtained the support of 2 of the 7 distinguished families. There were 2 necessary conditions to succeed the position of state overseer. One was to obtain the support of 2 of the 7 distinguished families, or one of the Daoi Palace and the Baolin Zen Temple. The other was to obtain the support of another current state overseer. This meant that Ren Yuenkue was only short of obtaining the support of a state overseer before he could follow the normal procedures to succeed as Fengzhou's state overseer. Yes, my lord. Liu Litao nodded. This Ren Yuenkue is the best at exploiting others. He has a very good relationship with the various large families, sects, and merchants. It's said that he has already started discussing with several state overseers, hoping to obtain support from them. If one wants to obtain the support of the other state overseers, I'm afraid there are conditions. Kui Heng smiled. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. I heard that they want to use the taxes of all the people in Fengzhou as a bargaining chip. Liu Litao was quite well informed. It's just that the distribution ratio hasn't been settled yet. It hasn't been decided yet. TSK, using the taxes of a state as a bargaining chip. Kui Heng turned to look in the direction of Luoan County and sneered. This is really a business without capital. Luoan County was once the richest place in Fengzhou. It had even been the capital of Fengzhou during the previous dynasty. Although it was no longer as glorious as before, it was still a place whose military strength was second only to the Changfeng Prefecture. When the previous state overseer, Cao Quan, was still alive, the county magistrate of Luoan County, Yuan Kue, had some self-respect and directly ignored the order from the state overseer to attack the rebels. This directly caused the Yang rebels to be unstoppable for a long time, allowing them to quickly occupy several large counties. A few months ago, Cao Quan was assassinated and the Yang rebels were defeated and destroyed. Ren Yuenkue had an idea and started to desperately contact the various large factions. After paying a considerable price, he finally obtained the support of the Yi and Jiang families of Jiangnan. Next, as long as he obtained the support of a current state overseer, he could become the state overseer of Fengzhou as he wished. In order to realize this dream of his, Ren Yuenkue had the opportunity to hold a banquet at home every day. He could either entertain the envoys of the various large factions or receive people sent by other state overseers. Of course, the most grand banquet was definitely the banquets for the other state overseers. Like today. The Yu state overseer, Wei Xiong, came to discuss the selection of the Feng Prefecture state overseer with Ren Yuenkue. This was the 3rd time they had discussed this. According to tradition, as long as the outcome of this negotiation was more or less satisfactory to both parties, the matter could basically be settled. Therefore, Ren Yuenkue took it very seriously. At the banquet, 3 cows and sheep were prepared. There were 12 types of honey, 16 types of fruits, 9 species of precious wild birds, as well as monkeys, snakes, rabbits, and other kinds of native wild game. There was also an endless flow of fine wine. The entire banquet hall was filled with the fragrance of wine and meat. Even if more than 100 people were invited to this banquet, it would be more than enough. They might not be able to finish everything. However, in reality, there were only 2 people attending the banquet, the governor of Luoan County, Yuan Kue, and the Yu State's Bi Weixiong. Of course, there were also musicians formed by 72 people playing music at the side. 24 young girls dressed in thin veils danced on the banquet floor. However, they were not qualified to taste the delicacies at the banquet. Wei Xiong was already in his 60s, but his physique was still strong. He was a burly man nearly 9 feet tall with a beard. He didn't look like a civil official. He looked more like a general. He narrowed his eyes as he admired the graceful figures of a few young female dancers. He casually pointed at two of them and said with a smile, "Governor Ren, these two are not bad. Send them to my room to play tonight. Haha, as long as you like them, even if you want all of them, it's fine." Ren Yuenkue laughed and said, "These are all young chicks that we've carefully selected. All of them are 28 years old and have never touched rain or dew. No, I'm old, so I can't show off anymore." Wei Yixiong's gaze swept across the young girls' half-covered bodies. He shook his head and said, "If I were 10 years younger, I would definitely fight to my heart's content tonight. Haha, don't say that. You're still at the age where you're full of vigor." Ren Yuenkue poured a glass of wine for Wei Yixiong and flattered, "You're definitely as impressive as before. Haha, I like listening to you. Alright, I'll add 2 more girls." Wei Yixiong laughed and ordered 2 more young female dancers. Suddenly, he changed the topic. "However, having fun is one thing. Don't think about relying on these to make me help you bargain with Overseer Shen." Overseer Shen was the Yu State Overseer, Shen Yu. Chapter 104 Red Door Stinks with Wine and Meat, Frozen Bones on the Road, 3. Chapter 104 Red Door Stinks with Wine and Meat, Frozen Bones on the Road, 3. Of course. Ren Yuenkue nodded repeatedly, then lowered his voice and asked, "What did Overseer Shen say? Has it been decided?" "Heh, I was waiting for you to ask." Wei Yixiong took a sip of wine and said with a smile, 30% of 10 years tax for Fengzhou's 12 counties. Lu County is rich and prosperous, so we want an additional 20% from there. How about that?" Ren Yuenkue's eyebrows twitched when he heard this. He smiled bitterly and said, "You know that in order to gain the support of the Yi and Jiang families, I've already given 40% of Fengzhou's taxes to them. If I give 30% more..." "Hihi, Governor Ren, don't hide it from me." Wei Yixiong sneered and said, "I don't believe that you won't increase the taxes after you take office. What we're setting now is only the current tax rate. Even if you give out 100%, as long as you become the governor of Fengzhou and double the tax rate of those bumpkins, won't you earn it all back? If the taxes are too high, I'm afraid the officials will lead the people to rebel." Ren Yuenkue still had a bitter expression. F***CKU, are you pretending to be a loving parent now? Wei Yixiong scolded jokingly, "There are people starving to death by the roadside every day in your county city. I don't see anyone rebelling." Ren Yuenkue was speechless. Actually, under his rule, in order to ensure the expenditure of the army, countless citizens had already starved to death. When I came, Overseer Shen had already told me. Wei Yixiong followed up with another killing move. "If we can't reach an agreement here, we'll have to ask the governor of Lu County. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. You want to ask Kui Heng?" Ren Yuenkue's eyes widened when he heard that. He stood up and said, "How can you look for him? That fellow is enforcing government orders in the various counties under his rule and forcefully buying the assets of the various large factions at 10% of the market price. If he becomes the state overseer, we won't have a good time. Moreover, he even destroyed the Wang and Xie Alliance army and captured Wang Qinghe and Xie Beixing. He has offended the Wang family of Langya and the Xie family of Pingshan thoroughly. How can we let him be the state overseer? No, definitely not." After the destruction of the Wang and Xie allied forces, the various counties in Fengzhou had sent spies to investigate and find out the truth. The results were that Governor Kui Heng had used a great divine power to kill all the soldiers of the Wang and Xie allied forces, and there was also the river and lake as evidence. However, not many people believed this. This was because it was too unbelievable. It was a complete challenge to one's common sense. At most, they were a little skeptical. Most people thought that they had used the terrain to set a trap in advance and drowned the army. Unless one had personally experienced or seen it with their own eyes, it was very difficult to truly believe such an outrageous thing. Whether it happens or not, it's still up to you, the governor of Luoan County. Wei Yixiong took a slow sip of wine and said with a smile, 30% of the taxes of Fengzhou's 12 counties for 10 years. Lu County's share will increase by 10%. This is the bottom line. Ren Yuankue's expression kept changing. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. All right, I'll do it. A grand banquet was being held in the Luoan County Governor's office. However, the streets outside were filled with cold winds. The doors of the houses were tightly shut, and many beggars were hiding in the alleys to avoid the cold wind. All of them were shivering from the cold. It was already night when Wuxia arrived. The road was quiet and deserted. It was dark and he could hear a dog barking. He turned to see a beggar fighting a dog for a bone. Not far from the beggar lay a child who looked to be less than 10 years old. His body was stiff and motionless. It was obvious that he had been dead for some time. This is a county city. Wuxia frowned slightly. Before he came to Luoan County, he had heard that this was the most powerful county besides Chongfeng County. He did not expect it to look like this. However, he couldn't care less about such matters for the time being. Hence, he walked straight towards the governor's office. There were 2 bailiffs in front of the governor's official office. When they saw Wuxia walking over, their eyes lit up and they muttered, "Haha, there's actually someone who's not afraid of death and dares to walk around in front of the prefectural governor's mansion at night. We have money for wine now." Hence, the 2 bailiffs immediately stepped forward and stopped Wuxia. They shouted sternly, "Stop! Where did this unruly commoner come from? How dare you barge into the governor's mansion at night? I'm an envoy sent by Governor Lu Kuiheng to deliver a letter to Governor Luoan. Wuxia's temper has improved a lot recently. He explained patiently, I'm not some unruly person, nor am I here to break into the governor's mansion at night. Please let me through. What bullsh *T governor of Lu County? I've never heard of him. I think you just want to barge into the governor's mansion at night. How could the 2 constables understand human language? They directly stretched out their hands and sneered, 5 taels of silver, or go to jail. Oh! Wuxia suddenly grinned. Is that so? Chapter 105 This is all a conspiracy of the Daoi Palace. Chapter 105 This is all a conspiracy of the Daoi Palace. Ha ha ha. It's good that Governor Ren has agreed. Wei Xiong laughed heartily and took the initiative to raise his wine glass. Come, let this old man toast you. All right. Ren Yuankue nodded heavily and raised his wine glass as well. In the future, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me. Please also help me to say a few good words in front of Governor Shen. Of course. There's no problem. Wei Xiong drank the wine in one gulp and smiled comfortably. After all, as the state overseer of the Prime Minister's state, it was almost equivalent to him obtaining the taxes of Fengju. It was obvious how many resources could be allocated at will. This was a huge gift. Then I'll have to trouble you not to raise it anymore. Ren Yuankue toasted Wei Xiong again and pretended to be bitter. I'm really so poor this time. Hehe, you're still singing opera with me? Wei Xiong scolded jokingly, would you suffer a loss? You can just increase the taxes of the people. As long as there's no one like Heavenly King Hongwu in Fengju, it's impossible for you to suffer a loss. Ha ha ha. Ren Yuankue laughed loudly and stopped talking actually. To him, this deal was still very worth it. As long as he could become the state overseer of Fengju. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. It was all worth it. He could get back everything he had sacrificed now. Moreover, even if he promised the Yu prefecture benefits, he did not use his own money. In the end, the people who were oppressed were ordinary people. They could not even touch the interests of the families, sects, or even merchants. This would not really affect his rule over Fengju. It did not matter even if a rebel army really erupted. At that time, he could easily persuade the families, sects, and merchants to suppress the rebel army. After all, these people held the foundations of the ordinary citizens. If their foundation collapsed, so be it. They would definitely join forces to suppress them. They're just a bunch of bumpkins. Without a powerful backer, it's impossible for them to rebel. Ren Yuankue looked outside and sneered, there's no Heavenly King Hongwu now. Since ancient times, there have been countless kings and generals. Only heavenly King Hongwu from more than 200 years ago could sweep through the world. Even after so long, the name Hongwu was still the nightmare of all the superiors in the world. Unfortunately, there was only one heavenly King Hongwu. There would never be a second one, and there could never be a second one. This was the common understanding of all the rulers in the world. That's right. There's no Hongwu now, and there won't be any in the future. Wei Xiong nodded in agreement. However, he seemed to have thought of something else. He looked in the direction of Lu County and frowned. By the way, how much do you know about the governor of Lu County? Why? Sir still wants to look for him? Ren Yuankue immediately became vigilant when he heard this. We've already agreed on this earlier. Haha, what are you thinking? Wei Xiong waved his hand and said with a smile, it's just that when we talked about Hongwu just now, I feel that Kui Heng's style of doing things is a little similar to that person. Don't you think so? Yes, he divided the fields of the rich, seized the businesses of the various families and sects, and took control of the livelihoods of the people. Ren Yuankue nodded and said in shock, that's right, it's indeed very similar. However, he was using the method of implementing a new government decree and conducting experiments in the various counties under his rule, so it didn't attract much attention. Thinking about it carefully, this is completely a replica of heavenly King Hongwu. Actually, when I said that Governor Shun wanted me to cooperate with Kui Heng, it was just a provocation. Wei Xiong suddenly smiled and said, actually, after Governor Shun heard about Kui Heng's actions in the various counties of Lu County, he asked me to investigate the truth. How much do you know about him? Ha ha ha, Sir scared me quite badly just now. Ren Yuankue heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this and said with a smile, as for Kui Heng, I've indeed understood him a little. This person seemed to have suddenly appeared half a year ago. At this point, he paused and recalled as he said, a few months ago, he appeared in Lu County's Juhe County and became the county magistrate. He used the method of eliminating a rich and oppressive lord to split the fields to win the hearts of the people and was loved. Later on, he accepted the transfer of power from Liu Litao, the former governor of Lu County, and became the new governor of Lu County. As soon as he arrived, he started a food and salt war with the merchants controlled by the Wang clan of Langya and the Taichung sect. After fighting for a month, he completely won over the hearts of the people in the county city. Then, they brazenly attacked and wiped out those merchants. Even the eldest son of the second branch of the Wang family in Langya, Wang Jinsheng, and the fourth branch's head, Wang Qingchuan, were captured. They could be said to be extremely daring. After that, he began to send one of his subordinates to the various counties under his rule to implement the new government decree. He even beat up the rich to distribute the fields. To this day, he has almost offended all the major forces in the country. Finally, there's the major event that happened recently. The Wang family of Langya and the Xie family of Pingshan joined forces with the major forces of the various counties of Lu Prefecture and attacked Lu County with tens of thousands of troops. In the end, they were drowned by a trap set by him and were completely wiped out. To be honest, this fellow is indeed a character. Was it really a trap? Wei Xiong stroked his beard and frowned. Why did I hear that this Governor Lu has great divine abilities and can summon the wind and rain? Previously, when we were in Juhe County, he summoned a flood to drown the Yang bandit army. This time, the Wang and Xie Alliance army was destroyed and they failed to attack Lu County. There was also news that the governor of Lu County used a great divine power. It's said that at that time, the ground under the feet of the Wang and Xie Alliance army collapsed, and tens of thousands of troops were instantly buried in a deep pit. After that, the deep pit was connected to the giant river, leaving behind a large lake and a long river. Governor Ren, how trustworthy do you think this is? It's impossible. Ren Yuankue shook his head and frowned. I've heard the rumors about Kui Heng's great divine power as well, but they're too exaggerated. How can there be such a person in the world? Even the immortals of the upper world can't do it. Governor Ren, have you sent someone to take a look? Wei Xiong thought for a moment and said, it's that big river and the big lake. The first time might be luck, but it's too much of a coincidence if it's the second time. In most people's understanding, The saying that Kui Heng had great divine powers was only about the incident in Juhe County summoning the wind and rain and the time in Lu County where the Wang and Xie's allied forces were defeated. After all, both incidents had happened in public. As for what happened in Shilling City, because no one saw Kui Heng casting the spell, very few people would link this to Kui Heng. Only a portion of the people who had migrated from Juhe County from Shilling County guessed that it might have been Kui Heng's doing. However, it was only a guess. Most of them thought that the Yang bandit army had committed too many injustices and suffered the wrath of the heavens. In this ancient society, feudal superstitions were the mainstream values. Of course I went to take a look. Seeing is believing. Ren Yuenkue smiled and said, "The river is surging, and the lake water and smoke are indeed astonishing. It's simply a creation of nature. If this was really caused by a single person, then the governor of Lu County would be an immortal saint walking in the mortal world, an invincible Buddha. Unfortunately, me. Oh." Seeing this, Wei Xiong hurriedly asked, "Governor Ren has clues to the truth?" "Hehe, actually, it's not much of a clue. Many of the county governor's spies should have already found out." Ren Yuenkue smiled and said, "Guess who our spies saw in Lu County City?" "Who?" Wei Xiong asked curiously. "Zhu Hongyi." Ren Yuenkue clapped his hands and said with a smile, "In fact, when the so-called giant river connected the deep pits and gathered the river water into a lake, it was Zhu Hongyi who did it." "Zhu Hongyi, isn't he the personal disciple of the Dawi Palace's sect master, Zhong Shuming?" Wei Xiong was instantly bewildered when he heard this. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and he suddenly jolted as if he had suddenly thought of something. "You mean to say that all of this is actually Dawi Palace?" "That's right." Ren Yuenkue nodded and said solemnly, "If I'm not wrong, this Kui Heng has been a chess piece of the Dawi Palace from the beginning, a chess piece that interfered with the once every 100 years immortal opportunities event, and even the interests of the human world. Perhaps you don't know yet, but just a few days ago, this Lu County governor has already started to send letters to the various county governors, openly proclaiming that he wants to be a state overseer. He even asked us to behave ourselves." "Yes, then everything can be explained." Wei Xiong felt that everything had suddenly become clear. He smiled and said, "A person with no background became a governor in just a few months. He even did shocking things one after another and wanted to fight for the position of state overseer. It's obviously impossible to do this with just one person's strength. There must be an extremely powerful force secretly adding fuel to the fire. And the force that can fake the summoning of wind and rain, or even collapse the earth and connect rivers, is definitely the Dawi Palace. Dawi Palace claims to have a legacy passed down for 10,000 years and has an extremely deep foundation. It's unknown how many immortal artifacts are hidden there. Their martial arts are also very close to nature. It's very likely that they have immortal artifacts that can affect the weather for a short period of time. If I had the power of an immortal artifact and the help of a deity realm expert, it's not impossible to dig a huge hole in the ground in advance to set up a trap. It's enough to forge a world-shaking divine power. Using the so-called Great Divine Power twice to strengthen Kui Heng's might, he took the opportunity when his might was at its strongest to send a letter to the governors of the various counties to demonstrate his might, intending to subdue them without a fight. All right, what a good plan. As expected of the head of the Dao sect, Dawi Palace is really good at scheming. It's no small matter. After a round of review, the two of them clearly analyzed Kui Heng's true appearance. Ever since Kui Heng appeared, every major thing he did could point to the schemes of Dawi Palace. That's right. This Dawi Palace is not simple. Ren Yuenkue smiled bitterly and said, "Kui Heng is at most a chess piece of the Dawi Palace. He's nothing much, but the Dawi Palace behind him is extremely troublesome. Don't worry, I won't hide it from you. If not for the fact that I had already handed over 40% of my taxes to win the support of the Yi and Jiang families, I really wouldn't have wanted to fight for the position of state overseer. Now, I have no choice but to do this." "Hehe, don't tell me you're going to give up the position of state overseer to Kui Heng." Wei Xiong saw through his thoughts and sneered. "Don't even think about bargaining. Even if you don't fight for the position of state overseer and let Kui Heng take it, with his political authority, you'll also be hung on the flagpole." "Ha ha ha, Since Sir can also tell, I won't bargain anymore. Ren Yuankuei's expression changed as he laughed again. Actually, I've discussed this with the other county governors before and finally thought of a solution. Since Kui Heng has the support of Dawei Palace, why don't we just look for the enemies of Dawei Palace? You mean, the Baolin Buddhist Hall? Wei Xiong was stunned for a moment before he laughed loudly. Haha, that's true. That group of monks are indeed mortal enemies with the Taoists of the Dawei Palace. In that case, Kui Heng will be sandwiched between the two giants, the Dawei Palace and the Baolin Buddhist Hall. Under the pull of the two sides, it's impossible for him to sit in the position of the state overseer. In the end, you will still be able to take that seat through normal procedures. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud noise outside, as if the door had been kicked open. Immediately after, two figures were thrown in. Who is it? Ren Yuankue shouted sternly. Someone, come quickly, there's an assassin. Whoever dares to approach will be killed on the spot. Hui Shi pulled out the steel saber at his waist and casually slashed out a 30-foot saber beam, blocking the group of soldiers outside. Then, he looked at Ren Yuankue. Your county governor Luoan? I'm the envoy of Governor Lu. I have a letter for you. Come and receive it. Chapter 106 Under the Golden Light Mountain, White-Robed Divine Monk, 1. Chapter 106 Under the Golden Light Mountain, White-Robed Divine Monk, 1. So you're Chen Huisha. Ren Yuankue immediately recognized Hui Shi's identity and snorted. Is this how Kui Heng educates his subordinates? How dare you be disrespectful to my lord? Hui Shi's eyes widened, and his body swayed slightly. In an instant, he crossed dozens of feet and arrived in front of Ren Yuankue, placing the steel saber in his hand on his neck. You! Ren Yuankue felt the cold touch of steel on his neck and Hui Shi's murderous intent that seemed to have solidified. He was completely stunned. Hui Shi's martial arts skills far exceeded his expectations. As the governor with the strongest military strength in Fengju, his own martial cultivation was not weak. He had already reached the Qi transformation realm. In the pugilistic world, he was enough to be called a grandmaster. However, the difference between a Qi transformation grandmaster and a Xiantian grandmaster like Hui Shi was still too great. Ren Yuankue could clearly feel that he had no room to resist under the other party's saber, so he cowered on the spot and hurriedly said, "Let's talk things out. I didn't expect the messengers sent by Kui Heng to all be Xiantian grandmasters." Wei Xiong was also shocked. As a guest of the Yu prefecture, he had a respected status. But he had never seen many Xiantian grandmasters before, let alone such a young one. If Kui Heng is really alone, it's impossible for him to have such a subordinate. Dawei Palace must have sent someone to help him build momentum to take the position of Fengju State Overseer. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. From the looks of it, the Dawei Palace is really willing to spend a lot of capital on this. They even sent out such an expert. Even for the head of the Dao sects, such a young Xiantian grandmaster is rare. Hui Shi looked no more than 30 years old. A Xiantian grandmaster at this age was extremely rare in the entire world. However, this also made Wei Xiong even more convinced that his previous deduction with Ren Yuankue was right. Kui Heng was very likely a pawn pushed out by the Dawei Palace. I have to hurry up and invite the Baolin Buddhist Hall's abbot over. Otherwise, our interests in Fengju will definitely be greatly affected. Wei Xiong secretly decided that after leaving Luoan County, he would directly go to Yuzhou's Golden Light Mountain to visit the Baolin Buddhist Hall. Hui Shi did not care what they thought. Seeing that the two of them had softened their attitude, he put away his steel saber and took out a letter for Ren Yuankue. He snorted and said, "This is a letter from our lord. Just do as he says." With that, he picked up his saber and walked out of the county governor's office. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. In the future, discipline your guard dogs. Only then did he leave. When Hui Shi left, Ren Yuankue was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He raised his hand and pointed at the door. He opened his mouth and wanted to curse, but he was afraid that Hui Shi would hear him from afar, so he could only shut his mouth and suppress his anger as he opened the letter. It was Kui Heng's words. I wish to serve as the state overseer of Fengju and keep everyone safe. Pa. Ren Yuankue tore the letter into pieces and threw it out fiercely as he cursed, "This is too much, too much." Then, he looked at Wei Xiong and said in a low voice, "Sir, I'll go to Yuzhou with you. We must invite their abbot here to kill these people's prestige." "All right." Wei Xiong nodded and said, "Then let's go together." This person is indeed too arrogant. After Hui Shi left Luoan County City, he headed to the last stop of his trip, Changfeng Prefecture. As the capital of a state, the situation of the people here was much better than that of other counties, but the extent was also very limited. The people could only barely eat their fill. However, along the way, Hui Shi had already seen many strange counties. The situation here in Changfeng State Capital was already considered top-notch compared to the rest, and it gave him a good impression. Moreover, after asking the commoners, they found out that the Changfeng Prefecture's government was actually not that good in the past. Everyone basically had to count their food and worry about their next meals, and they were often exploited by the officials. Their lives were very difficult. Everything had only started to improve after the original governor of Fengju, Cao Quan, was assassinated. Hence, Hui Shi followed the normal etiquette and went to pay his respects after sending the greeting card. Wu Yin was only in his 40s this year. To be able to hold such a high position at such a young age, ruling over a capital city, he was definitely a dragon among men. However, Cao Quan was a very domineering person. When he was an advisor, he had almost no presence. Even if he discovered some flaws in the policies and told Cao Quan about it, he would be ignored. It was only after Cao Quan's assassination that Wu Yin finally had the chance to show his skills. He improved the people's livelihood and protected them. In just a few months, he cleaned up the government of Changfeng Prefecture and the lives of the people became much better. Seeing the bright eyes of the citizens and their happy smiles, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. But he was also a little worried. That was because it was impossible for Fengju to have no state overseer all the time. His superiors would definitely send another state overseer to suppress them. At that time, it would be unknown if he could still maintain these policies. It would be great if Kui Heng, the governor of Lu County, came to be the state overseer of Fengju. Wu Yin thought to himself. He had also heard about the political decrees Kui Heng had implemented in Lu County. In his opinion, only officials who were dedicated to serving the people and would rather offend the large clans, sects, and merchants from all over the world to let the people live in peace were truly good officials. Only then would they have the qualifications to be called governor. Therefore, he sincerely admired Kui Heng and yearned for him to take office. Chapter 107 Under the Golden Light Mountain, White-Robed Divine Monk, 2. Chapter 107 Under the Golden Light Mountain, White-Robed Divine Monk, 2. In the government office. Wu Yin was handling the documents from the various counties. This involved the government affairs of the various counties and the distribution of some resources. In order to handle these matters well, he was often extremely busy. "Lord, someone has sent a visitation card." At this moment, a subordinate official handed over a visiting card. Wu Yin also valued the people who came to visit and would not neglect anyone. Even though he was very busy now, he still took the invitation. However, after taking a look, he stood up immediately. His eyes lit up as he said excitedly, "It's actually Governor Kui's envoy. Quickly invite him in the governor's office in Lu County." Kui Heng's eyes were slightly closed as he looked into his dantian to observe his current golden core state and comprehend the changes in the power of the 7 emotions. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. The height of the red and white lights, which symbolizes joy and love, was the tallest. They were all more than 3 feet tall and were the 2 tallest lights among the light of 7 emotions. This was thanks to the gratitude and love of the people in Lu County, as well as the support of the various counties under Lu County's rule. Next was the black light that symbolizes evil. Under Hui Shi's relentless efforts, the nobles of the various counties below Lu County hated Kui Heng to the core. This emotion had also caused the height of the black light to reach 3 feet tall. Then, There was the green color that symbolizes fear. When he destroyed the Wang and Xie allied forces, he received a large amount of fear feedback. The green light quickly grew and reached a foot tall. Next was the gray color that symbolizes sorrow. Although it had not reached a foot, it was already 9 inches tall. It should not be far from a foot. The purple light that symbolizes anger and the yellow light that symbolizes desire were shorter. The former was a little more than 7 inches, mainly due to the anger of the various nobles. The latter was just over 6 inches, and once again, it was the shortest light of the 7 emotions. See. Her. At this moment, Kui Heng suddenly exclaimed. With a thought, a ball of 7-colored light appeared in front of him. This was the 7 emotions gem he had given to Wuxia. At this moment, a ball of black and purple light was circling in the center of this 7-colored light. It was the anger and disgust Wuxia had gathered during the delivery. Quite a lot, Kui Heng said in surprise. He felt that the purple light had increased by 50%, and the black light had increased by 80%. It was about to reach the height of 1.2 feet. When I become the governor of Fengju and start to implement the new government decree, together with the other 11 counties, the 7 emotions of all life that I can collect will definitely welcome an explosive period. Moreover, I have a feeling that when the light of 7 emotions around the golden core reaches a height of 3 feet, there should be some great changes. Kui Heng was looking forward to this, but he still had a problem. How do I get more yellow light? According to his previous experience, only desire towards him could produce yellow light. This desire was not limited to lust. There was also physical desire, the desire to seek knowledge, desire to seek Tao, and so on. Perhaps it was because people's desire to live was too self-centered, and only in a few cases would it point to him. There were very few situations where he could collect it. If I'm shameless enough, I can go to the brothel to save the courtesans. With my looks and temperament, I can definitely make them easily develop sexual desires. Kui Heng began to think about this seriously. As a cultivator with a perfected golden core, his appearance and figure were extremely perfect. He matched the highest aesthetic standards of most people, and his temperament was even more impeccable. To any woman, he represented a fatal attraction. If he was willing to go to a brothel, he would definitely be able to make countless women fall for him and easily obtain the yellow light. However, there were not that many women in brothels, and they usually did not have any martial cultivation. If he wanted to rely on this direction to collect the yellow light, he would probably have to save millions of women. Who could stand this? Actually, there was another more shameless way. It was impossible for ordinary mortal women to resist the charm of a golden core cultivator. As long as he did not restrain his aura and released some temptation, he could do many dirty and evil things. It was possible to collect a large amount of 7 emotions light at the same time. It's really easy to gather the 7 emotions of all living beings at the late-stage golden core realm. Kui Heng thought to himself, if I use those evil methods, the yellow light is the easiest to obtain, but the red and white light will be much harder. He did not intend to take that path. That was different from what he had expected of himself. He would rather spend more time and effort. If I eliminate the evil methods, the easiest way to collect the yellow light should be to stimulate one's desire for knowledge and pursuit. Thinking of this, Kui Heng thought of Shu Bailu and Zhu Hongyi's performance in the past. If I preach to others and impart martial cultivation techniques that can allow one to reach the 8th or 9th level of qi refinement, or even the foundation establishment realm, can I collect a large amount of yellow light? He thought the idea was feasible. His first choice was naturally the Immortal Dawn sect. This was his inheritance to begin with, so it could be perfectly connected. As for the Daoi Palace, it would depend on their performance and luck. Other than imparting techniques, if I forge a rare treasure or immortal artifact, it may be able to stimulate others' desire to seek the Tao. It can also attract the attention of many experts, preventing them from obstructing me from carrying out the government decree. Another thought appeared in Kui Heng's mind, and he immediately smiled. This is a method to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Coincidentally, I now have 2 more emotions that have reached more than a foot tall. I can condense 2 more 7 emotions gemstones. If he creates a rare treasure or immortal artifact, he has to place a 7 emotions gem inside. Only then could he collect the 7 emotions of all living beings regardless of the distance. This was the prerequisite for implementing this plan. However, I still have to consider the type of rare treasures or immortal artifacts I create carefully. Kui Heng fell into deep thought again and thought to himself, what types of items are the most likely to cause competition, or what types of groups like to fight for these? This kind of thing was only suitable for 1 or 2 times. The best effect would only show the first time. If it was used too many times, there would definitely not be so many people paying attention to it. Therefore, he had to consider it carefully. However, after thinking about it, Kui Heng could not make up his mind. His understanding of this world was still too lacking. Hence, he called Zhu Hongyi and Xu Feng'an over. The two of them looked puzzled when they heard Kui Heng's question. After thinking about it, they came to an answer. Buddhism. Since ancient times, as long as a Buddhist treasure appeared, it would cause the world to fight for it. Whether it was the martial sects or the imperial court's forces, they would all participate in it, especially the Buddhist sects. They almost risked their lives to snatch it. It was said that 500 years ago, a Buddhist bone relic appeared in the world. It could allow one's martial arts to improve greatly and pry into the secrets of immortals and gods. Everyone in the world moved when they heard the news, and many deity realm experts appeared one after another. Zen Master Baolin even directly mobilized the 6 deity realm experts under him to participate in the competition. What if a complete set of Buddhist bones appears in this world? Kui Heng smiled. Ah, how is that possible? Zhu Hongyi and Xu Feng'an looked at each other, not understanding what Kui Heng meant. All right, that's all for now. Kui Heng smiled and said, you guys can go back. At this moment, he already had a plan in his heart. Since the Buddhist sects yearned for Buddhist relics so much, it was a good opportunity to collect the desires of these monks. Although Xu Feng'an and Zhu Hongyi would definitely suspect that he was behind the appearance of the Buddha relic, this would not affect the overall operation. It didn't matter. 5 days later, Wei Xiong and Ren Yuankue arrived at Golden Light Mountain in Yuzhou. However, before they could ascend the mountain, they saw a young and handsome monk. Amitabha. This young monk greets the 2 benefactors. The young monk placed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist proclamation as he bowed. Little master, we are. Wei Xiong stepped forward to explain his identity. Patrons. The young monk suddenly interrupted him. He shook his head gently and smiled. I know why you're here. Please leave. This. Wei Xiong and Ren Yuankue looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The countless words that they had prepared were all stuck in their throat. Chapter 108 Nirvana, Living a Second Life. Chapter 108 Nirvana, Living a Second Life. Little master, you are? Wei Xiong could not help but ask. After all, it was more than 1,000 li from Luoan County City to Yuzhou's Golden Light Mountain. There were also 3 large mountains to pass through in between. The roads were extremely rugged, and there were many places where it was impossible to travel by horseback. If not for the fact that their martial cultivation was not weak, it would be impossible for them to arrive here in just 5 days. They were naturally unwilling to return empty-handed. Little master, we really have something important to address. Ren Yuankue also took a step forward and pressed his palms together. This matter is very important to the Baolin Buddhist Hall. Please. Amitabha. The young monk suddenly chanted a Buddhist proclamation. At the same time, he waved his hand, and his sleeve trembled. Immediately, a strong wind blew, and sand and rocks flew. Under the strong wind, Wei Xiong and Ren Yuankue had no room to resist at all. In the blink of an eye, they were blown hundreds of feet away. Moreover, they were dizzy and could not differentiate east from west. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. After a while, they came back to their senses and realized that they were already far away from the foot of Golden Light Mountain. The young monk had long disappeared. How was that possible? What kind of martial arts is this? Wei Xiong and Ren Yuankue's faces were filled with shock as they looked around in disbelief. With a light wave of his sleeve, he sent the two of them hundreds of feet away. This had already exceeded their understanding of martial arts. The two of them stood on the spot and looked up at the temple in the distance. Divine power? Deity realm? Wei Xiong and Ren Yuenkue looked at each other in extreme shock. The experience just now made them feel an incomparably powerful surge of power which could crush them in all aspects. No. To be precise, it should be a power that completely surpassed the essence of true qi. It was an incredible divine power that could only be used after unlocking the treasures in one's body. Deity realm? That monk just now looks less than 20 years old, Wei Xiong said in surprise. But how can there be such a young deity realm expert in this world? Ren Yuenkue subconsciously shook his head, feeling very incredulous. They faced each other in silence, then fell silent again. They looked around, at a loss. The experience just now was too unbelievable. For a moment, they did not know if they should leave or continue climbing the mountain. After a long while, Ren Yuenkue could not help but ask, "Sir, what should we do next?" Wei Xiong frowned and looked at the Golden Light Mountain and the Baolin Buddhist Hall above. He said in a low voice, "Let's go back." Ren Yuenkue immediately panicked. "But what about the Daoi Palace?" Wei Xiong shook his head and said, "What that monk said just now was that he already knew our intentions. However, he didn't reject us." Ren Yuenkue's eyes lit up when he heard that. "You mean?" Wei Xiong nodded and said, "No matter what, the Baolin Buddhist Hall will definitely not allow the power of the Daoi Palace to expand. They are mortal enemies." In a meditation room in the deepest part of the Baolin Buddhist Hall, the young monk who had just sent Wei Xiong and Ren Yuenkue away at the foot of the mountain slowly returned. At this moment, there were 9 white-browed old monks waiting in this meditation room. Among them were the previous abbot and the previous heads of various halls. Dozens of years ago, they were all influential figures in the martial world. They were all at the deity realm. The moment the young monk walked in, the 9 white-browed old monks widened their eyes and looked at the young monk in shock. The entire meditation room fell into a strange silence. At this moment, an old monk suddenly pressed his palms together and bowed respectfully. He looked extremely humbly before the young monk as he shouted, "Congratulations, Martial Uncle Jufa, for successfully undergoing nirvana and living a second life." The other 8 old monks were instantly enlightened. They also knelt down and shouted respectfully, "Congratulations, Martial Uncle Jufa, for successfully undergoing nirvana and living a second life. Congratulations, Martial Uncle Jufa, for successfully undergoing nirvana and living a second life." The young monk calmly accepted the heavy bows from the 9 white-browed old monks. Then, he nodded slightly and smiled. "After 20 years of seclusion, I finally obtained something. After nirvana, I've already seen through the mysteries of the Pure Land and obtained the true intent of the Arhats. I'll be able to break through in a few days and become an Arhat." This young monk was none other than Monk Jufa, who had been in seclusion for more than 20 years and had been awakened by the current abbot of Baolin Buddhist Hall not long ago. He had already reached the deity realm 100 years ago. He was already close to 200 years old. If it was an ordinary deity realm cultivator's lifespan, he would have long passed away at this age. However, it was different for him. 100 years ago, he had participated in the siege of the Immortal Dawn sect with the upper world and was lucky enough to survive. Before the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world left, they gave him an Arhat relic. In the past 100 years, Du Fa had relied on this Buddha's relic to barely maintain the vitality of his qi and blood for another 20 years when he was 170 years old. At that time, he had a feeling that he would not be able to survive to the end of this 100-year period with just the help of the Buddhist bone relic. Therefore, he simply cut off all means of retreat, swallowed the Arhat relic, and entered seclusion. This seclusion lasted for 20 years. It was only some time ago that Jufa finally absorbed the Buddhist power in the Arhat relic and entered a state of suspended animation. However, it was not easy to achieve nirvana. Although he had completely absorbed the Buddhist power in the Arhat relic, if no one woke him up, he would most likely have to remain in this false death state forever until he truly died. However, a few months ago, because of the incident in Shilling County, The current abbot had awakened him from his 20 years seclusion, rousing him from his state of false death, allowing him to officially step on the process of nirvana. Today was the day he completed his rebirth and was granted a second life. This divine monk Defy directly went from a 190-year-old monk who was on the verge of death to an 18-year-old youth with a cultivation at the peak of the deity realm. Moreover, he had already cultivated the Arhat body, and his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary deity realm expert. He was only one step away from becoming a true Arhat. The 9 old monks looked at Defy, who had returned to his youth, with indescribable envy in their hearts. They were all disciples of Defy and were all at the deity realm. However, some of them were already very old and would exhaust their life force in another 10 to 20 years at most. However, this martial uncle of theirs had managed to obtain nirvana and live a second life. He still has 100 years of lifespan or even more. How envious. Do you all want to reach nirvana like me? Defy suddenly laughed. He could tell at a glance what his martial nephews were thinking. Martial uncle, please enlighten us. Martial uncle, please enlighten us. In the face of such a huge temptation, no one could resist it. The 9 divine monks all knelt down and begged. It's actually very simple. Defy waved his hand to signal for them to get up and said with a smile, in 2 months, the immortals and Buddhas from the upper world will descend. At that time, Arhats from the upper world will come here and gather us to destroy the evil demons of the outer Tao. 100 years ago, I survived that battle and made contributions. That was how I was rewarded with an Arhat relic by the immortals of the upper world. That was how I was reborn today. Annihilate the evil demons of the outer Tao? The 9 divine monks were stunned when they heard this. They did not know what these so-called outer Tao evil demons were. However, when they heard Defy mention the battle 100 years ago, they immediately thought of a name. Immortal Dawn Sect. This was an outer Tao evil demon? Why? Are you very puzzled? Defy smiled and said, the Immortal Dawn Sect has already sealed the mountain for 100 years. The martial techniques left behind in the world in the past 100 years are all normal martial techniques. It's normal for you not to know. As he spoke, his expression suddenly became serious as he said in a low voice, in reality, the martial techniques of the Immortal Dawn Sect are completely different from the martial techniques we cultivate. There are many things that are different. All of you should know that our martial techniques actually originated from the 21 realms of the immortal and mortal realms of the upper world. The division of the Xiantian, inner world, and deity realm were all determined by the upper world. The deity realm is the end of cultivation in the mortal world. Above that are Arhats, Bodhisattvas, and great Bodhisattvas. And in the process of advancing from the deity realm to the Arhat realm, there will be an extremely huge leap in realm. This is an increase in the essence of life. However, the martial techniques of the Immortal Dawn Sect are different. Their qualitative change is similar to the stage from the Xiantian realm to the deity realm. However, when they reach the deity realm and break through to the Arhat realm, there is no obvious boundary or improvement. This is a completely different cultivation path from ours. 100 years ago, when the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world descended, they personally confirmed that the founder of the Immortal Dawn Sect, Wuxia, was undoubtedly an evil demon of the outer Tao and should be punished by the world. Now that the 100-year period is approaching again, we can only wait for the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world to descend and destroy the Immortal Dawn Sect completely. I have to say that you're very lucky. The current Immortal Dawn Sect is no longer as powerful as it was 100 years ago. The Wuxia evil demon is nowhere to be found, and her disciples have probably died of old age. This battle will definitely be much easier than 100 years ago. It's a good opportunity for you to contribute and obtain rewards from the upper world. The 9 old monks could not help but look excited. Actually, they had also heard about what Defy had said before, but their understanding was not complete. Now, they finally understood. This was a great opportunity. They had to seize this opportunity to live a second life like Martial Uncle Defy and borrow another 100 years from the heavens. Thank you for your guidance, Martial Uncle. The 9 old monks bowed in unison. Defy was quite pleased with this. He nodded and said with a smile, There's one more thing. Just now, the governor of Luoan County in Fengju and the governor of Yu Prefecture came to ask us for help. They want us to take over Fengju and expel the Daoi Palace's forces there. He naturally did not have the ability to predict the future, but he had the ability to read minds. One of the abilities he obtained from unlocking the treasure in his body was mind reading. The 9 old monks looked at each other in surprise. Daoi Palace? Don't they never care about worldly matters? That group of people actually know how to support the forces of the mortal world. Which one of you is willing to go to Fengju? Dufa's gaze swept across the 9 old monks and he said in a low voice, when the Arhats of the upper world descend, if they discover that the forces of the Daoi Palace in the mortal world are stronger than 100 years ago, they will certainly blame us. As soon as he said this, the 9 old monks immediately agreed. Forget it, I'll leave it to you, Kong Ci. Du Fa could only call out an old monk. You were once the head of the Visru court. Other than martial cultivation, you're also good at hiding your identity. It's more suitable for you to go over. Yes, martial uncle. Monk Kong Ci pressed his palms together and bowed. He was an old monk who looked to be in his 70s. His eyes were peaceful and filled with compassion. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, don't act rashly. First, find out what the Daoi Palace wants to do. Du Fa was clearly rather cautious as he said solemnly, also, find out all the information about Kui Heng, the governor of Lu County. Chapter 109 The Supreme Treasure of Buddhism, Bodhisattva Jade Bone. Chapter 109 The Supreme Treasure of Buddhism, Bodhisattva Jade Bone. On this day, Huisha returned to Lu County with Wu Yin. When he was in the Changfeng Prefecture, he chatted with Huisha for an entire day and night. The content of their conversation was basically about Kui Heng's new policies and the various situations he encountered when he implemented it throughout Lu Prefecture. After chatting, Wu Yin seemed to have gone crazy. He dealt with government affairs for 2 days and 2 nights without sleep and wanted to follow Huisha to Lu County to visit Kui Heng. After arriving at Lu County, he did not go to greet him directly. Instead, similar to what Zhu Hongyi had done previously, he first found a place to stay and planned to adjust his condition before handing over the invitation the next day. You kidnapped Fengzhou's governor here? When Kui Heng heard this news, he almost laughed. He looked at the matter and said with a smile, I didn't expect a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes like you to know how to abduct people. Huisha did not understand this joke and explained in confusion, Lord, it was Lord Wu who insisted on following me. He seems to admire your administrative methods in Lu Prefecture very much. How's the situation in Changfeng Prefecture? Kui Heng asked casually. He wanted to confirm if this other governor was just putting on an act. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. The lives of the people are not considered good, but there are signs of proper governance. Huisha explained the information he had obtained from the people of Changfeng Prefecture. In that case, the previous state overseer of Fengju, Cao Quan, indeed deserved to die. Kui Heng nodded in agreement. He recognized Wu Yin's ability and suddenly smiled. By the way, have you found out who assassinated Cao Quan? I haven't heard any news, and no one seems to be interested in that, Huisha said with a shake of his head. After all, everyone is fighting for the position of state overseer. Who cares how the prior one died? That's true. However, after hearing your description of this Governor Wu, why do I feel, Kui Heng chuckled. Perhaps Cao Quan is this Governor Wu or something. Him? Huisha's eyes widened when he heard that. He said in surprise, no way. He only knows a little about martial cultivation and is still at the body refinement realm and in the process of strengthening his body. You don't have to use martial arts to kill people. Kui Heng smiled and didn't say anything else. He changed the topic and said, by the way, you just said that County Governor Luoan has already thrown in their lot with the people from Yu Prefecture. Yes, my lord. Huisha nodded. The people of Luoan County are too miserable. Ren Yuankue actually planned to use 90% of Fengzhou's taxes to exchange for support and sit on the position of state overseer. His courting death. Kui Heng sneered. After I become the state overseer, Go to Luoan County on my behalf and behead this fellow. The first place to implement the new decree will be in Luoan County. At this point, he paused for a moment before saying with a smile, however, this time, it's equivalent to slapping Ren Yuenkue in the face in front of everyone in Yu Prefecture. He actually didn't stop you. If he stopped him, he would probably die. He wouldn't dare. Moreover, I heard some of their guesses about you, Lord. Hu Yisha told him about Ren Yuenkue and Wei Xiong's guess that Kui Heng was a pawn of the Daoi Palace. Although Ren Yuenkue and Wei Xiong were talking in the inner hall of the Luoan Governor Office, which was quite far from the door, Hu Yisha was already an expert in the Xiantian realm. His 5 senses were extremely sharp, so it was very simple for him to hear their conversation. So I've become a pawn of the Daoi Palace. Kui Heng smiled. With a thought, he tapped the table lightly and said, "Go and invite Daoist Ju over." "Yes, my lord." Hu Yisha suppressed a smile and excused himself. Ju Hongyi was currently placed in a residence not far from the governor's office. It was convenient for him to visit Kui Heng. This Daoist priest would basically look for Kui Heng every day. Ever since Wang and Xie allied forces were destroyed, he had determined that Kui Heng was an immortal figure, a supreme existence who had comprehended the great Tao. He often begged Kui Heng to teach him martial arts. According to his thoughts, he was listening to the sound of the great Tao and approaching. Kui Heng would never refuse such a small request. Moreover, he would also hint from time to time that he actually had even more brilliant immortal techniques, but Zhong Shuming had to come over personally. In fact, after Ju Hongyi received Kui Heng's guidance, his martial arts had indeed improved greatly, even more than before. Sometimes, he even felt that he was about to break through to a higher realm. This made him yearn for higher-level immortal techniques even more. Therefore, not long after destroying the Wang and Xie allied forces, Ju Hongyi sent a message to his master, Zhong Shuming, asking this Daoi Palace sect master to quickly come to Lu County City to comprehend the true meaning of the Great Tao. In addition, he hoped that Zhong Shuming would prepare a generous gift for Kui Heng when he came. After all, Tao teachings were not supposed to be passed down easily, let alone comprehending the power of the Great Tao that could only be chanced upon by luck. He definitely could not come empty-handed. In short, from all aspects, Ju Hongyi could be said to be extremely respectful to Kui Heng. Therefore, one could imagine his reaction after hearing Hu Yisha's description. What? Ju Hongyi jumped up in shock, almost breaking the wooden beam of the house. What followed was deep panic. Sir Chen, exalted immortal, didn't blame me, right? He was really panicking. He even addressed Hu Yisha respectfully. "Don't worry, the Lord is probably just joking," Hu Yisha said with a smile. "Let's go. Lord Governor is still waiting for you." Good, good. Ju Hongyi heaved a sigh of relief. Before leaving with Hu Yisha, he instructed Liu Zhizhen, imitate my tone and notes. Write a letter to Master and ask him to come over quickly. With that, he quickly followed Hu Yisha out. Liu Zhizhen opened his mouth to speak, but he realized that Ju Hongyi had long disappeared. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. "He's killing me. I'm supposed to use Uncle Master Ju's tone to write a letter to the sect master?" Hiss. Although Ju Hongyi and Zhong Shuming were master and disciple, they interacted more like old friends. Usually, they spoke very harmoniously. Other than the necessary respect, they did not have any barriers. At the thought of writing to the sect master in such a casual tone, Liu Zhizhen was a little flustered. Of course, there was also a little excitement. "Daoist Ju is here?" Kui Heng looked at Ju Hongyi with a faint smile. "Exalted immortal, I'm innocent." Ju Hongyi hurriedly explained, "Don't listen to outsiders' nonsense. My Daoi Palace will never." "All right, I won't mind these words." Kui Heng waved his hand and shook his head. "I called you here to ask you something. When will perfected Zhong Shuming arrive?" "As long as the letter is delivered to Master, he should arrive soon." Ju Hongyi was also a little uncertain, mainly because he was not sure when his letter would arrive. After all, Lu County City was quite a distance away from the East Flower Mountain in Yongju. "All right." Kui Heng nodded slightly. Then, He suddenly took out an exquisite lacquered box from his sleeve and said to Ju Hongyi and Hui Shi, "Since perfected Zhong can't be here for the time being, I have something to give you guys first. Open it and take a look." This lacquered box was only the size of a palm and had an exquisite design. It looked like it was used to store some kind of rare item. Ju Hongyi and Hui Shi looked at each other in surprise, not understanding what Kui Heng meant. However, they still went forward together to open the lacquered box. Then, the two of them were stunned. Especially Hui Shi. He looked at the things in the lacquered box with his mouth agape and exclaimed in shock, This is the Bodhisattva jade bone? The legendary Bodhisattva jade bone that is as small as a fist and looks like white jade. Inside the lacquered box was a sparkling and translucent white jade bone. Moreover, it contained an extremely pure power of compassion and light, giving off the feeling that it was the legendary Buddhist light. Ju Hongyi was also a knowledgeable person. When he saw the white jade skeleton in the lacquered box, he could not hide his shock and muttered, "Bodhisattva jade bone, this is equivalent to the remains of an earth immortal. If a deity realm expert obtains it, he can refine it to become an arhat. If one obtains it at the arhat realm, they can unleash the power of Bodhisattva realm with the jade bone. Exalted immortal, you actually have such a supreme Buddhist treasure in your hand." The two of them felt that their minds were in a mess, and they could not figure out why Kui Heng would take out such a Buddhist treasure. What will happen if this Buddhist treasure appears in Yuzhou? Kui Heng asked with a smile. Lord must be joking. Hui Shi's eyes were filled with amazement as he said, "Not to mention Yuzhou, as long as this Buddhist treasure appears, no matter where it is, even in the grasslands, the southern wilderness, or western wastelands outside the Great Jin, it will attract the entire world to fight for it." All right. Kui Heng suddenly stood up and said to the two of them, "In a while, you'll take this box of Buddhist bones and send it to the edge of Yuzhou. You have to stay away from the Golden Light Mountain where the Baolin Buddhist Hall is, lest they obtain it directly." "That won't be good." "Ah." Hui Shi almost thought he had heard wrongly when he heard this. He said with a trembling voice in disbelief, "Lord, you're going to throw away this Bodhisattva jade bone?" Ju Hongyi was also stunned. He almost thought that he was hallucinating. Even to the Daoi Palace, which had a foundation of 10,000 years, a complete Bodhisattva jade bone was a rare supreme treasure. Now, he was actually throwing it away. "I have to focus on some things next. I don't want anyone to disturb me." Kui Heng looked at the two of them calmly and said, "Just do as I say." Under Kui Heng's gaze, Hui Shi and Ju Hongyi's hearts trembled. They felt a cooling aura rush to their heads, and their minds became much clearer. Only then did they realize that because of their extreme shock, they had already almost lost their minds. "Thank you for your help, my lord. I won't let you down," the two of them said in unison and bade farewell. "Buddha treasure?" Kui Heng suddenly chuckled. Then, he took out a food box from under his desk. Inside was a pile of chicken bones that had been left behind and dried up. He picked up a piece of chicken bone and shook it gently. In an instant, another Bodhisattva jade bone with a Buddhist charm was born. Chapter 110 Shijun was actually Hongwu's teacher. Chapter 110 Shijun was actually Hongwu's teacher. The next morning, Wu Yin from Fengju came to visit Kui Heng. In terms of official position and authority, he was above Kui Heng, but his attitude was very humble. After seeing Kui Heng, Wu Yin directly bowed and said, "This lowly official greets Shijun." Shijun was an honorific title used in ancient times to refer to a civil governor of a province. As a governor from Fengju, addressing Kui Heng like that was obviously that he wanted to acknowledge him as the state overseer of Fengju. "There's no need to be so polite." Kui Heng gestured for Wu Yin to stand up. He did not emphasize that he was not the state overseer of Fengju yet. He smiled and said, "You traveled thousands of miles here. What's the matter?" "To find a wise ruler for Fengju." Wu Yin's expression was solemn as he said seriously, "I followed Sir Chen all the way here. What I saw and heard in Lu County was like a paradise, completely different from the chaotic world outside. Those who plow have their own fields, everyone in the city has their own houses, those who work have their own assets. Every family has surplus food, and the people live and work in peace. There are no overbearing families or sects strutting around domineeringly. This is a rare place in the world. Please be the state overseer of Fengju and save the people of Fengju from the fire and water of this world. I've already made up my mind to become the state overseer of Fengju. Kui Heng nodded lightly and smiled. However, I'm still lacking a condition, which is the letter of appointment by a current state overseer. I can help you resolve this matter, Wu Yin immediately said when he heard this. My elder brother is the current state overseer of Jingju. He can represent the imperial court and nominate you as the state overseer of Fengju. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. Great. You have my thanks. Kui Heng smiled. At this point, his procedures for becoming the state overseer of Fengju were already complete. He only needed to write the form, and when Zhong Shuming arrived, he could directly head to the Changfeng prefecture to take up his post. It's the people of Fengju who should thank you, Shijun. Wu Yin bowed again and said very humbly, I've been having a question recently. I wonder if I should ask it. Just say it. Kui Heng nodded. The style of governance of this county is similar to that of Heavenly King Hongwu 300 years ago. Wu Yin paused and took a deep breath. May I ask if you've seen the Great Harmony Collection? In the eyes of most people, there was not much difference between 280 years ago and 300 years ago. When they spoke, they would not deliberately differentiate. Oh. Kui Heng raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. You actually know about the Great Harmony Collection? I happened to obtain 1 or 2 incomplete chapters, and every single word inside are the truth. Wu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked at Kui Heng with incomparable desire. Lord, how many chapters do you have? If you want to see it, I can give you the entire book. Kui Heng smiled and silently collected the yellow light from Wu Yin's body. This was the yellow light produced by desire. Although he did not have a ready-made Great Harmony Collection on hand, it was no trouble for him to write one now. It was undoubtedly a good thing to be able to spread such thoughts. The entire book. Wu Yin was so excited that his body was trembling. He said with a trembling voice, ever since Heavenly King Hongwu disappeared 300 years ago, the Great Harmony Collection has been sealed away by the imperial court. It's difficult to find a single chapter in the world. You actually have the entire book here. No wonder you can govern so perfectly. He was obviously extremely excited, and his face was slightly red. Haha, there's no need to be so agitated. Kui Heng's voice contained dharmic powers, calming Wu Yin's agitated emotions. He smiled and said, I'll get Liu Litao to send the entire Great Unity Collection over in the afternoon. Thank you, Lord. Wu Yin knelt down with a plop, his heart incomparably excited. Ever since he came into contact with the Great Unity Collection, he had treated the theories within it as a treasure and had been painstakingly searching for the remaining fragments, but he had never gained anything. He did not expect to obtain the entire book this time. After returning to his residence, Wu Yin waited anxiously. He was not even in the mood to sit and wait. He kept walking around the room of the inn, constantly twiddling the fingers of his other hand. He was clearly in a hurry and could not wait to see the entire Great Harmony Collection. Finally, after a series of knocks on the door, Wu Yin saw Liu Litao coming in, and also the complete volume of the Great Harmony Collection that he had dreamed of. However, when he saw the cover, he could not help but be stunned. This Great Harmony Collection was actually a brand new book cover. The ink on it seemed to have just dried. Could it have just been written? Governor Liu, did Shijun copy this? Wu Yin could not help but ask. That's right, it's written by Lord Governor. Liu Litao handed the book to Wu Yin. Please peruse at ease. I still have something to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Thank you. Wu Yin thanked Liu Litao and closed the door. He carefully carried the book to the table with both hands. Sigh, I'm thinking too much. Even if Shijun is willing to lend me the precious book, he wouldn't give me the original copy. I wonder if there's any difference between the original version and the copied one. Wu Yin adjusted his emotions and looked at the words Great Harmony Collections on the cover. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. These 3 words are similar to the handwriting of Heavenly King Hongwu. They're really too similar. It seems that the one in my hands should be a copy of the original. Moreover, looking at the handwriting, it seems like Shijun normally likes to practice the calligraphy of this style, learning such elegant handwriting. Back then, when Heavenly King Hongwu appeared out of nowhere, the Great Harmony Collection also became popular. Over the years, it has been copied countless times. The versions were naturally different, and the handwriting was also not comparable. The original and copied versions were all extremely rare treasures. The remnant chapters in Wu Yin's hand were considered a treasure among treasures. It was the remnant pieces of the original Great Harmony Collection that Quiheng had given to Hong Fugui. That was why he thought that the book in Quiheng's hand was not the original. The first book is already incomplete now. The complete book no longer existed. However, the more Wu Yin looked at the copied Great Harmony Collection that he had just received, the more he felt that something was wrong. He muttered, "Why does it look so similar? It doesn't even look like a copy." The handwriting on the Great Harmony Collection had been copied and imitated by him for 20 years. He persevered every day and never stopped. Although he still felt that he had not reached the same level of charm, he was already extremely familiar with this handwriting. When he closed his eyes, all the details of this handwriting could instantly appear in his mind. Even if the handwriting was similar, he could quickly determine that it was not an authentic work but a copy. They're too similar. They're really too similar. The two are simply identical. The characteristics of the brushstrokes and these details are actually exactly the same. Wu Yin was shocked to the extreme and stood up. He looked at the Great Harmony Collection that Quiheng had just copied on the table in disbelief. This did not look like a copied version at all. It was simply a reproduction of the original. How is that possible? It's been nearly 300 years since it was created. The author should have passed away long ago. Wu Yin closed his eyes and shook his head, planning to shake off this thought. However, as long as he opened his eyes and saw the words on the Great Harmony Collection, he would immediately correspond these words to the extremely familiar handwriting in his mind. His rationality told him that this was undoubtedly the real work. No, that's not right. Wu Yin suddenly jolted. He thought of something. It said that the Great Harmony Collection was a technique that Heavenly King Hongwu obtained from an immortal when he entered an immortal mountain accidentally when he was young. Although not many people believe this theory, and they just feel that the author doesn't want to reveal his identity, what if it's true? What if the person who wrote the Great Harmony Collection is really not immortal? He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Lu County's governor's office as he muttered, "On my way here, be it the various counties below or when I came to the county capital, many people are saying that Lord Kui is a living immortal. There are also many commoners who say that he can summon the wind and rain and cause the earth to collapse. He's an immortal god with great divine powers. Could it be that all of this is actually true? If this is true, then this book seems to explain." Thinking up to this point, he was instantly stunned on the spot. He muttered, "Shijun, are you the immortal god who taught Heavenly King Hongwu the method to save the world? Are you Heavenly King Hongwu's master?" I actually met the author of the Great Harmony Collection. If this is true, if Shijun is really, then Heavenly King Hongwu might really be able to reappear in the world. When Wu Yin thought of this, he suddenly knelt down in the direction of the governor's office and said respectfully, "I will follow your governance, starting from Fengju. From now on, I, Wu Yin, am willing to sacrifice my life for you." While Wu Yin was painstakingly studying the Great Harmony Collection and Quiheng was preparing to take over the position of state overseer, Hui Shi and Zhu Hongyi had already arrived at the border of Yuzhou and Yongju. The two of them chose a remote mountainous area. Other than a few small mountain villages within a 100-mile radius, there was only a small sect with a grandmaster as the strongest. They opened the lacquered box in the middle of the mountainous area and injected their true qi into the bodhisattva jade bone made of chicken bones according to the method Quiheng had taught them. In an instant, a pillar of light that was 1,000 feet thick appeared on the fist-sized bodhisattva's jade bones. An extremely pure Buddhist light of compassion shot into the sky, as if it was connected to the world. Moreover, above the clouds, the phantom of a bodhisattva sitting on a lotus platform appeared. The image could be seen clearly for hundreds of kilometers. There was even a Buddhist chant echoing between the heavens and the earth, spreading for thousands of kilometers. This scene was as if a bodhisattva from the upper world had descended here. The small sect closest to them was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at the shocking phenomenon not far from them with their mouths agape, but no one dared to go over to investigate. With such a rare treasure appearing, wouldn't a small family be courting death by sticking their heads out first? At the same time, Monk Kong Ci, who had just walked down the Golden Light Mountain and left the Baolin Buddhist Hall, intending to head to Lu County in Fengju, stopped in his tracks. He looked at the distant sky with a dull gaze and said in shock, "Bodhisattva Jade Bone?" Zhong Shuming, the sect master of Daoi Palace, who had just walked out of Yongju and arrived in Yuzhou, was also stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the bodhisattva's phantom in the sky in disbelief. He smacked his lips and muttered, "Are you kidding me? Where did this bodhisattva Jade Bone come from?" In addition, in Yuzhou and Yongju, sects and families of various sizes also saw the phenomenon in the sky. They were all alarmed. The phenomenon of the bodhisattva Jade Bone appearing in the world was world-shaking. It was impossible to hide it. This news spread everywhere at an extremely fast speed. Countless martial artists moved when they heard the news. Regardless of whether they had the qualifications to snatch it or not, they all ran to the mountainous border. Even Monk Kong Ci, who had planned to go to Lu County in Fengju, stayed behind. He received a new order instantly. He stopped everything he was doing and tried his best to snatch the bodhisattva Jade Bone. Only Zhong Shuming was not affected by this sudden event and continued walking towards Fengju. The 31st year of the Great Jin, autumn. At the border of Yongyu, a bodhisattva's Jade Bone appeared, shaking the world. Chapter 111 Seeing him is like seeing heaven's will. Chapter 111 Seeing him is like seeing heaven's will. With the birth of Bodhisattva Jade Bone, countless martial artists rushed to the border between Yuzhou and Yongju. Everyone wanted to snatch this rare Buddhist treasure. Especially the Buddhist disciples. The Lotus Flower Monastery in Fengju, the Grand Prosperity Monastery, the Pure Land sect in Luzhu, the Great Mercy Temple in Bazhu, all the top Buddhist sects sent out top inner world realm experts to snatch it. Apart from that, there were also a large number of Xiantian experts who went to test their Buddhist fate. Even some profound gate, qi transformation, and qi condensation martial artists rushed over, wanting to try their luck and see if they could get a share of the spoils in the chaotic battle. After all, when the big shots were fighting for treasures, the story of small fries suddenly obtaining a heavenly treasure and obtaining its recognition was widely spread. However, all of these forces were nothing in front of the Baolin Buddhist Hall. The appearance of 6 deity realm experts directly suppressed everyone. However, just as the Baolin Buddhist Hall was about to collect the Bodhisattva Jade Bone, something funny happened. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. This Bodhisattva Jade Bone could actually move, and it seemed to very much disapprove of the Baolin Buddhist Hall. As long as someone from the Baolin Buddhist Hall approached, it would stand up and run. After running far away, it would sit down again and return to being a quiet and obedient Buddha bone. Such a strange situation not only stunned the many divine monks of the Baolin Buddhist Hall, but also stunned the other martial artists who had come to join in the fun. At the same time, their hearts burned with passion. So the story of a divine item choosing its master really existed. Now that this Bodhisattva Jade Bone clearly looked down on these monks from the Baolin Buddhist Hall, did that mean that the others had a chance to obtain this Buddha bone? Did that mean that they also had a chance to become a Buddha ancestor? Hence, the number of people joining in to snatch the Bodhisattva Jade Bone increased rapidly. Soon, ordinary people who did not even know martial arts came over to join in the fun. This was normal. In the stories of the storytellers, many secret techniques could only be cultivated by silly kids who did not know martial arts. This Bodhisattva's Jade Bones should be similar. Under the commotion caused by this Bodhisattva Jade Bone, the entire Yuzhou was in chaos. It was almost a large-scale hide-and-seek scene. From deity realm experts to ordinary people. Everyone was brought around by this Buddha bone like dogs. No one doubted the authenticity of this Bodhisattva Jade Bone. After all, The Buddhist charm contained in it could not be faked. That was clearly a Buddha power that far exceeded the deity realm. A bodhisattva treasure of this level was equivalent to the earth immortal's metamorphosis mentioned by the Tao sect. Who could fake it? Who could fake it? There was no such person in the world. Zhong Shuming also did not doubt the authenticity of the bodhisattva jade bone, but he did not participate in the snatch. Firstly, he was the sect master of the Tao sect. It was too degrading for him to snatch the bodhisattva jade bone of the Buddhist sects. If he did so, when he saw the other patriarchs in the future, he would most likely be beaten to death. Secondly, in his opinion, going to Fengju to meet the immortal god walking in the mortal world was clearly much more important than snatching a bodhisattva jade bone. Hence, he rode the air and arrived in the sky outside Lu County before the battle for the bodhisattva jade bone in Yuzhou began. In order to show his respect for Kui Heng, Zhong Shuming naturally wouldn't directly fly above the city. However, he wanted to see the great lake and river outside the city. The wind howled in the sky above the clouds, causing his sleeves to flutter. But it could not blow his hair. Yes, Zhong Shuming could fly. This was one of the deity realm abilities he had. The Daoi Palace was a powerful force with a legacy passed down for 10,000 years, and its foundation far exceeded that of any martial sects. One of them was reflected in the cultivation of the divine treasures in his body. Even ancient aristocratic families like the 7 distinguished families could only continue cultivating the concept of a small world that was constructed in the divine treasure realm. They could only randomly modify their bodies and unlock the treasures in their bodies. As for what abilities they could obtain, they could only roughly determine a direction and could not accurately open a certain divine treasure. But the Daoi Palace was different. The 10,000 years of legacy allowed them to accumulate a huge amount of divine treasure realm cultivation experience. At this point, they could already accurately decide which divine treasure in their bodies to open, and they could also determine what kind of abilities they would obtain. Most people's first choices were Imperial Wind and Cloud Treading. These 2 abilities could allow people to fly into the sky and travel 1,000 miles in a day. Compared to ordinary deity realm experts, they could already be considered immortals. After all, ordinary inner worlds would at most hold 2 or 3 divine treasure abilities. On the other hand, Daoi Palace benefited from the accumulated experience of 10,000 years and summarized the similar characteristics of different divine treasures. They could analyze the compatibility of different divine treasures, unlocking them to cooperate with each other. This allowed the deity realm experts of the Daoi Palace to generally have 9 divine treasure abilities, and some could even cultivate to 12 abilities. In a sense, although everyone was in the deity realm, the deity realm experts of Daoi Palace were no longer the same as other deity realm experts. How incredible! Zhong Shuming stood on the clouds and his gaze landed on the large lake and river not far away. He could not help but praise, "It's really unbelievable that such a strange scene was created in an instant." As a peak deity realm expert who had already unlocked 9 divine treasures, he knew very well where the limits of his strength were. If he only relied on his own strength to unleash one move, even if he risked his life, he could at most collapse the ground within 1,000 feet. Moreover, collapsing it 20 to 30 feet deep was probably the limit. However, according to the description in Zhu Hongyi's letter, this pit that spanned several kilometers long was 3,000 feet deep. Even a few small mountains would not be able to fill it. What kind of power was this? It was too incredible. What was even more ridiculous was that the power that caused this situation at that time was actually just a piece of paper that was activated through Zhu Hongyi. This was too ridiculous. If not for Zhu Hongyi's solemn words, he would not have believed it at all. As the sect master of Daoi Palace, Zhong Shuming not only knew the limits of his abilities, but also the limits of a human immortal or even an earth immortal. He had some understanding of the even higher level heaven immortals. In fact, 100 years ago, he had even seen a heaven immortal realm expert attack. That world-shaking power was still fresh in his mind. But even so, it was far from being comparable to this miraculous scene. I wonder what kind of person this county governor Lu is. Since he has such great divine powers, why did he come here to be a small county governor and even wants to be a state overseer? Zhong Shuming was rather curious and subconsciously looked at the Lu County City Governor's office in the distance. Actually, when Zhong Shuming arrived outside Lu County, Kui Heng had already sensed his arrival. His first reaction was surprise. This was the first time he had met someone who could fly in this world. Moreover, from the level of his essence, he seemed to be equivalent to the 7th level of Qi refinement. However, his strength was more than 10 times stronger than the Wang family's deity realm expert. Zhong Shuming could be said to be the strongest person he had seen since he came to this world. Interesting. Kui Heng looked over with interest and used some dharmic powers to instantly cross the 10,000 feet of sky and cast his gaze on Zhong Shuming. At the same time, Zhong Shuming, who was looking at Lu County City from afar, suddenly froze. His entire body turned cold, and his limbs were stiff. He only felt a vast and deep gaze that contained endless dignity suddenly rise from the direction of Lu County City and land on him, instantly making him unable to move. What kind of gaze was that? Zhong Shuming could not even find the right words to describe it. He could only feel the boundless vastness and the endless dignity that could not be reached. If he had to describe it, only one word came to mind. Heaven's will. The will of the heavenly Tao. When Kui Heng sized him up with his dharmic powers, Zhong Shuming felt that the ethereal and unfathomable heavenly Tao suddenly opened its eyes and looked down at him. Only this description could barely describe the feeling this gaze gave him. Zhong Shuming could clearly feel that under this gaze, his soul and body had begun to collapse. He could not withstand the gaze of the heavens. Under such immense pressure, his life was as fragile as a candle flame in a gale. It could be extinguished at any moment. However, Zhong Shuming felt lucky that this gaze only lingered on him for a few breaths before disappearing. Then, he heard a faint voice right beside his ear. Come to the county governor's mansion to see me. His voice was very soft and gentle, but it suppressed the sound of the violent wind in the sky. Zhong Shuming heard it very clearly and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if he had been pardoned. At the same time, he was glad. Fortunately, out of courtesy, he did not really fly into Lu County. He only looked down from the sky outside the city. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. With an extremely uneasy heart, Zhong Shuming arrived at the Lu County Governor's office. He saw Kui Heng sitting at the table. Although Zhu Hongyi had already mentioned in his letter that Kui Heng looked very young, he was still very surprised to see him. To be able to wield such great divine powers at such a young age, could it be that immortals had a way to regain their youth? Perfected Zhong, sorry for not coming out to welcome you. Kui Heng stood up and smiled. I wouldn't dare. Zhong Shuming hurriedly bowed and apologized. This little daoist was rash just now. I was actually flying in the air and looked at your immortal residence. Please forgive me. His attitude was very humble. He even called himself Little Daoist. Haha, perfected Zhong, don't think too much. I'm not such a petty person. Kui Heng smiled and said, it's just that it's rare to see a deity realm cultivator who can fly. I just took a few more glances. Please sit. Thank you, exalted immortal. Zhong Shuming was really relieved now. He relaxed a lot and sat on a chair beside him. I'll have to trouble perfected one for Fengzhou's matter. Kui Heng was still smiling. As long as I can help you, exalted immortal, it will be my honor. Zhong Shuming hurriedly stood up. He was really frightened by the gaze just now. When Kui Heng spoke a little more politely, he felt uncomfortable all over. Kui Heng held his forehead lightly when he saw this, but he did not continue to emphasize. Instead, he suddenly changed the topic. I heard that perfected Zhong witnessed the Battle of Tsangcheng Mountain 100 years ago. Can you tell me about it? Chapter 112 The Battle 100 Years Ago. Chapter 112 The Battle 100 Years Ago. The Battle of Tsangcheng Mountain's Immortal Dawn Sect. Zhong Shuming was surprised when he heard this. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and he quickly linked Kui Heng to perfected Wuxia, who had appeared 100 years ago. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. However, he quickly suppressed this emotion. Then, Zhong Shuming took a deep breath and said, Exalted Immortal, you're right. I did witness the battle of the Tsungcheng Mountains Immortal Dawn sect 100 years ago. At that time, an Earth Immortal patriarch of our sect decided to go to the Immortal Dawn sect to stop the battle. I was one of the 2 Dao children who accompanied him. However, before the patriarch could arrive at Tsungcheng Mountain, a battle erupted. An Earth Immortal patriarch? Kui Heng discovered a key point and said in surprise, "Your Daoi Palace still has Earth Immortals in this world." "They descended from the upper world," Zhong Shuming explained. "Every 100 years, not only will the upper world deities descend from the 36 states, but our ancestors will also descend to the Daoi Palace and the Baolin Buddhist Hall." "I see." Kui Heng nodded slightly. It seemed that most of the top forces in this world were related to the upper world. "Tell me about the cause and effect of that battle and the people who participated in the siege of the Immortal Dawn sect. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. Yes, Exalted Immortal. Zhong Shuming nodded respectfully and said, "There's only one reason for that battle. It's because the cultivation method of the Immortal Dawn sect is clearly different from the martial Dao cultivation methods here. After being discovered by an Arhat from the upper world, he immediately gathered most of the human immortals and Arhats who had descended to the world to discuss this matter. In the end, he decided that the Immortal Dawn sect was an evil sect and wanted to eliminate them. Therefore, with the 3 Arhats of the Baolin Buddhist Hall as the leaders, in addition to the 13 human immortal Arhats of the various aristocratic families and sects, and the 41 deity realm experts gathered from various places, we attacked the Immortal Dawn sect." "I've heard a little about this." Kui Heng nodded. He had also heard this information from Wang Huai, but it was not as detailed. "Yes, just as Exalted Immortal knows, in the end, these people were completely wiped out, and not a single one of them escaped," Zhong Shuming continued. "Although the Immortal Dawn sect won this battle, they also completely angered the Immortals and Buddhas of the upper world. Not long after that battle, 3 Bodhisattvas and 2 Earth Immortals led 20 Arhat Immortals to descend. They also brought along 3 Bodhisattva Jade Bones and 2 Earth Immortal remains and began to attack the Immortal Dawn sect crazily. The ancestral master of our sect wanted to stop this battle. Everyone thought that the Immortal Dawn sect would definitely lose, but they didn't expect perfected Hengxia's sword Dao to be so extraordinary." At this point, he paused, and his eyes were clearly filled with shock, as if he had fallen into the memory of the scene from 100 years ago. "I still remember that scene clearly to this day, and I'll never forget it. That sword light that was like multicolored light soared into the sky, as if it enveloped the entire sky. The immortals and Buddhas that filled the sky were actually instantly swallowed by the multicolored light. Be it Bodhisattva or Earth Immortals, they actually had no room to resist and died in the blink of an eye." Kui Heng listened to all of this quietly, and killing intent flashed across his eyes. He thought to himself, Bodhisattvas and Earth Immortals should be equivalent to the 9th level of Qi refinement. At that time, Chichi was able to kill them with a single strike. Did she already enter the Foundation Establishment realm, or did she rely on her 9th level Qi refinement realm cultivation to fight them? At this moment, he already understood Jiang Chichi's situation 100 years ago. It could be said that she was the enemy of the entire world. She was actually attacked by dozens of so-called immortals and Buddhas at the same time. However, since they had won in the end, why did the Immortal Dawn sect seal off the mountain? Did any stronger immortals or Buddhas descend? Kui Heng asked with a frown. Yes. Zhong Shuming nodded and said, after the Bodhisattvas and Earth Immortals died in the Immortal Dawn sect, a palm that was thousands of feet wide suddenly slapped down from the sky, wanting to shatter the entire Immortal Dawn sect. In the end, this huge hand was shattered by perfected Hengxia's sword light. From then on, no immortals or Buddhas descended to attack the Immortal Dawn sect. However, no one in the world heard of perfected Hengxia anymore, and the Immortal Dawn sect sealed itself off from the world. At that time, I heard the ancestral master beside me exclaim that she'd actually alarmed a Deva to attack. I think the person who slapped down that huge palm should be a Deva. Deva? Kui Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that a heaven immortal? A trace of shock flashed across Zhong Shuming's eyes. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, It's not a heaven immortal. Heaven immortal is just a general term for a realm. The third realm of the immortal world is actually divided into 3 levels. They are respectively called Deva, heaven immortal, and heaven monarch. It corresponds to the early, mid, and late stages of the foundation establishment realm. Kui Heng thought to himself. In that case, Chichi might not have reached the foundation establishment realm at that time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to disappear after receiving a strike from a Deva. Exalted Immortal, I have a question. I don't know if I should ask it, Zhong Shuming suddenly said. Oh. Kui Heng sized him up and roughly guessed what he wanted to ask, so he chuckled and said, You answer a question of mine first. Exalted Immortal, please speak, Zhong Shuming said hurriedly. Kui Heng's expression suddenly became serious as he asked in a low voice, What role did Dawi Palace play in the battle with Immortal Dawn sect 100 years ago? Did they participate in it? No, definitely not. Zhong Shuming shook his head in fear and explained in a panic, Exalted Immortal, my sect has always been cultivating in seclusion, staying away from the secular world. For 10,000 years, we have almost never interfered with human affairs. Even if the Earth Immortal Patriarchs of the upper world descend, they will only preach to us and not participate in the disputes. Moreover, it's impossible for the other factions to order us to participate by force. Exalted Immortal, don't misunderstand. That's good. Kui Heng nodded lightly. Ask away. Thank you, Lord Immortal. Zhong Shuming bowed respectfully and asked, May I ask, Immortal? What's your relationship with the Immortal Dawn sect? The perfected Hengxia you're talking about is my disciple, Kui Heng said bluntly, not hiding anything. In any case, there were still 2 months before the Immortals and Buddhas of the upper world would descend. He had to settle the scores with them. However, before he really took action, he had to collect the 7 emotions of all life first. This also meant that it was already imperative for him to head to Changfeng Prefecture to become the state overseer. If he could mobilize all the resources in the state to implement a new decree, it would make the people of Fengju feel joy and love for him. At the same time, it would make the nobles of Fengju hate him greatly. He should be able to obtain a large amount of the light of 7 emotions. In particular, the light of the 3 colors of red, white, and black might even rise to a height of 7 feet and reach a stage of success. At this moment, Zhong Shuming was already in deep shock. Originally, based on Kui Heng's concern for the Immortal Dawn sect and the fact that he clearly possessed extremely powerful divine powers, the fact that he didn't know the exact division of the Heaven Immortal realm. He guessed that Kui Heng might have a relatively close relationship with perfected Hengxia from 100 years ago. However, he did not expect Kui Heng to be perfected Hengxia's master. This meaning was completely different. After all, although perfected Hengxia disappeared in the end, she had displayed strength comparable to a Deva. What kind of existence could teach a disciple comparable to a Deva realm powerhouse? A heaven immortal? But if it was just a realm higher, it would probably not be easy to teach such a powerful disciple. Then, could he be a heaven monarch? A heaven monarch was known as the King of Heaven. He was invincible in the world and suppressed everything. He had once heard from his ancestral master that even in the upper world, heaven monarchs were legendary mighty figures who were extremely elusive. Almost no one had really seen them. But now, the person sitting in front of him could actually be a heaven monarch. This was too unbelievable. Zhong Shuming was so excited that he could not control himself. He could not help but think of the endless pressure he felt when Kui Heng's gaze landed on him when he was flying in the sky. That terrifying feeling that was like the descent of the heavens was something he would never forget. Perhaps this was really a heaven monarch. Only a heaven monarch could possess such power. Exalted Immortal, you, Zhong Shuming wanted to ask in his excitement, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt that this was too rude and didn't know what to say. He was getting nervous. If anyone else saw the Dawi Palace's sect master in this state, they would definitely be dumbfounded. After all, he usually looked calm in front of everyone. But now, he looked lost and helpless. It was as if he had returned to his youth. Actually, this was a normal reaction when facing a big shot who was far stronger than him. It was difficult to avoid. Compile a list of the forces that participated in the siege of the Immortal Dawn sector 100 years ago and give it to me tomorrow. Kui Heng smiled, breaking Zhong Shuming's awkward state. By the way, include those from the upper world as well. Try to be as detailed as possible. Yes. Thank you, exalted immortal. Zhong Shuming heaved a sigh of relief. 3 days later, Hui Shi and Zhu Hongyi returned to Lu County from Yuzhou. At this moment, Yuzhou was in complete chaos because of the appearance of the Bodhisattva Jade Bone. Many top sects and aristocratic families also participated in the competition, but they were all restrained by the Baolin Buddhist Hall and could not be distracted. Wei Xiong and Ren Yuankue were completely dumbfounded. This sudden change had completely ruined their plan to invite the experts of the Baolin Buddhist Hall to deal with Kui Heng. This not only allowed Kui Heng to obtain a large amount of yellow light that symbolizes desire, but it also allowed this light to jump to a height of 2 feet and 3 inches, becoming the tallest among the light of 7 emotions. It also allowed him to take over as the Fengju State Overseer without any obstructions. There was not even a clown who came out to stir up trouble. Liu Litao and Chen Tong had already arranged for the county deputy and commandant of Lu County to take over. Wu Yin's brother's recommendation letter had also arrived. At this point, the matter in Lu County had come to a temporary end. Kui Heng began to prepare to head to the Changfeng Prefecture to take over the position of Fengju State Overseer and participate in the matter of the 100-year opportunity. Of course, the most important thing was to collect the 7 emotions of all living beings. Before Kui Heng set off for Changfeng Prefecture, Hui Shi had already been appointed as the governor. He could temporarily take charge of all the local military affairs and implement new political orders. The first stop was Ren Yuankue's Luoan County. At this time, there were less than 2 months before the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world descended. In many places, streams of light of various colors tore through the sky and descended into top sects and aristocratic families like the 7 distinguished families. This was the angels from the upper world. They brought the orders of the main sect in the upper world. The deity realm King Huai of the Wang family of Langya was completely stunned as he stared dumbfoundedly at the angel that had just descended outside. Didn't an angel already descend earlier? He also conveyed the will of the main sect of the upper world. Why was there another one now? Chapter 113 Orders from the Upper World's Sect Masters. Chapter 113 Orders from the Upper World's Sect Masters. The realm of the upper world angels was usually at the deity realm. However, they were basically the best among the deity realm experts. They had all unlocked more than 6 divine treasures on their bodies at least. Compared to the Great Jinn, where most deity realm experts had only opened 2 or 3 divine treasures, they were much stronger. Not to mention, these angels essentially represented the will of the main sects in the upper world. In a sense, they had the right to kill these branches in the lower world. Even the family heads, elders, and deity realm experts of the lower realm did not dare to be disrespectful to the upper realm angels. Even if the angels only sighed softly, it was enough for the deity realm experts of the lower world to carefully figure out if they had done something wrong. Did they make the upper world angels unhappy? When Wang Huai saw Kui Heng pretending to be an angel, he was like this as well. Therefore, in order to welcome the arrival of the upper world angels and to properly entertain them, he specially moved back to the Wang family's mansion from the cave to Langya County. Unexpectedly, not long after he returned, another angel from the Wang family's main sect came. Moreover, looking at the phenomenon in the sky, this angel had descended to the mortal world with many other angels. Most importantly, this angel clearly indicated that he alone had come from the Wang clan's main sect this time. It could be considered as acknowledging their efforts over the past 200 years. However, before this, no one else from the Wang family main sect had ever descended as an angel. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. Then who was that angel last time? Was it fake? Wang Huai felt his heart tremble in panic. If the upper world's angels found out that he had mistaken someone else for an angel, all the efforts of the Langya Wang family over the past 200 years would probably be in vain. At this moment, the upper world angel, Wang Donglin, was frowning and not looking at Wang Huai. He was a little puzzled. Firstly, for an angel who had been sent to the lower world, he was very young. He was only in his 60s and looked to be in his 30s. He was a mature and steady middle-aged man. And at this age, he was considered as quite young among the deity realm cultivators. However, although he was young, his awakened divine treasures were not weak. One of them was the ability to sense the changes in a person's emotions. At this moment, he could clearly feel that something was wrong with Wang Huai's emotions. Wang Donglin sized up Wang Huai and thought to himself, the Wang family of Langya has already been cut off from the upper world for 200 years. For them, my sudden arrival should be a huge surprise. This person's heart is actually filled with panic. Usually, when he sensed such abnormal emotions from others in the upper world, he would usually just think about the reason alone and not say it. After all, openly exposing other people's emotional changes was actually a taboo act. But in the lower world, Wang Donglin had no scruples. His gaze suddenly turned cold. Wang Huai, why are you panicking? Wang Huai opened his mouth, and the thoughts in his mind raced. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he bowed down. Angel, I'm guilty. I couldn't dissuade my child and let him fall into someone else's trap. He was killed and lost the face of our Langya Wang family. I was worried that this would cause you to be unhappy, so I wanted to hide it. I didn't expect you to be so discerning and see through my thoughts at a glance. I beg Lord Angel to punish me. He found a perfect excuse for himself. He did not mention that he had mistaken another person as an angel, nor did he say that he had ordered Wang Qinghe to go to Lu County City because of his orders. He even ignored the fact that Wang Jinsheng had been captured previously. There's actually such a thing. Wang Donglin immediately frowned when he heard this. He said in a low voice, who is so bold to actually dare to kill someone from my Wang family? This person is the governor of County Lu, Kui Heng. It's said that he has great divine powers and can summon wind and rain, Wang Huai immediately explained. Call the wind and summon the rain? Wang Donglin felt like he was listening to a joke. He shook his head and said, only a deva has the power to call the wind and summon the rain. When did the lower world have a deva powerhouse? He did not believe in any rumors about summoning the wind and rain. The more he understood about martial cultivation, the more he would not believe them. Moreover, he had just descended and did not know much about Kui Heng. The angel is right. It's impossible for that Kui Heng to call the wind and summon the rain. Wang Huai hurriedly nodded and continued, however, that Kui Heng is indeed a little strange. He actually defeated powerful armies twice and destroyed tens of thousands of troops. Moreover, he has the disciple of the current sect master of Defy Palace by his side. Do you think there might be some schemes behind Kui Heng? He seemed to be talking about Kui Heng, but he was actually talking about the Defy Palace. Defy Palace? Wang Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, and a trace of imperceptible fear flashed across his eyes. Those people are really restless. Speaking of which, the decree that the sect master asked me to bring this time is also related to Defy Palace. He did not seem to care much about Kui Heng's matter, nor did he care about Wang Qinghe's matter. He only treated these as insignificant matters. After hearing the news about Defy Palace, he changed the topic. Wang Huai immediately kowtowed again when he heard this. He raised his hands and said respectfully, "We welcome sect master's decree." He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, Wang Huai didn't care much about Wang Qinghe's life. In any case, he had many sons. So what if one of them died? To him, it was best if he could hide the fact that he had mistakenly acknowledged another angel. Wang Donglin nodded. He raised his right hand and gently clenched it. He actually pulled out a roll of yellow silk from thin air and placed it in Wang Huai's hand. He said in a low voice, "This is the decree issued by the main sect to eliminate the Defy Palace." What? How is that possible? Wang Huai almost thought that he had heard wrongly. He hurriedly opened the yellow cloth and was instantly dumbfounded. He saw that on it was written, "Wang family of Langya, heed my orders. Organize the military, regulate the supplies, and awaken all the deity realm experts. After the human immortals of the upper world descend, we'll go and destroy Dowei Palace. Annihilate Dowei Palace? What kind of joke was this? This was an ancient sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Not to mention how deep the foundation of the Dowei Palace here was, the Dowei Palace in the upper world had never been weak. Every 100 years, an earth immortal would descend from the Dowei Palace. What could human immortals and deity realm experts like him do? Could it be that they were going to repeat the same mistake they made 100 years ago? Although this was the sect master's decree, Wang Huai could not possibly heed the orders of someone who was clearly courting death. However, he did not dare to go against the sect master's will. For a moment, he was at a loss and stood there in a daze. Wang Donglin sensed Wang Huai's emotions and explained to him with a smile, "Recently, some changes have happened in the upper world. This time, no one from Dowei Palace will come to the lower world." But Wang Huai wanted to say something but hesitated. Even if the immortals from the upper world of Dowei Palace did not come, the Wang family of Langya could not compare to Dowei Palace in the mortal world. "Don't worry, how could the main sect of the upper world harm you?" Wang Donglin continued to comfort him. "Our Wang family isn't the only one participating in the extermination of Dowei Palace this time. Many large sects and families will also participate. Other than that, there will also be bodhisattvas from the Baolin Buddhist Hall descending to preside over the situation. With such a lineup, it shouldn't be a problem to destroy this Dowei Palace in the lower world." Yes, Wang Huai almost cried when he heard that. 100 years ago, the upper world had also said this to those who had been chosen to fight against the Immortal Dawn sect. In the end, no one returned. However, with Wang Donglin in front of him, Wang Huai naturally didn't dare to say anything. He could only accept this order with a bitter expression and say respectfully, "I'll definitely do my best." "Very good. As expected of a deity realm expert of my Wang family." Wang Donglin nodded happily when he saw this and said with a smile, "Since you're working so hard, I won't mistreat you. In less than 2 months, after the human immortals from my Wang family descend, I'll help you destroy Lu County and let you personally kill Kui Hung to avenge your descendants. How about that?" "Thank you, Lord Angel." Wang Huai hurriedly knelt down. "There's no hurry to thank me." Wang Donglin waved his hand and said with a smile, "Give me all the information about Kui Hung. I want to take a closer look at this person who claims to be able to call the wind and rain." Clearly, he was still very interested in Kui Hung. In front of the Changfeng Prefecture city, Kui Hung rode on a horse and looked at the scene in front of him. His expression became strange. He asked Wu Yin beside him in a low voice, "What's going on?" The situation in front of the city gate was almost identical to when he first arrived at Juhe County. Thousands of citizens gathered in front of the city gate, holding all kinds of banners to welcome Kui Hung's arrival. All of them looked excited. Most importantly, he actually collected wisps of red and white light from these people. This meant that the emotions these people revealed were real. It was not a deliberate act. "My lord, the people are looking forward to your arrival." Wu Yin seemed to be rather excited as he said to Kui Hung, "You don't know, but the new decrees you implemented in Lu County has already spread throughout the various counties. The people of Changfeng Prefecture naturally know very well. I once secretly visited and asked the people which governor they wanted the most to be the state overseer of Fengju. More than 90% of them chose you." However, at this point, he felt a little strange and could not help but ask curiously, "I just didn't expect them to come out to welcome you directly. I originally thought that the rich and powerful people in the city would not allow them to do so. The large families in the city? I see." Kui Hung laughed when he heard this and immediately understood what was going on. "Did Sir Wu notice that one of us is missing?" "You mean Lord Chen?" Only then did Wu Yin realize that Huisha had disappeared. "I let him go ahead of us." Kui Hung chuckled. To maintain order. Wu Yin finally understood why these commoners could come out to welcome him. Chapter 114. Capture all at once and settle the scores together. Chapter 114 Capture all at once and settle the scores together. As the capital of Fengju, although Changfeng Prefecture was not as prosperous as Lu County, it was a place where important figures gathered. Most of the powerful people in Fengju lived here. The relatives and friends of the county officials and state officials all had a large number of farms and shops here. Many sects and clans were also gathered here. Just the sects and clans that controlled gold, iron, grain, salt, cloth, coal, and other industries numbered as many as 20. Each of them was a large sect or clan that had existed for thousands of years. Their martial strength was not weak either. Just this Changfeng Prefecture city alone had 6 top-notch inner world experts. In any other county, this was almost impossible. After all, there were no major clans like the 7 distinguished families in Fengju, nor were there any top sects like the Daoi Palace or the Baolin Buddhist Hall. Top-notch figures in the inner world realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns, and there were no more than 20 of them in the entire state. Now, there were 6 in this prefecture city alone. In the entire Changfeng Prefecture, there were probably no less than 10. These people were the biggest local tyrants in Changfeng Prefecture city and even the entire Changfeng Prefecture. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. It was not easy to deal with them. Even if Kui Heng succeeded the position of state overseer of Fengju, it would be extremely difficult for him to suppress these people with his power. Therefore, after Hui Shi came to Changfeng Prefecture city in advance, he chose the simplest and most direct method. Kill. He held a list of the powerful people in the prefecture city. He had obtained it from Wu Yin. After coming here, he immediately went to look for them. He directly went to ask. Anyone who did not respect the new Lord Overseer would be killed on the spot. As the current Hui Shi had contributed to the implementation of the new decrees in the various counties of Lu County, he had already been promoted to the inner world realm by Kui Heng. Even without counting the rune of the heavenly dragon's mighty bodhisattva fist, his martial skills were already among the best in the world. It was naturally more convenient for him to deal with these nobles. At first, when Hui Shi first attacked, there were many attempts to rebel. There were even large clans who gathered private troops and the sects and let their disciples form teams to surround and kill Hui Shi. However, as Hui Shi killed more and more people, the nobles in Changfeng City no longer resisted. Some people even changed their attitude. As long as they saw Hui Shi visiting, he would immediately express that they would definitely welcome the new overseer respectfully and would not have any complaints. Of course, just killing them was not enough. After Hui Shi suppressed these rich and powerful people in all aspects, he began to use the ability he was best at when he implemented the government decrees in the various counties of Lu County, the ability to confiscate property and divide the land. The commoners who had been oppressed by the rich and powerful in Changfeng City for a long time were all cheering. Moreover, because the officials said that this was a decree issued by the new overseer, they wanted all the commoners to be well-fed and live in peace. This immediately caused the hearts of the people in Changfeng City to swoon. Therefore, when Kui Heng led everyone to the entrance of Changfeng Prefecture City, he saw countless citizens coming to welcome him happily. This was not an arrangement made by anyone. They were all people from the city who'd sincerely come to welcome him. Lord Overseer, you haven't even entered the city, but you're already loved by so many people. Fengju can be ruled, Wu Yin said excitedly. He had been here for many years, but he had never seen the people welcome someone so warmly. This is just the beginning. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. Come, follow me into the city. After being beaten by Hui Shi's iron fists, the local tyrants of Changfeng Prefecture became much more obedient. Moreover, after Cao Quan's death, Wu Yin had already begun to govern the people's livelihood. Therefore, after Kui Heng entered the city to take up his post, he did not encounter a lot of troublesome matters. However, after gaining control of the entire finance and army in Fengju, he discovered a serious problem. He wanted to rely on the entire Fengju to implement the new government decree everywhere and gain the love of the people and the hatred of his enemies. But his plan to gather the 7 emotions of life was not perfect. That was because after the chaos of King Yang's rebellion, the people of Fengju had already dwindled to the extreme. Other than a few counties, there were not many people left. In the State Overseer's office. The disaster left behind by the war is actually so heavy. Kui Heng looked at the information he had just obtained and was instantly speechless. In the vast Fengju, Lu County alone accounted for 30% of the population. Although he had long known the style of King Yang's army, burning, killing, and plundering everywhere they passed by, this was the first time he had seen the destruction of the entire Fengju from a macro perspective. This was the privilege of a state overseer, and it was information that only a state overseer could have access to. Fengju had 1 prefecture and 12 counties. As the capital of a state, Changfeng Prefecture had gathered a large number of aristocratic families and sects, and they had not suffered much from the military disasters. Although the population here was not as large as Lu County, it was still more than 1 million. Among the 12 counties, Lu County was the most prosperous and had the most population. It had more than 1.3 million people. Shilling County, which was adjacent to Lu County, originally had more than 800,000 people, but now, it had been slaughtered clean by King Yang's army. 9 out of 10 households were empty, and the remaining population was less than 100,000. Yangshan County was the place where King Yang's army rose up from. It was also considered the rear of King Yang's army. It had been governed for several years, and the people's livelihood should not be too bad. However, Yangshan County was barren to begin with. Before the war, there were only about 500,000 people. It was already very good that there were still 200,000 people left. As for Hedong County, Hongyuan County, and Shimen County, they had also been attacked by the Yang bandits. Most of the people's businesses were gone, and the people were struggling to survive. Their population had also plummeted. Liu Litao and Xu Feng'an naturally did not have any objections. They were already familiar with Kui Heng's style of doing things. As long as he decided on something, he would definitely do it. As for Zhong Shuming, he already treated Kui Heng as a heaven monarch. The heaven monarch naturally did whatever he wanted. Not to mention in the lower world, even the upper world was the same. Lord Overseer, aren't you being a little too hasty? Wu Yin was a little worried. He stepped forward and persuaded, I know that you want to carry out the Great Harmony Plan and benefit the people of the world. This is a good deed. However, if we rashly take on such an intense campaign and seize other counties to carry out reforms, I'm afraid it will cause all the sects and families in the world to counterattack crazily. 300 years ago, Heavenly King Hongwu killed all the deity realm experts in the world and wiped out the aristocratic families and sects. He almost unified the world and rebuilt it anew. However, just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly disappeared. This was definitely not without the help of the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world. Lord Overseer, the 100-year period is approaching, and the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world are about to descend. If you are too anxious, the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world will definitely interfere. I'm afraid that it will add to your suffering. Please reconsider. Haha, what Sir Wu said is exactly what I want. Kui Heng laughed when he heard that. He nodded and said, with my political decree, those sects and aristocratic families that attacked Hongwu back then will indeed jump out. Moreover, in 2 months, when the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world descend and discover the decree I've implemented, the people who attacked Hongwu back then won't be able to hold back anymore. At that time, we can capture them all and settle the score together. How much effort did this save me? Why not? Chapter 115 Following Heaven's Will. Chapter 115 Following Heaven's Will. After Wu Yin left the inner hall of the State Overseer's office, he was in a daze. He was a little confused. Why was the Overseer so anxious? Why did he have to implement the decree now and make it known to the world? He even said that he wanted to capture all the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world and settle the score together. How was this possible? Those were immortals and Buddhas. Although Wu Yin had heard many rumors about Kui Heng, such as summoning the wind and rain, sinking the land and turning it into a lake, and other great divine powers that were like immortals, in his understanding, the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world should also have such divine powers. Even if the Overseer really had the power of an immortal god, How could he deal with those upper-world immortals and Buddhas who also had unbelievable power? Or did the overseer actually have other plans? Wu Yin could not understand. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. Sir Wu, you seem to be very puzzled. Zhong Shuming had arrived beside Wu Yin at some point and chuckled. Perfected Zhong. Wu Yin hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. His attitude towards Zhong Shuming was extremely respectful. In the minds of most people in the Central Plains, the Dawi Palace was a place filled with myths. Legend had it that in the ancient desolate era, it was the Taoists of the Dawi Palace who came down from the East Flower Mountain and guided the ancestors in farming, fishing, and hunting. They taught several saint emperors and guided the initial development of civilization. In a sense, the Dawi Palace was the source of civilization in this world. Moreover, the Dawi Palace was transcendent. After the ancient times, it had never interfered with the change of power in the world and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Therefore, throughout the dynasties, the Dawi Palace had an extremely high reputation, be it in the royal court or among the commoners. As the sect master, Zhong Shuming's status was even more respected. Even if he went to the imperial city of the central continent, he would be treated respectfully by the current emperor. Are you wondering about Lord Overseer's attitude? Zhong Shuming smiled. Although he respected Kui Heng as an immortal, it was inevitable that others would find it strange if he called him that in front of others. Therefore, when he spoke to others, he still addressed Kui Heng as overseer. Wu Yin's thoughts were exposed by Zhong Shuming. After a moment of silence, he said, "Perfected one, can you come to my humble house for a chat?" "Of course." Zhong Shuming nodded and smiled. He had taken the initiative to talk to Wu Yin. He wanted Wu Yin to understand what kind of existence Kui Heng was and why he dared to say that he could wipe out all the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world. This was not Kui Heng's instructions, but Zhong Shuming's own analysis of heaven's will. Wu Yin was an official in Fengju and was an important official who assisted the governor in handling political affairs. However, he was not immediately removed by Kui Heng. This meant that Kui Heng probably wanted him to play a role or acknowledged some aspects of him. What Zhong Shuming wanted to do was to make Wu Yin, this tool, more convenient to use so that he would not guess and delay the exalted immortal's plans. After all, if Kui Heng wanted to settle matters with the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world, he would raise both hands in agreement. He could not even wait to add fuel to the fire. Recently, many upper world angels had descended. Even the Baolin Buddhist hall had spiritual children descend. However, there was no news from the Dawi Palace. There was a high chance that something had happened in the upper world. Actually, 100 years ago, Zhong Shuming had vaguely sensed from the conversation with the ancestral masters that the situation in the upper world was not optimistic. After becoming the sect master, his channels of information had become much wider, and he became even more certain of this guess. He even guessed that during the Battle of the Immortal Dawn sect 100 years ago, the Earth Immortals of the Dawi Palace wanted to stand on the side of the Immortal Dawn sect to persuade the Immortals and Buddhas of the upper world not to attack. Because of that, they landed in a difficult situation. The Immortal Dawn sect was powerful enough, and there was no possibility of it joining forces with the Immortals and Buddhas of the upper world. It was undoubtedly the best partner for the Dawi Palace. Unfortunately, a Deva attacked in the end. However, the Immortals and Buddhas of the upper world probably never dreamed that perfected Hengxia had a master. Furthermore, he was still alive and had come here. He was even a heaven monarch. Zhong Shuming often thinks like this now. Sometimes, he even looked forward to the arrival of the Immortals and Buddhas from the upper world. Inside the government office. Perfected Zhong, please speak clearly. Wu Yin bowed respectfully to Zhong Shuming and asked with an incomparably serious expression, "Why is Lord Overseer so anxious?" He even said that he wanted to settle accounts with the Immortals and Buddhas of the upper world. You have to know about Hongwu back then. Don't worry too much. Zhong Shuming waved his hand and interrupted Wu Yin. Instead of answering, he asked, "So Wu was in charge of a state's government. Your authority is very great, but where did this authority come from?" "Of course, it's from Lord Overseer." Wu Yin felt a little strange, but he still answered. Then, Where did the authority of Lord Overseer come from? Zhong Shuming continued to ask. Is it from the support of the Daoi Palace, or is it from the recommendation of a fellow state overseer? Wu Yin became even more puzzled. Also, the Emperor's decree. Then why are the Daoi Palace, the other state overseers, or even the Emperor able to give Lord Overseer such authority? Zhong Shuming smiled. Wu Yin was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he said in a low voice, because they have soldiers, wealth, martial cultivation, and powerful martial strength. They have powerful authority. That's right. Zhong Shuming nodded in satisfaction and asked, what is an immortal and what is a Buddha? This, Wu Yin vaguely felt that Zhong Shuming wanted to say something, but he was not too sure, so he continued, immortals and Buddhas have power that far exceeds mortals, so they are the high and mighty immortals and Buddha. That's right. Then why doesn't Lord Overseer rely on those powerful aristocratic families, sects, or even the immortals and Buddhas to deal with them? Zhong Shuming guided him, and his expression suddenly turned solemn. Because Lord Overseer is the will of the E-Havens. Heaven's will? Wu Yin was stunned when he heard this. He did not understand what Zhong Shuming was saying. Sir Wu, let me ask you. A smile appeared on Zhong Shuming's face again. If there's such a person, that with just his strength alone, he can move mountains and fill seas, overturn the universe, and destroy a million-strong army with a flick of his finger. Is such a person the will of the heavens? Is he above all families, sects, even the royal family, the imperial court, and immortals and Buddhas? Can he be dealt with? Perfected Zhong, do you mean that even among the immortals and Buddhas, Lord Overseer is still an existence that stands above everything? Wu Yin's eyes widened. He was a scholar, and his understanding of martial cultivation only stopped at the deity realm. A mighty figure like Lord Overseer can be called a heaven monarch. Zhong Shuming bowed in the direction of the state overseer's office and said respectfully, the Lord of Heaven, a heaven monarch. He is the will of the heavens and the ruler of all things. Wu Yin's mouth fell open as he looked in the direction of the state overseer's office in disbelief. He muttered in a daze, so I was questioning the heavens previously? He finally came to his senses. With a supreme mighty figure like Kui Heng backing him up, no matter what kind of decree it was, he only needed to go. Moreover, this was not just an order from the overseer. It was the will of the heavens. Luoan County was in the north of Fengju, near Yunshu County. It was already considered a border county in the north of the Great Jin. It was not winter yet, but it was snowing heavily here. When Hui Shi and Chen Tong arrived, the world was already white. The surroundings were covered in silver, and it was incomparably magnificent. However, the two of them were not in the mood to watch. Look over there. Hui Shi pointed at the distant forest. There was a group of figures outside the forest, as if they were sitting in the snow and warming themselves. However, it was obvious that there were no more flames. Only the firewood pile was left. They were all leaning against the tree and did not move. No one went to replenish the fire. They're all dead. Chen Tong's expression was as dark as water. He could already tell that the group had frozen to death. How many groups have we encountered along the way? It's been 30 groups, right? Hui Shi looked in the direction of Luoan County and sneered. After we came to Luoan, we only passed through 2 counties, and we encountered 30 groups of people frozen to death. There were 287 people. The governor of Luoan County deserves to be killed, Chen Tong said in a low voice. It's just that the people here are too pitiful. I wonder if the situation in the county city will be better. The last time I came to Luoan County, it hadn't started snowing. But there were already people who had frozen to death in the county city. Hui Shi shook his head and said, the army can prepare to accept the soldiers of Luoan County. This person must die. If he doesn't die, our Lord's decree can't be implemented. The cold wind howled in Luoan County. It was snowing heavily. It was even colder at night. Countless beggars lay down in a daze and never got up again. However, it was very warm in the county magistrate's office. More than 30 charcoal braziers were burning brightly. The county governor, Ren Yuenkue, was only wearing a single layer of clothes. He drank hot tea by the fire and was very comfortable. Sitting beside him was Wei Xiong from Yu Prefecture. Apart from the two of them, there was also a monk in a yellow robe. He looked kind and benevolent, and there seemed to be a faint smile on his face. He was a deity realm expert from the Baolin Buddhist Hall. Monk Kong Ci. A few days ago, a spirit child from the upper world descended from the upper world's Baolin Buddhist Hall and left the temple with divine monk Defy to participate in the snatching of the Bodhisattva jade bone. There was no need for an ordinary deity realm expert like him to stay in Yongju. Naturally, he wanted him to continue with his original mission to head to Fengju to find out more about Kui Heng. However, not long after Monk Kong Ci arrived in Fengju, he was invited to the Luoan County Governor's mansion by Ren Yuankue and Wei Xiong. They kept telling him about the various things Kui Heng had done. However, in the eyes of the deity realm experts of the Baolin Buddhist Hall, things like raiding businesses and land were just small matters. It was not worth caring about at all. The main point was to find out more about Kui Heng, and what was the purpose of Dawei Palace supporting Kui Heng. Ren Yuankue and Wei Xiong were a little anxious. They only had one goal, and that was to get rid of Kui Heng. Only by getting rid of Kui Heng could they feel at ease. However, the two of them knew very well that from the strength Kui Heng had displayed earlier and with the protection of a deity realm expert, it was impossible to kill him. Unless another deity realm expert attacked. Divine Monk, don't think that Kui Heng's actions are just messing around. Ren Yuankue finally couldn't take it anymore. He went up to Monk Kong Ci and said in a low voice, that Kui Heng is replicating Hongwu's actions back then. Hongwu? Kong Ci's eyes widened when he heard this name. He looked at Governor Luoan in shock and suddenly nodded. He said in a low voice, indeed, this Kui Heng must be killed. Let's set off tomorrow. These few words were the nightmare of all the powerful people in the world. Must kill. However, at this moment, Hui Shi and Chen Tong had already arrived at the Luoan County Governor's office. Chapter 116 The Heavenly Void World is the Real Outsider. Chapter 116 The Heavenly Void World is the Real Outsider. 300 years ago, Heavenly King Hongwu slaughtered all the aristocratic families and sects in the world. Other than an otherworldly sect like Dawei Palace that ignored worldly affairs, even a large sect like the Baolin Buddhist Hall that had many deity realm cultivators could not escape. The words must kill would never be forgotten by the disciples of the Baolin Buddhist Hall. Now that someone actually wanted to do what Hongwu did back then, it immediately raised Kong Ci's vigilance. He had to kill this Kui Heng. After Ren Yuankue and Wei Xiong received Kong Ci's affirmation, they heaved a sigh of relief. In the past few days, Kui Heng had been like a butcher's knife that was placed on their heads. It could fall at any time, making them panic. Of course, as a member of another family in Yuju, Wei Xiong could have returned to Yuju directly. However, he was a little reluctant to part with the generous rewards after Ren Yuankue succeeded in ascending the throne. Furthermore, with the arrival of the deity realm monk Kong Ci, he wanted to take a gamble. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. If he won this gamble, he would be able to obtain great wealth. Thank you, Divine Monk. Killing Kui Heng alone can save all many lives in the world. This is an act of immeasurable merit. Wei Xiong pretended to be impressed and said to Monk Kong Ci, Amitabha. Monk Kong Ci pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist proclamation. He smiled and said, Buddha is merciful. In order to avoid the calamity of burning war, this poor monk can only kill. Whoosh. Suddenly, a loud bang came from outside. It was the door of the county office that had just been installed not long ago. Hui Shi and Chen Tong strode in. I was wondering where the flies were buzzing so disgustingly. Hui Shi slowly pulled out the steel saber at his waist. His gaze swept past Ren Yuankue and Wei Xiong before finally landing on Kong Ci's face. He sneered, so it's you, bald donkey. It's you again, Chen Hui Shi. Ren Yuankue was immediately furious. He pointed at Hui Shi and said to Monk Kong Ci, Venerable One, this person is the saber in Kui Heng's hand. He killed countless good people and snatched people's farmland. He has committed a heinous crime and should be sent to hell. Amitabha. Monk Kong Ci still chanted the Buddhist proclamation. He looked at Wuxia and said in a low voice, "Benefactor, I see that your true chi also has the aura of Buddha. You should be sitting in front of the Buddha and chanting Buddha's teachings to nurture a merciful heart. How could you do such a vicious thing? The Buddhist temples plundered the land of the farmers and raised the farmers like serfs. How can they be merciful?" Wuxia had seen too many dirty things in the Lotus Flower Monastery. He raised his head and shouted, "I'm promoting a decree from Lord Overseer for the benefit of the people. What's so vicious about it? If we're talking about viciousness, the things you people are doing are thousands of times more vicious than what I'm doing today. Good. Benefactor, you have already lost your Buddhist nature. You have abandoned the righteous path and fallen into the realm of demons." Monk Kong Ci shook his head repeatedly, his face filled with pity. At the same time, his body began to emit Buddha light, and his expression became solemn. "This lowly monk shall suppress. You, old bald donkey, I want to see how capable you are." Wuxia suddenly threw away the steel saber in his hand and clenched his fists. He had already sensed that this monk's martial cultivation was extraordinary. When he prepared to attack, he naturally would not hold back and had to go all out. At the same time, a dragon tattoo appeared on his back. Heavenly Dragon Mighty Bodhisattva Fis. 3 days later. Heng received the news that Wuxia had killed a deity realm expert from the Baolin Buddhist Hall in Luoan County. Ren Yuankue and Wei Xiong were also executed. This meant that the new decree would soon be implemented in Luoan County and there would no longer be any obstacles. However, to Heng, the greatest gain was not the 7 emotions of life that he could collect because of the political decree. Instead, it was because when the deity realm expert from the Baolin Buddhist Hall was killed, his emotions were actually so high. Through the 7 emotions gem, he could collect the 7 emotions of all living beings. After Monk Kong Ci was killed by Wuxia, the purple light that symbolizes anger increased by 1.5 inches, the gray light that symbolizes sorrow increased by 1.5 inches, and the green light that symbolizes fear increased by 2 inches. Apart from the fact that it was a little less diverse, this was almost the limit of what he could collect from an ordinary county. Of course, it could only be achieved by personally managing it like Juhe County. If he only sent people to promote his decree, it would not have reached this level. In that case, should I prioritize collecting these 3 types of light of 7 emotions and raise it to the maximum height? Heng began to think about this path. It seemed feasible. Now, the red and white lights that symbolizes joy and love were no longer the tallest. The increase in these 2 was not much, and it was only 1.5 foot now. Thanks to the Bodhisattva Jade Bone stirring up trouble in Yuzhou, he had gathered a lot of greed emotion from the peak inner world and even deity realm experts. The yellow light had soared to 2 feet and 6 inches and was about to reach the 3 feet height. Because of the Wuxia killing Monk Kong Ci this time, the purple light that symbolizes anger and the gray light that symbolizes sorrow finally exceeded a foot. The green light that symbolizes fear had even exceeded the red and white light and reached 1 foot and 6 inches. According to this calculation, I only need the emotions of about 50 deity realm experts to collect the purple, gray, and green lights to 7 feet. Heng fell into deep thought. This was indeed very convenient, but was this considered walking down an evil path? He didn't think it was. Clearing up these aristocratic families and sects was to the benefit of countless people. He was also taking revenge for Hong Fugue, who had lost the battle back then, and Jiang Chichi, who had disappeared after being besieged. It was only right and natural. But the problem was, did these sects and aristocratic families have so many deity realm experts? This was the blind spot of Heng's knowledge, so he found Zhong Shuming to ask. The sect master of Daoi Palace was obviously much clearer about the situation of the various sects and aristocratic families. Does Lord Overseer want to attack these forces? Zhong Shuming had become better and better at figuring out the will of the heavens recently. When he heard Heng ask about the deity realm experts of the various forces, he had some guesses. That's right. Heng nodded and said in a low voice, These people participated in the siege of the Immortal Dawn Sect 100 years ago and were involved in the siege of Hongwu 300 years ago. It's time to settle the score. Zhong Shuming pondered for a moment. Lord Overseer, if it was before, the deity realm in the world should be as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Other than my Dawi Palace and the Baolin Buddhist Hall, there are probably less than 10 deity realm experts in the 13 states of the Great Jin. Then how many deity realm experts are there in the Baolin Buddhist Hall? Kui Heng asked. He did not ask how many deity realm experts there were in the Dawi Palace lest he make this old Daoist panic. Perhaps 10, but this information is not accurate, Zhong Shuming replied. You mean that it's different now? Kui Heng noticed a key point in Zhong Shuming's words. Yes, when you came here to take up your post, the upper realm angels also descended, Zhong Shuming said solemnly and explained the information about the upper realm angels. You mean to say that these angels are from the upper world and are all at the deity realm? Kui Heng's eyes lit up as he smiled. How many of these angels are there? Under normal circumstances, there will be 1 or 2 in each state, Zhong Shuming explained. There should be 15 to 16 angels in the 11 states of the Great Jin dynasty. There should be at least 1 in the 7 distinguished families, the Baolin Buddhist Hall, and the Great Jin imperial family. I see. Kui Heng nodded slightly. He already had a plan in his heart, but he was also a little puzzled. No upper world angels have descended from the Dawi Palace. An upper world patriarch should have descended. Zhong Shuming smiled bitterly. But there's no news this time. I feel that something might have happened to the Dawi Palace in the upper world. He finally saw an opportunity to tell Kui Heng this information. Actually, Zhong Shuming chose to follow Kui Heng for a few reasons. On one hand, he wanted to pursue the unattainable Great Tao, and on the other hand, he wanted to seek help from Kui Heng. The situation of the Dawi Palace in the upper world was not optimistic. If they did not have enough external help, the Immortal Dawn sect might be their example. Oh! Kui Heng raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that and asked in a low voice, the Dawi Palace is targeted in the upper world? Yes. Zhong Shuming nodded. Lord Overseer, there's something you don't know. Although the Dawi Palace has a deep foundation here, it can only be considered a new force in the upper world. It's not weak, but its foundation is shallow. Furthermore, because it's an outsider force, it's often targeted. Outsider? Kui Heng said in surprise, your Dawi Palace isn't a native of this world. But it didn't seem like it. The real outsiders were the Immortal Dawn sect. Even their cultivation system was clearly different from the 20 realms of the Immortal Realm and the Mortal Realm. No, we are the locals of this world. Our legacy starts from the inheritance of the Tao God. Zhong Shuming shook his head excitedly. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Dawi Palace has existed for 10,000 years. It has existed even before the birth of this world's civilization. It was the Dawi Palace that opened up the earliest civilization of this world. It was also the Dawi Palace that spread the earliest martial cultivation techniques in this world. Moreover, 7,000 years ago, the ancestors taught by the Dawi Palace had already established a powerful country. At that time, there was no upper world. But the furthest history that this world can trace back to is only the Great Yang Dynasty 3,000 years ago. Kui Heng's eyes flickered as many thoughts appeared in his mind. He said in surprise, the upper world destroyed the original civilization established by the Dawi Palace? I don't know. Zhong Shuming sighed deeply. The records of Dawi Palace only contain a few words about 3,000 years ago. It's obvious that it was deliberately destroyed by someone. Every time the patriarchs of the upper world descend, he's very secretive about it. However, I still managed to find out a lot of information based on some clues. The upper world first appeared 3,000 years ago. Some of the great aristocratic families that have been passed down to this day also appeared at that time, and they all have masters in the upper world. It was also during the Great Yang Dynasty 3,000 years ago that our Dawi Palace's ancestral master was forced to undergo the so-called ascension and head to the upper world called the Heavenly Void World. To the upper world, Dawi Palace is just an outsider. No, from the looks of it, this Heavenly Void World is the outsider through and through. Kui Heng stood up and sneered. How did they have the cheek to scold the immortal Dawn sect as an outsider demon? At this point, he suddenly asked, I remember that the Wang clan of Langya has also claimed to be a noble family of the Grand Yang dynasty. They are one of the 7 distinguished families. An angel has descended for them this time as well, right? It should be. Zhong Shuming nodded at first, then added, however, the Wang family of Langya has once angered the main sect of the upper world. It has been 200 years since an angel descended for them. I'll know when I go over. As Kui Heng spoke, he had already walked out of the inner hall. Golden light flashed around his body, and he instantly tore through the sky. Zhong Shuming rushed to the entrance of the inner hall and looked up at the sky, but he could not even see the golden light anymore. He could not help but exclaim, "This is a true heaven monarch." The speed of a golden core cultivator was extremely fast. When Zhong Shuming rushed to the entrance of the inner hall, Kui Heng had already flown out of Changfeng Prefecture. After that, it didn't take long for him to cross more than 3,000 kilometers and arrive in the sky above Langya County. He looked down at the Wang family's mansion. Chapter 117 Lifting a Mansion into the Sky, ultimately unable to escape. Chapter 117 Lifting a Mansion into the Sky, ultimately unable to escape. Ever since the descent of the upper world angel, Wang Donglin, and the entire Langya Wang clan fell into an extremely tense state. From the people in the deity realm like Wang Huai to ordinary servants, they were all very careful. They were afraid of offending Wang Donglin, an upper world angel. After all, to the Wang family of Langya in the lower world, any upper world angel was an unattainable existence that could take their lives at any time. Therefore, the Langya Wang clan was doing their best to cater to Wang Donglin and not let him be dissatisfied at all. Even if Wang Donglin took a fancy to a certain man's wife or concubine, their husbands would personally send them to Wang Donglin's bedroom that night. There was no conflict at all. Although the Wang family of Langya in the lower world and the Wang family in the upper world came from the same origin, they had long been separated for more than 3,000 years. This level of bloodline connection could not be said to be close. They could even be said to be unrelated. Of course, because Wang Donglin's identity was too noble, only the husbands were hurt. Most of their wives and concubines were proud to be able to serve an upper world angel. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. After all, to these wives and concubines who served him, not only could they satisfy the upper world angel, but they could also use this relationship to increase their status in the family. It was the best of both worlds. At dawn, Wang Donglin walked out of the bedroom in high spirits. He was all smiles as he thought to himself, no wonder there were so many people competing for the angel's seat. This feeling was too comfortable. Although he was also a direct descendant of the Wang family in the upper world and his status was not low, he was still a junior after all and did not have much say. Even among his peers, he was suppressed by his brothers and could hardly stand out. The best martial techniques in the family were not his, the best treasures were not his, and the best cultivation resources were not his. Even the girl he liked had been snatched away by his brother. It could be said to be exceedingly miserable. However, after coming to the lower world, Wang Donglin immediately understood what it meant to be a moon surrounded by stars and be high and mighty. This feeling of being able to kill everyone was too satisfying. No wonder those dozen or so deity realm experts from the collateral branches broke their heads for this angel position. The corners of Wang Donglin's mouth curled up slightly as pride surged in his heart. Unfortunately, no matter how much they fight, it's not as useful as my identity as a direct descendant. Although he was not very outstanding among the direct descendants of the Wang family in the upper world and was even lacking compared to some outstanding disciples of the side branches, he was still a direct descendant. As soon as this identity was revealed, it directly eliminated all the disciples of the side branches. Not many people from the main branch's direct line of descent wanted this angel position. This was because most of the people of the same generation as Wang Donglin had already become human immortals. Even if they descended to the mortal world, it would only happen after the 100 years period was up. This angel position naturally fell into his hands. However, the Wang family of Langya is good in every aspect, but there's one thing that's not too good. Wang Donglin frowned again and thought to himself, why do they keep thinking about killing that Kui Heng? In the past few days, he had read a lot of information about Kui Heng. At first, he did not believe that there was such a powerful existence in the lower world. The great divine power of summoning wind and rain, sinking the land and creating a lake was definitely not something that a cultivator from the lower world could possess. However, as he understood Kui Heng more and more, he gradually realized that this person was not simple. Especially after knowing that the sect master of the Daoi Palace, Zhong Shuming, was following Kui Heng, his attitude towards Kui Heng changed from disdain to fear. As, in his opinion, this was very likely a powerful outsider, similar to the 100-year-old ancestor of the Immortal Dawn sect, perfected Wuxia. If it's really such an expert, I can't afford to offend him. I'll deal with him after my brothers come over. Wang Donglin shook his head and walked towards the meeting hall. Today, Wang Huai invited him to discuss an important matter. Should he attack Kui Heng, who had already inherited the position of Fengzhou's state overseer, to wash away his previous humiliation? However, Wang Donglin did not attend this meeting to help the Langya Wang family kill Kui Heng. Instead, he'd already decided not to provoke Kui Heng. Everything could wait until the 100 years were up. In the meeting hall, Wang Huai and his 8 sons had solemn expressions. The atmosphere was solemn, and no one spoke. They were waiting for Wang Donglin to arrive. Before the upper world angel arrived, no one dared to start this meeting. However, as they waited, they inevitably paid attention to the seat at the head of the table and the one beside it. These 2 seats belonged to Wang Huai's eldest son, Wang Qingchen, and his most outstanding second son, Wang Qinghe. But now, none of them could come. Wang Qingchen had left home 5 years ago and handed over all the family matters to Wang Qinghe. Now, Wang Qinghe was also killed in Lu County. Now, only the 8 heads were left. They looked at the 2 chairs with different thoughts. Wang Huai's mind was not on this. He did not care about his son's death at all. Right now, there was only one thing he cared about the most. How to wash away the humiliation the Langya Wang clan had suffered. If they did not wash away this humiliation, even if the angel did not care now, he would definitely blame them when the upper world immortals descended. This humiliation had to be washed away. Kui Heng had to die. Sorry to keep you all waiting. At this moment, Wang Donglin's voice came from outside. Then, he walked in with a smile. Greetings, angel. Greetings, angel. When Wang Huai and his 8 sons saw Wang Dong arrive, they hurriedly stood up to welcome him, not daring to be disrespectful at all. Relax. Wang Donglin waved his hand and sat at the head of the table. After looking around, he said in a low voice, "This meeting is to discuss how to kill Kui Heng, right?" "Yes, this Kui Heng has disgraced our Wang family. We must kill him and save our Wang family's face." Wang Huai said passionately. "Yes, Kui Heng does deserve to die." Wang Donglin nodded, but then he said, "However, I think it's too early to kill him." "Why?" Wang Huai did not understand and asked subconsciously, "Are you questioning me?" Wang Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Wang Huai. "No, I don't dare." Wang Huai hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say another word. However, he was extremely puzzled. Why did the angel suddenly not want to kill Kui Heng? Didn't he ask for Kui Heng's information earlier as if he wanted to get rid of him? "We'll make plans after the 100-year deadline," Wang Donglin directly decided. As a heavenly master from the upper world, there was no need for him to say anything. His words were an order that the Wang family of Langya had to obey. "Yes, Lord Angel." Wang Huai and the other 8 people could only nod. No matter how puzzled they were, they did not dare to ask anymore. "Heh." Wang Donglin chuckled when he saw this. He felt much more at ease. He had descended as an angel just to enjoy himself. If they wanted to rely on his strength to torture those who dared to provoke the Wang family, it would not be a problem. As for experts of unknown origins, they could forget about it. He didn't even want to have any contact with Kui Heng. Boom. At this moment, everyone in the Wang family's meeting hall heard a loud bang under their feet. Immediately after, they felt the ground beneath their feet move. As if they had arrived on a ship at once, the entire meeting hall began to shake violently. An earthquake! Wang Huai exclaimed. As a deity realm expert, his perception was extremely strong. He could clearly sense that the ground under his feet had changed drastically. Lord Angel, let's leave this place quickly. There was no need for him to say anything. The moment the ground shook, Wang Donglin had already rushed out. But as soon as he rushed out, he was stunned. Immediately after, Wang Huai and the others also rushed out of the meeting hall. However, when they saw the situation outside, they were all stunned. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wind roared past their ears, and the surrounding trees bent down strangely, as if a hurricane was blowing from above. At the same time, the entire Wang family mansion became noisy. Countless Wang family members rushed out of the room and looked at the scene outside in shock. And the approaching clouds in the sky. That's right. They were all flying upward. No, to be precise, the entire Wang family mansion was flying up. This huge mansion that occupied more than 1,000 acres was being pulled by some unknown force towards the sky at an extremely fast speed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Wang Donglin looked around in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lord Angel, what's going on? Wang Huai was also shocked to the extreme. This was something he had never encountered before, so he could only ask Wang Donglin anxiously. The upper world angels should know more. How would I know? Wang Donglin roared. The current situation had already exceeded his understanding. This was not just capturing people into the sky. Instead, the ground under their feet, the surrounding houses, rockery, pool water, and various other things were all lifted into the sky. The area of the Wang family's mansion was more than 1,000 mu. This wind had taken so many things, including the land, into the sky. What kind of power was this? It was simply unbelievable. At the same time, in Langya County, countless commoners gathered around the Wang family's mansion and looked at the dark pit in front of them with their mouths agape. What had just happened? How did the Wang family's mansion that had been here for countless years suddenly fly into the sky? All of this was naturally done by Kui Heng. At this moment, they had arrived at a height of 40,000 feet. Looking down, they could no longer see the ground. There was only the surging sea of clouds and the bright sunlight in the distance. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of air being torn could be heard. The Wang family's mansion rushed through the thick sea of clouds and arrived directly below Kui Heng. At this moment, Wang Huai and Wang Donglin finally saw clearly that there was actually someone standing above them. He was the one who had captured the entire Wang family mansion into the sky. What kind of great divine power was this? An indescribable sense of fear surged in their hearts. They prayed that this mysterious expert had no intention of killing them. Long time no see, everyone. But at this moment, Kui Heng's smiling voice suddenly came from above. I'm Kui Heng. Kui Heng? Wang Huai's limbs turned cold, and the rest of the Wang family members were scared out of their wits. Wang Donglin's face was also pale. I don't intend to interfere in your matters, nor do I intend to kill you. But, why am I still unable to escape? Chapter 118 Shattering an immortal weapon with a flick of a finger, 300,000 feet from the earth, 1. Chapter 118 Shattering an immortal weapon with a flick of a finger, 300,000 feet from the earth, 1. Kui Heng. Recently, this name often sounded in the ears of the Wang clan's disciples in Langya. At first, everyone thought that this person was extremely bold and actually dared to provoke the Langya Wang family. He was simply courting death. Soon, he would be punished and die without a grave. However, at that time, the second branch head, Wang Qinghe, who was in charge of the various matters of the family, decided that they could not act rashly. He felt that Kui Heng had set a trap in Lu County and that if they rashly went over, they would cause the family to suffer losses. From that time onwards, the name Kui Heng spread throughout the entire Wang family of Langya. Next, Wang Qinghe changed his mind and joined forces with Xie Beixing to save people in Lu County. In the end, They were all wiped out and none of them returned. This caused the name Kui Heng to spread like wildfire in the Wang family of Langya. Almost everyone knew about it. Especially after knowing that Kui Heng had been promoted to the position of state overseer of Fengju, the reaction from the Wang family was even greater. There were even some youths who had already made up their minds to kill Kui Heng when they achieved success in their martial arts, to wash away the family's humiliation and regain their face. However, most people did not think that they could have any direct contact with Kui Heng. After all, other than some hot-blooded youths and the heads of their families, the reputation of the Langya Wang clan was not very important to many people. They would not deal with Kui Heng because of this. Please keep reading on myboxen 0VL. C0M. If they didn't go, could it be that Kui Heng would come over himself? What a joke. This was the Wang family of Langya, one of the most powerful aristocratic families in the world. There was also a deity realm expert and an upper world angel guarding it. Who would dare to attack? However, they did not expect Kui Heng to really come. Furthermore, he had arrived in front of them in a way that no one in the Langya Wang clan could have dreamed of. No, he had come above them. Most of the people in the Wang family's mansion were shocked when they heard Kui Heng's voice. At the same time, they could not help but look up. This was a young man who looked to be about 20 years old. He was extremely handsome, and his facial features were gentle and perfect. He wore a light green robe with wide sleeves and stood in the air. Bright sunlight shone from behind him, as if billions of rays of light were gathering on his body. It was as if a high and mighty god was looking down on the mortal world. Immortal, immortal. Greetings, immortal. As the first Wang family disciple knelt down and kowtowed to Kui Heng, more and more Wang family disciples knelt down and bowed to Kui Heng. Wang Huai, a deity realm expert, was also terrified. Although he did not kneel down, he no longer had any thoughts of resistance in his heart, only endless regret. He was really tired of living. Why did he have to provoke an immortal god? This method of directly grabbing the entire Wang family mansion 40,000 feet into the sky was definitely a great divine power. Previously, they were still planning to kill this immortal god. It was extremely ridiculous. Wang Donglin's entire body tensed up, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. He was already completely flustered and did not know what to do. With his shallow knowledge, he could not even determine what level of power Kui Heng was displaying. Was he an earth immortal or a heaven immortal? In any case, he was definitely not a human immortal. Don't be nervous. Kui Heng's voice was still gentle. He took a few glances at the Wang family's people below before slowly landing in front of Wang Donglin and Wang Huai. The two of them subconsciously retreated and looked at Kui Heng with extreme vigilance. As for the 8 family heads behind the two of them, they could no longer hold on. Their legs immediately went limp and they all knelt on the ground with a plop. They prostrated themselves and did not even dare to raise their heads, let alone look straight at Kui Heng. Kui Heng looked around and saw green light gathering. Finally, his gaze landed on Wang Huai and he chuckled. Do you still remember me? At the same time, he released a trace of divine power that he evolved from the Wang family's martial arts. Wang Huai immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He looked at Kui Heng in disbelief and exclaimed, It's you. It's actually you. How can it be you? He had already recognized from this divine power aura that it was clearly that angel from that day. That was actually Kui Heng in disguise. At this moment, Wang Huai almost fainted. Wang Donglin also sensed the divine power aura that clearly belonged to the Wang family's martial technique. He looked at Kui Heng in shock, his eyes filled with fear. He forced himself to calm down and said in a low voice, Who exactly are you? He still had a trace of hope in his heart. This Kui Heng was so powerful. Perhaps he might be related to the forces of the heavenly void world. If they could sit down and have a good talk, he might still have a chance to live. Have you heard of the immortal dawn sect's perfected Hengxia and heavenly king Hongwu from 300 years ago? Kui Heng asked instead of answering, still wearing a gentle smile on his face. Yes, I have. Wang Donglin immediately felt that the situation was not good. I'm their master, Kui Heng said in a very calm tone. What? Wang Donglin was shocked. Without thinking, he pulled out a scimitar from his waist and slashed at Kui Heng's neck. Die. After learning about Kui Heng's relationship with perfected Hengxia and Heavenly King Hongwu, he knew that neither he nor the Wang family of Langya could reconcile with Kui Heng. To harm one's disciple meant an irreconcilable hatred. Chapter 119 Shattering an immortal weapon with a flick of a finger, 300,000 feet from the earth, 2. Chapter 119 Shattering an immortal weapon with a flick of a finger, 300,000 feet from the earth, 2. Regardless of whether this relationship was real or fake. Since Kui Heng said this now, it meant that he had already wanted to kill him. Against such an enemy, he naturally had to strike first. Rather than dying directly, it was better to risk a fight. Before facing Kui Heng, Wang Donglin had always thought of escaping. However, when he really faced Kui Heng, especially after knowing about the feud between Kui Heng and the Wang family, he became very decisive again. The saber in Wang Donglin's hand was a supreme treasure that only angels from the upper world could hold. It was a human immortal-grade immortal weapon. It was extremely powerful. Please keep reading on myboxen 0VEL. C0M. Therefore, even a human immortal would lose half his life if his throat was cut by this saber. This was why Wang Donglin dared to take a gamble. So what if Kui Heng had the great divine power to move mountains and fill seas? Was he definitely stronger than a human immortal in close combat? Moreover, when he attacked, Wang Donglin also used all his divine treasures. He could sense Kui Heng's emotional state. The force increased the strength of the scimitar. It restrained and controlled the heaven-earth essence energy to restrain Kui Heng, causing his movements to become sluggish. The flames ignited a layer of scorching flames on the scimitar, increasing its lethality. When these abilities were used at the same time, the various effects overlapped, immediately increasing Wang Donglin's aura by several times, almost reaching the strength of an ordinary 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Therefore, as he waved his saber, the saber light was extremely destructive. A 1,000-foot-long half-moon-shaped light burst forth from the blade. The airflow that leaked out from it swallowed the 8 Wang family heads behind him, instantly leaving behind balls of blood mist. Boom! With a loud bang, the meeting hall not far away was instantly flattened by the power of the saber beam. A chasm that was dozens of feet deep spread in all directions with Wang Donglin as the center. The 1,000-foot-long half-moon saber beam was undoubtedly the most powerful. It was the core of this attack. It locked onto Kui Heng and slashed over. Die. Wang Donglin aimed at Kui Heng's neck and roared at the top of his lungs. At this moment, his confidence was surprisingly inflated. Wang Donglin, who was holding the human immortal scimitar, could clearly feel that his strength had become countless times stronger, far surpassing any deity realm expert. He even had the illusion that he might be able to kill Kui Heng. However, just as this seemingly invincible saber light was a foot in front of Kui Heng suddenly raised his right hand, bent his middle finger, and gently flicked it forward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly sounded. This sound shook one's mind and made one's scalp tingle. The 1,000-foot-long saber beam instantly shattered into countless light fragments that scattered in all directions. It did not cause any damage to Kui Heng at all. At the same time, the human immortal level scimitar in Wang Donglin's hand shattered into countless metal fragments and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of scrap metal. He looked at Kui Heng in horror, his entire body trembling with extreme fear. This was a human immortal-grade immortal weapon. Its essence was equivalent to a human immortal. To destroy an immortal weapon of this level was almost equivalent to killing a human immortal. He killed a human immortal with just a flick of his finger. This was too ridiculous. However, the power produced by Kui Heng's flick was far from this. Boom! After the saber light and myriad Dao were shattered, Wang Donglin suddenly heard a deafening bang behind him. This made his body suddenly tense up as he subconsciously turned around. Then he saw the end of the land and the sky in the other direction. Originally, there should have been the ruins of the meeting hall behind him, as well as a group of buildings that were more than 3,000 feet long. Now, there was only a huge deep ditch that stretched for 3,000 feet and was more than 100 feet wide. Everything on it had turned into nothingness. Even Wang Huai, who had just luckily dodged the saber beam, was reduced to ashes by the power of this flick of the finger. When the remaining Wang family members saw this scene, they all knelt on the ground and trembled, not even daring to breathe loudly. What did it mean to be powerful? This was called power. Jas plop. Wang Donglin finally gave up resisting. He knelt on the ground and crawled in front of Kui Heng. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Kill me. You're not begging for mercy. Kui Heng looked down at Wang Donglin and chuckled. At the same time, he saw a thick grey light on Wang Donglin's body. This was the light that symbolizes sorrowful emotion, and it was filled with complete despair. You said that you're perfected Hengxia and Heavenly King Hongwu's master. How can I still expect to live? Wang Donglin smiled miserably. You don't have to ask me anything. I won't say anything. Is that so? Kui Heng smiled without saying anything. He used his dharmic powers to make the land under his feet start flying upwards again. Rumble. Wang Donglin suddenly heard another loud bang coming from the ground beneath his feet. At the same time, strong wind poured down from above again. This time, the wind force was even stronger than before, so much so that he could not even raise his head. It was rising again. Wang Donglin could clearly feel that the Wang family's mansion and the land below had actually begun to rise again. They were already 40,000 feet in the air just now. Where would they be if they flew any higher? What was Kui Heng trying to do? Gradually, Wang Donglin felt his body become heavier and heavier, and it became more and more difficult to breathe. The extreme cold also began to corrode his body. The power of the deity realm was no longer enough for him to protect him and let him survive this high up in the sky. But the mansion was still rising. Gradually, even the sunlight disappeared. Wang Donglin felt as if he had fallen into an eternal night. He looked around from the corner of his eye, but all he saw was darkness. He couldn't even see his fingers. Is this still the sky? His breathing had stopped, and his consciousness was blurring. The thoughts in his mind had become very slow. Or am I already dead? At this moment, Wang Donglin suddenly felt his eyes light up, as if he had suddenly gone from extreme night to day. He saw Kui Heng's figure again, and he could clearly see his surroundings. This place seemed to be still high in the sky. The land below was still rising. But strangely, there was no hurricane coming from above. Around him were countless colors mixed together. They were either rings of light or belts of light. They collided with each other and burst out with dazzling lightning, illuminating everything here. However, the light that had just lit up quickly disappeared, and the strange scene of countless strange colors disappeared from Wang Donglin's eyes. Everything in front of him became extremely dark again. Wang Donglin felt his heart sink into a bottomless abyss again. Falling back into darkness in this environment where light and darkness overlapped and changed made him feel an indescribable sense of fear and despair. This was extreme mental torture. Tell me about the heavenly void world, Hongwu, and Hengxia. Kui Heng's cold voice sounded. Tell me everything you know, starting from your own situation. The moment Wang Donglin heard Kui Heng's voice, he suddenly felt all the abnormalities in his body disappear. His breathing returned to normal, and he no longer felt cold. Even the endless darkness was dispelled by a ball of fire floating above. I'll talk, I'll say anything. Wang Donglin took a deep breath. For the first time, he felt that being able to breathe normally was such a blissful thing. He originally thought that he would rather die than say anything. In any case, he would die anyway. But after what he had just experienced, he realized that he was wrong. It was a huge mistake. Even if both results were the same, there were different ways to die. Wang Donglin calmed himself down a little and took a deep breath again. My name is Wang Donglin. I'm a disciple of the Wang family of the Great Zhou Empire in the Heavenly Void World. I'm the 31st son of the current patriarch. As the youngest disciple of the main lineage of the Wang family in Jiangdong, I once followed my father to the Linjiang Pei clan, the head of the aristocratic families in the world, to participate in the Heavenly Life Banquet. Chapter 1 2024 Families, Immortal Class. Chapter 1 2024 Families, Immortal Class. Linjiang's Pei family? Kui Heng was stunned. Wasn't this the family that Pei Qingshu came from? The Great Ju was the country where she and Li Mingqiang were from. So it was them. I wonder how those two children are doing now. Kui Heng was a little dazed. What level have the martial arts I taught them reached? 150 years ago. Pei Qingshu and Li Mingqiang fell into his beginner's space and obtained the martial techniques he taught. Please keep reading on myboxen 0VEL. C0M. In Kui Heng's heart, he had only classified these two as fated. They were not as important as Hong Fuguei and Jiang Chichi. However, he could not help but sigh when he suddenly heard the relevant news about them after such a long time. However, he did not interrupt Wang Donglin's narration and continued to listen quietly. Following Wang Donglin's description, the general situation of the heavenly void world gradually appeared in his mind. It was also a world controlled by aristocratic families and sects. However, it was different from the Great Jin here. Firstly, there were the 9 immortal sects and the 3 Buddhist monasteries. With the might of a Devas and a Bodhisattvas, they ruled above everything. Next were the Great Ju dynasty, the Linjiang Pei clan, and the Daoi Palace. They were all top factions with Deva powerhouses. These 3 major forces were in an alliance with each other and were not under the jurisdiction of the 9 immortal sects. The ones who were really under the jurisdiction of the 9 immortal sects were the top aristocrat families. There were 24 aristocratic families. There were 9 preeminent families, and 24 aristocratic families. There was a clear difference between them. They represented different statuses, different privileges, and different resources. The most important point was the numbers attached to each immortal class. There was a clear limit to the number of immortals in the immortal sects. The 9 preeminent families allowed 18 human immortals and 5 earth immortals. On the other hand, the 24 noble families only allowed 9 human immortals and 1 earth immortal. The Wang family of Jiangdong was one of the 9 preeminent families. As of now, there were 3 earth immortals and 17 human immortals in the family. Among them, Wang Donglin had 9 peers. How do you achieve the restrictions of the immortal classes? Kui Heng could not help but ask with a frown. At the same time, he recalled what Li Mingqiang had said back then. Immortal martial techniques were controlled by the immortal sects. There was clearly a path to immortal ascension ahead, but the world could not enter it. What Wang Donglin said corresponded to this. But how could they achieve this restriction? Even if the immortal sects prohibited aristocratic families from privately imparting immortal cultivation techniques, it did not mean much. As long as enough time passed, it would definitely be difficult to avoid the cultivation techniques from being spread. Once the cultivation technique was circulated, the immortal ascension path would be opened. Such a strict limit would no longer exist. Through the 3 primordial immortal pills. Only by consuming the 3 primordial immortal pills can one be ranked in the respective immortal class, Wang Donglin explained. Only the immortal sects have such immortal pills. I heard from the elders in my clan that the effects of the immortal pills are very strange. As long as you swallow them, you can immediately become an immortal or break through from the human immortal realm to the earth immortal realm. Consume an immortal pill to become an immortal? Kui Heng frowned when he heard that. Do they know how they broke through? I don't think so. Wang Donglin shook his head. After swallowing the immortal pill, one immediately becomes an immortal. There's no process of breaking through. Millimeter. Kui Heng was stunned when he heard that. Then, he nodded lightly. Continue. Yes, yes. Wang Donglin hurriedly nodded. Every 10 years, the aristocratic families will first select suitable advancement candidates internally, then they will take out sufficient heavenly dew crystals and offer them to the respective immortal sects that governed them. The immortal sects will choose those who meet their requirements and give them an immortal pill. If they're meant to advance to the human immortal realm, they will give them the human origin immortal pill. If they're meant to advance to the earth immortal realm, they will give them the earth origin immortal pill. Kui Heng was lost in thought. According to Wang Donglin's description, the so-called 24 families of the 9 preeminent families did not know how to advance at all. Their lives were in the hands of the immortal sects, and there was no room for resistance. Moreover, only by consuming immortal pills could one break through to the next realm. It was definitely not a normal cultivation method. It was most likely a special technique created by the 9 immortal sects to make it easier for them to control the aristocratic families. Do the 9 immortal sects people need to eat immortal pills to break through? Kui Heng chuckled. I don't know, but I heard that, there's no need. Wang Donglin also understood what Kui Heng meant. This was indeed a very aggrieved situation, but this was the truth that he had no choice but to face. I see. Kui Heng nodded slightly, basically confirming his previous guess. Then, he asked, do the great Zhu imperial family, the Linjiang Pei family, and Daoi Palace also take immortal pills? If Li Mingqiong and Pei Qingshu had passed down the martial techniques that he had taught them, then the great Zhu imperial family and the Linjiang Pei family should be able to break through by relying on cultivation alone. The Daoi Palace was essentially an outsider of the heavenly void world. They did not stand with the 9 immortal sects, nor was it under their jurisdiction. Most likely, they did not need to take immortal pills. The great Zhu imperial family and the Linjiang Pei clan both have their own immortal cultivation techniques. They don't need immortal pills. Wang Donglin said enviously. As for the Daoi Palace, not only can they break through without using immortal pills, they also have the means to refine their own immortal pills. At this point, he paused and continued, because the 9 immortal sects have always wanted to destroy Daoi Palace. This time, during the 100 Years period, our Wang family received an order from the immortal sects to destroy Daoi Palace in the lower world. The upper world should also be making a move. It's said that after 100 years, the immortal sects and Buddhist monasteries have already recovered from the effects of the Great Calamity. They plan to capture Daoi Palace, the great Zhu imperial family, and the Linjiang Pei clan in one fell swoop. The Great Calamity 100 years ago? Kui Heng raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered. You're referring to the siege of the Immortal Dawn sect, right? Yes. Wang Donglin knew that he had hit the nail on the head and could not help but panic. Why did you all attack the Immortal Dawn sect? Kui Heng asked in a low voice. This was also what he had been wondering all along. Was it really because their cultivation methods were different that they had to fight to the death? However, from the information that Wang Donglin had revealed earlier, he already had a rough guess in his heart. It's because, Wang Donglin's mind raced, and he quickly organized his words. 100 years ago, the Great Zhu was not ruled by the Empress, and the Linjiang Pei family was still part of the 9 preeminent families. At that time, other than the immortal sects and Buddhist monasteries, the only ones in the world who could break through without immortal pills was the Daoi Palace. This was also the reason why the Daoi Palace was always targeted. But during that 100-year period, an arhat from the Baolin Buddhist Hall discovered in the lower world that the Immortal Dawn sect did not need any immortal pills to become an immortal. There were even several human immortals and an earth immortal. This was much stronger than the strength of the Daoi Palace in the mortal world. Therefore, the Baolin Buddhist Hall immediately joined forces with 2 other immortal sects and led 3 preeminent families and 12 aristocratic families to encircle and annihilate the Immortal Dawn sect. As expected, Kui Heng's face was cold. He had already guessed this reason earlier, but he still felt angry after hearing the answer. This was an unexpected calamity. In order to protect their dominance, those immortal sects and Buddhist monasteries wanted to destroy the Immortal Dawn sect and kill Jiang Chichi. How hateful. Rumble. At this moment, the originally silent void suddenly rumbled like thunder. Balls of light that seemed to be countless colors mixed together appeared. In the blink of an eye, this place became strange. This was because Kui Heng's anger had affected the surrounding nomological Dao runes, immediately producing an intense change in the atmosphere. It was not obvious at this height. But at this moment, the sky above the 19 counties of Langya had already become filled with lightning and thunder. Thick dark clouds surged indeterminately, and tornadoes and torrential rain wreaked havoc. Moreover, the drastic changes in the weather were still continuing. It seemed to be spreading to the other counties and even the entire Luzhu. Countless citizens knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the heavens. This scene was like the end of the world. It was too terrifying. Although Wang Donglin could not see the phenomenon below, he was kneeling in front of Kui Heng. One could imagine how terrifying it was. He felt his entire body tense up, and his blood was about to stop flowing. He was about to faint. However, Wang Donglin quickly felt the terrifying pressure disappear. Continue. Kui Heng's indifferent and calm voice sounded again. What's with the Empress of Great Ju and the Pei family of Linjiang? Yes. Wang Donglin finally heaved a sigh of relief. After calming down slightly, he said, the Empress of the Great Ju is the Empress who rules over the Great Ju now. She is also the founder of the current world. 70 years ago, a deva appeared in the Pei family of Linjiang. He directly announced that they were leaving the ranks of the 9 families and formed an alliance with the Great Ju Empress and the Daoi Palace. They joined forces and advanced together to resist the suppression of the immortal sects and Buddhist monasteries. Although the Empress and the Pei family of Linjiang also grasped the method to break through without immortal pills, the immortal sects and Buddhist monasteries no longer had the energy to care about this. In the 2 great battles of the Grand Calamity, 1 great bodhisattva, 3 bodhisattvas, 2 earth immortals, 30 arhats, 3 bodhisattva jade bones, and 2 earth immortal remains were destroyed. The Baolin Buddhist Hall and the 2 immortal sects were greatly injured, and the 3 preeminent families and 12 aristocratic families were almost wiped out. At that time, the number of immortals for each class was only half of what it is now. The number of immortals for each class 100 years ago was extremely small. The aristocratic families could at most have 9 human immortals and 3 earth immortals. The aristocratic families could only have 3 human immortals and not even 1 earth immortal. In order to deal with the influence of the Daoi Palace, the Great Ju dynasty, and the Linjiang Pei clan alliance, 60 years ago, the immortal sects finally increased the number of immortal allowed for each class for our 9 preeminent families and 20 aristocratic families. However, if they want to use this newly added portion of the immortals allocation, they need to offer twice as many heaven dew crystals to the immortal sects. This is a treasure that can only be obtained once every 100 years. How can there be so many? As he spoke, he could not help but complain. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the immortal sects. What's a heaven dew crystal? Kui Heng asked in a low voice. He had noticed this keyword. Wang Donglin had also mentioned it when he was talking about the immortal pills. Chapter 121 A Lucky Experiment. Chapter 121 A Lucky Experiment. I don't know either. Wang Donglin was a little flustered, but he hurriedly explained, but I know how it came about. Exalted Immortal, you're now the state overseer of Fengju, so you should know the process of the arrival of the immortal opportunities. Actually, it's not just the lower world that has to prepare for the ritual. The immortals and Buddhas of the upper realm have to be prepared before they descend, and they have to prepare an immortal weapon bestowed by the immortal sect. As long as there are no problems with the ritual in the lower world, after the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world descend, formless qi will gather on the immortal weapon and condense into dewdrops. After 7 days, they will form crystals. When we return to the upper world, a batch of dewdrops will gather. After returning to the upper world, they will automatically condense into crystals. These are the heaven dew crystals. The number of heaven dew crystals we can collect each time is different. At most, we can collect 70 to 80, and at least 30 to 40. If the 24 aristocratic families and the 9 preeminent families want to exchange for immortal pills, they need to contribute heaven dew crystals to the immortal sects. 9 for a human immortal, and 36 for an earth immortal. However, this is only the amount needed originally. The new quota from 60 years ago requires double the amount of heaven dew crystals. 18 crystals for a human immortal and 72 for an earth immortal. In other words, if we're unlucky, we might not even be able to match the consumption of 2 human immortals in 100 years. So the so-called 100-year period is for this. Kui Heng nodded slightly, Please keep reading on myboxen 0VEL. C0M. He had long felt that something was wrong with this 100-year immortal opportunity. According to the information he had previously obtained, the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world seemed to be specially coming here to give wealth. They contributed selflessly and bestowed treasures and immortal opportunities. It was obviously illogical. If it was mainly to collect heaven dew crystals, it made sense. However, he still had a question. Is the number of heaven dew crystals collected every time really only related to luck? I'm not a human immortal yet, so I'm not too sure. I just heard some rumors and made some guesses. Wang Donglin seemed to be very afraid. He lowered his head and said with a trembling voice, "The main sects of the upper world are very concerned about the reputation of the lower world sects. 300 years ago, the Wang family of Langya was almost wiped out. Their reputation was greatly damaged and they lost all face. 200 years ago and 100 years ago, we didn't send any immortals down to collect heaven dew crystals. 300 years ago?" Kui Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew why Wang Donglin was afraid. He sneered and said, "So that's how it is. At that time, Hongwu killed all the deity realm experts in the world and even wiped out those aristocratic families that rode on the heads of the people. This is equivalent to touching the source of the heaven dew crystals in the upper world." Wang Donglin knelt on the ground, not daring to make a sound as he trembled. At this moment, he understood that it definitely involved Heavenly King Hongwu. But he did not dare not say it. The fear brought about by the extreme darkness, deepness, and cold earlier was even worse than dying on the spot. 300 years ago, Hongwu was plotted against by the people from the upper realm? Kui Heng asked in a low voice. What was his outcome? I don't know. 300 years was too long ago. Wang Donglin racked his brains to search for what he knew about Heavenly King Hongwu. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "By the way, I heard from my elders that we have to be careful of Hongwu making a comeback in the lower world. Does this mean that Heavenly King Hongwu is actually not dead but just missing? Perhaps." Kui Heng could also tell that it was unrealistic to ask about what happened hundreds of years ago with a deity realm cultivator like Wang Donglin. He asked, "Then do you know the final outcome of the Immortal Dawn sect's Wuxia? It's said that perfected Wuxia of the Immortal Dawn sect disappeared after killing the great Bodhisattva of the Baolin Buddhist Hall." Wang Donglin knew a little about this, but with his realm and status, he didn't know the details. "She didn't go to the heavenly void world?" Kui Heng asked with a frown. What Wang Donglin said was similar to what he knew previously. There was not much reference value. "I've never heard of it." Wang Donglin shook his head. Kui Heng fell silent. Then, he realized that even if Jiang Chichi really went to the heavenly void world, she might not use Wuxia's identity. Wang Donglin was only a deity realm expert, so it was almost impossible for him to know about such matters. Then, Kui Heng asked some other questions. However, the results disappointed him. Wang Donglin did not even know the true situation of the Great Zhou Imperial Court and the Linjiang Pei family. He only knew some superficial information about them, let alone the mysterious Daoi Palace. He also only knew the surface information about the history of the heavenly void world. For example, 5,000 years ago, the 9 immortal sects enlightened all living beings in the wilderness. 3,000 years ago, they came into contact with the Daoi Palace and their ascension. 2,000 years ago, the 3 great monasteries suddenly appeared. He knew about the dynasties that rose and fell in the past thousands of years, the rise and fall of countries, and so on. He had little understanding of the information and the secrets about the core of their world. He didn't even know how to return to the upper world from the lower world. He could only wait for the 100-year period to end before returning with his family's human immortals. Before long, everything Wang Donglin knew was almost squeezed dry. This was actually normal. Kui Heng also felt that he shouldn't have too many expectations for such a deity realm expert. He really wanted to ask for more information. But it was better to wait for the immortals and Buddhas of the upper world to descend and capture a few to ask. Exalted immortal. Seeing that Kui Heng had not spoken for a long time, Wang Donglin became extremely flustered. He prostrated on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Exalted Immortal, can you just kill me directly? I don't intend to kill you for the time being." Kui Heng suddenly shook his head and smiled. "What if I kill you directly and destroy the Wang family of Langya, scaring the Wang family in the upper world? What if they don't come down?" "Exalted Immortal, do you mean that you want me to be the bait?" Wang Donglin immediately broke out in cold sweat. This was also a path of certain death. "I guess so." Kui Heng nodded slightly and pointed behind him. As his dharmic powers circulated, he immediately retrieved the land and building fragments that had been destroyed by his flick of his finger. In the blink of an eye, they returned to their original state. The 3,000-foot-long chasm on the ground disappeared. The ruined meeting halls, houses, walls, and so on were all intact, as if they had not been destroyed at all. Of course, those who died would not resurrect. But even so, this scene still shocked Wang Donglin greatly. As everyone knew, recovery was much more difficult than destruction. Just now, Kui Heng had restored the Wang family's mansion to its original state with obvious ease. "Oh right, there's also this." Kui Heng looked at the scimitar fragments on the ground and raised his hand to point. The fragments flashed and returned to their original state. It was still a human immortal-grade immortal weapon. This, Wang Donglin was dumbfounded. He looked at the scimitar in disbelief and was extremely shocked. What kind of existence is he? A heaven immortal? A heaven monarch? He could even instantly repair an immortal weapon at the human immortal grade. It was too incredible. Kui Heng collected the light of 7 emotions that appeared on Wang Donglin's body in satisfaction. The few things he did just now were indeed to collect the 7 emotions light and also to intimidate Wang Donglin. However, he felt that this kind of intimidation was still not enough. Now that we're above 300,000 feet, what else can I do? Kui Heng thought to himself. Should I throw them down from here and catch them when they're about to land, or? Thinking of this, he suddenly looked up. At 300,000 feet, he had already reached the edge of the atmosphere. If he continued to fly upwards, it was very likely that he would reach the void of the universe. The Great Jin was not a special world, but a planet. Standing tens of thousands of feet in the sky, one could clearly recognize this. With my current state and cultivation, as long as I continue to fly upwards, I'll soon be able to pass through the atmosphere and reach the universe's void. Kui Heng looked up and fell into deep thought. If I bring the Wang family of Langya out for a round, the intimidation effect should be extremely good. But can my body fly in space? He couldn't be sure about that. After all, he had never really gone to space before, nor had he heard of any cases of physical bodies flying through space. Would the vacuum in the universe, all kinds of radiation, and many unknown things harm him? Kui Heng could not confirm any of this, nor could he verify it. However, it was very exciting to leave the planet with his own strength and move through the starry sky with his physical strength. Kui Heng was also looking forward to this and wanted to give it a try. After reaching the Golden Core realm, he already had an indestructible body and was a perfect unblemished god. At this level, most things in nature could not hurt him. Even thousands of degrees of heat would not harm him. In theory, even if Kui Heng were to take a shower on the surface of the sun, he would be unharmed. If he really flew into space, there was a high chance that he would not be injured. He could even try to fly to the moon of this planet. However, theoretical speculation was only theoretical speculation. It was not the actual situation. After thinking for a while, Kui Heng shook his head and thought to himself, the mysteries of the universe are too vast. The feeling of walking freely through the starry sky is tempting, but it also contains unknown dangers. I'm still too weak now. It's not suitable for me to take risks so easily. It was better to wait until he nurtured a nascent soul. No, if I don't understand the environment of the universe, I feel that it's safer to try again at the soul formation realm, he thought. But since I'm already here, it's not good to do nothing. Kui Heng's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Wang Donglin, who was kneeling on the ground. At this moment, Wang Donglin, who was still lamenting that he was lucky enough to survive, suddenly felt his heart tighten as an inexplicable fear surged up again. What was going on? Didn't Exalted Immortal say he wouldn't kill me? Exalted Immortal? Wang Donglin looked at Kui Heng in fear, but he saw that Kui Heng was also looking at him. This is a lucky experiment. Kui Heng did not beat around the bush and directly released a large amount of dharmic powers to envelop Wang Donglin. Help me test the environment outside. Not only could this layer of dharmic powers help Wang Donglin isolate the external environment and protect his vitality, but it could also record information for Kui Heng to study. What outside? Before Wang Donglin could figure out the situation, he felt himself soaring into the sky at an unbelievable speed. In an instant, he crossed the vast void under a layer of golden light. Then, endless darkness was reflected in his eyes, and unprecedented fear instantly filled his mind. This was the universe. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.